Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good morning to all the CISVers from the Americas region. A very early morning from them. And good morning to all the CISVers from the EMEA region. And good afternoon to all the CISVers from the Asia Pacific region. Welcome to the first ever CISV International Donathon. We're going to have 10 hours of interviews, sharing of memories, um, connections. There's even a workout class with yoga, a concert, and lullabies later. Welcome, everyone. Please invite all your friends to sign up and watch our live Donathon that will run for the next 10 hours. Hi, Fiona.
Hi, Max.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? This is really exciting.
Yeah. How's the weather in the UK?
Not bad. We are expecting a heat wave.
In my country, in the Philippines, it's been raining. Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Nav. Hi, Esty. I can see that you've joined. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the first ever live CISV International Donathon. We are going to run for 10 hours. This is a donathon. It comes from Spanish, which is a long-running fundraising, a word that's used for a long-running fundraising campaign. But in English, I think it's also nice to use the word donathon because it's like a donation marathon, right? It runs for a long time, and everybody who signs up can participate. Make your presence known by chatting on our chat box. We are live, everyone, on Facebook and also on YouTube. So I just want to share with everyone why the governing board of CISV International decided to launch a fundraising campaign. We all know that this year, 2020, is a very, very problematic year. All countries are affected. All businesses, all organizations like CISV International were affected by the pandemic that is known as COVID-19. We all know already that as early as March, a lot of the countries have closed their borders. That's why we first canceled our international trainings, and later on, the governing board had to make the very difficult decision to cancel our international programs for this summer season. In fact, right now in July would be the time when people would be traveling to attend their respective villages and programs. But sadly, again, for this year, we had to cancel the programs. And because of this, a lot of participants, chapters, and NAs were disappointed. They didn't have the opportunity to host their programs, to receive their international guests, and also the chapter sending did not have an opportunity to prepare their children for this once in a lifetime experience to attend our amazing international programs all over the world. But for CISB International, it's really a financial challenge. As an organization, we really depend a lot on the fees that we receive from our international participants. That's why the governing board decided to launch this fundraising campaign so that all of us can come together and give what we can, connect in this donathon, connect also by using the donation platform that we have, but also to contribute a little something to the organization that we all love. I think it's a very, very nice initiative because in the past couple of weeks, I think since March, we have been seeing a lot of gatherings online, Zoom conference calls, reunions of camps, reunions of staff groups, and this donathon that we're having today is an opportunity again to connect with people we have met within the organization and within the programs that we have attended. So just to share with you, we are starting the donathon this morning already with a little over 10,200 US dollars donated through our donation platform Give Butter. So all you have to do, guys, is press the link on CISV International that leads you to Give Butter, and you can make a donation. It doesn't matter how much. You give a donation by pressing donate, and it will lead you to a platform where you can donate by credit card or by PayPal. What's nice with this platform, everyone, is that you can make a donation and honor a CISV memory. You can, let's say, make a donation and say, I'm making a donation in honor of Dreamland Village, my first village in CISV India, or something like that. So you can also honor like your staff group if you staff with amazing people from all over the world. You can also honor even your seminar camp from 40 years ago. You can honor that. You can honor your family. You can honor your chapter or your national association. So this fundraising campaign has been running for already a month. And as I said, we have already raised 10,200 US dollars. Our goal for this whole fundraising campaign, not just for today, but for the whole duration of the campaign, is to raise 150,000 pounds to help our organization, CISV International. So if you are so inclined, please press the donate box. Again, welcome to everyone who's signing up. Welcome, and thank you for watching us and joining us. And please, if you can, join us for the next 10 hours. We have a lot of activities. We have interviews with a lot of inspiring CISVers. We have interviews with IJRs. There will be a video on the upcoming global conference, and there will be a yoga work workout and also lullabies later and a concert. So everyone, thank you again for signing up. Welcome. And please join us for the next couple of hours. Fiona, if you could again lead us through the fundraising campaign.
Mags, I really don't know how to follow that. You've done it so beautifully. You've done me out of a job.
Sorry.
No, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yes, just to repeat what Mags has said, the situation we're in and that everybody is in this year is unprecedented. Nobody expected to be going through what we are right now. But it's been absolutely amazing to see the spirit of CISV come together and all the different activities everybody's been doing to try and do something different and make 2020 count. It's been amazing. So off the back of that, and we knew that we were losing such a huge amount of our income that we had to do something. So we grasped it, and a bunch of people from CISV have come together to form a fundraising working group. So massive shout out to Kande here, because she has been a driving force for this fundraising working group. And I can see her in the background, yeah. And also hello to the rest of the working group, so Erin and Juan and Isa, again, who behind the scenes have been such a driving force for this. So all the stuff you've been seeing over the last few weeks, all the communications, all the graphics, the mail outs, that has all come from the working group, and they've done it in their own time. So I can't thank them enough. And to have got to $10,000 already, amazing. But yes, as Mags has said, we've got an ambitious target, really, really ambitious, of 150,000 UK pounds. So the pitch of it was absolutely, we know how much CISV means to everybody. And we hear it time and time and time again of the difference that it makes to everybody's lives and the legacy it leaves and the generations of families who get involved. So that's why we felt Make Each Memory Count was the perfect fundraising campaign for us, because we knew that that was the massive hook that people would identify with and remember. And we've already seen such amazing memories being shared. If you haven't been there yet, go to Give Butter and you will read some amazing stories. So we've already had one, and an amazing one that was shared the other day with us was a colleague, Elisa, who was telling us about how it's made such a big difference to her life, the opportunity she's had, but more importantly, she's got engaged to another CISV. So there's a CISV wedding on the way.
That's great. There's a lot of CISV stories.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're just seeing them there. So yeah, so we've had people tell us about that they want to make sure that children in the future get the opportunity, because it would be such a shame if children that we were and you were, who had such fabulous experiences at village and seminar camp, don't get to do that themselves. And we've heard that as well with people. And also, as we know, it's all in the memory of Doris, our wonderful founder, Doris Allen, who set this up 70 years ago off the back of World War II. And I think everybody can agree that now more than ever, we need CISV. The world needs CISV. So we need to make sure that CISV International has a future for this year, for next year, for the next 70 years. Give butter, CISV.
Yes, and Fiona, we must mention to all the CIS viewers on the line, I can see all of you. Thank you everyone for signing in. I'm so happy that you are here. This is the very first time we're doing this fundraising campaign organizational wide. I'm sure you've joined like a fundraising campaign in your chapter or in your NA, but this is the first time that we're actually doing it as an international organization. And we're asking all NAs and chapters and all the members to please consider making a donation for this worthwhile cause of making sure that CISV will be able to fulfill its mission for the next 70 years. We are like all organizations in the world with the pandemic, we are under threat, we are in financial difficulties, and every dollar or every Great British pound counts. So just to share, if you press the donate button on Give Butter, and for some reason in your country you are having a difficult time making a donation. I know this because I did try to donate using Give Butter, but there was a difficulty from my country in the Philippines. Another option would be to go to CISV.org and press the donate button there because that's a different platform. It will still give the donation to CISV International. And if you still want to make a memory count, you can share your story with us and we will post it on the Give Butter platform. So please do not be dissuaded in case you have technical difficulties in making the donation. Just remember that there are two modes by which we can do and make the donation. So press the donate button and bring out your credit cards. But just to remind everyone also about the schedule on the Facebook page of CISV International, the full schedule has been posted. So it's okay if you step out for a couple of minutes or an hour and come back later for the lullabies, or maybe come back later for the yoga workout, or come back later for the concert. So long as you guys are here and sharing with us as we go through the program today. So I see on the Facebook page, love from the Cebu chapter of the Philippines. Hello, Cebu. You'll see someone from the Cebu chapter later. Good morning from Maine, USA. Hello, Valerie. Hello. And James from my chapter is saying hello, and this is very exciting. Yes, it's very exciting. It's a 10-hour program where we can connect and chat with people that we have met in past programs or in past international trainings. And I think that's the purpose of this Donathon, to raise awareness about this fundraising campaign and also to give us an opportunity to connect with our CISB friends all over the world. Again, in the Americas, it is very early. Cande, the fundraising head of this working group from the governing board, has woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Cande, for all your efforts. Again, in Asia Pacific, it's about, in the Philippines, it's about 5:15 now, and in the UK, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So, Enav is there. Hello. So again, we are live on Facebook and YouTube. And for those who also who are interested to find out where or how we will use the funds that we will raise from this fundraising campaign, you can go to the website of CISV International, and under the under the website on support us donate, you will see also the measures that we have taken to ensure that we, whatever resources we have right now, we will be able to properly apply to the priorities of the organization, so that whatever funds we raise in this donathon and in the fundraising campaign that we run for a couple more days, it will be good to proper use for the survival of our organization. So, yes, Fiona. So
Yes,
Fiona is one of the new members of new
I
employees
am.
in CISV International. She's our communications lead, and she started last year, right?
No, January this year.
January, early this year.
Yeah.
And she was working with us only for about 2 months, and then we were hit with the pandemic. And for the past couple of months, Fiona has been on furlough, but she came back, and she's part of this really amazing team that is making sure that we raise the funds that we need as an organization. So, yeah, Fiona, how's everything with you so far since you got back from furlough?
Busy, busy, but for good reason. So obviously this is taking up time, but for a good cause, absolutely. And it's just really nice to get back in touch with everybody and start working again for CISV. The 2 months off was a little bit strange, and most of us were all off from international office. But most of us are now all back part time as well, so we're getting used to that, and having different days in and catching up with everyone. Yeah, but more importantly, it's just good to be back. I've missed everyone.
I know, but still, you when you came back, you hit the ground running with this campaign and with all the communications that have been going on. But yeah, so again, welcome to everyone. We're so excited to start the program, and actually, we're going to start the program with an interview with an amazing CISVer from CISV Japan. I think you guys would know who I'm talking about. Um, yeah, so the one I'm talking about is very popular in not just in CISV Japan, not just in CISV Asia Pacific region, but in CISV all over the world. And she's very popular because everybody knows her as the one who takes the beautiful pictures when we have our international gatherings. So yesterday I talked with her and we kind of reminisced that she and I have been together for CISV in 8 different countries. Can you imagine that? So between the two of us, we have made a lot of memories. But I'm going to interview her today because she has done an amazing project with CISV over since 2018. And she will share this project to us. So the one I'm going to interview today is none other than Tita Miki
Hi,
Kotuay from
Tita.
CISB Japan. Hi, Miki.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Max. Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Hi. I'm I'm now in the CSB Kansai Japan's the office parking area.
Okay, so for those who are watching today, can you share a little bit about your CISB experience?
Yes. Um. At first, my daughter joined the CSB village in 1999. It was a wonderful and amazing experience for her and also for me. It was so impressed. And
And
the two
after,
other children also.
so
Yes.
after your eldest daughter joined
Yes.
CISB, you
Mhm.
were hooked.
Yes, I joined CISB and I always work as a parent, work as a committee member. Yeah, many things. I did it.
So you're from the Kansai chapter,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And
yes. Kansai
aside
chapter.
from working in your chapter as a volunteer parent, a committee
Mm-hmm.
member,
Mm-hmm.
you are known in the CISB world as the official photographer of
Yeah.
CISB. I know this
Yes.
because you were with us at the AIM in Brazil in
Yeah.
2014, and then
Yes.
at the first global conference in Norway in 2015, and then at the last global conference in the Netherlands. Um, in the last conference in
That's
the
right. Mm.
Netherlands, you had a project, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us
Yes.
about this project?
Yes, that is a project like this. I proposed to the official international office. How about making the official project with the photos? The project is the love and peace and pieces of peace. And that at that time, the year of the CISB's theme was diversity. So we know the diversity. Yeah, yes, we are diversity, and so ask them ask the participant to bring their own precious things from their own countries. So they will bring their own beautiful things, very memorable things to the Netherlands, and get together and gather together, and also with a very beautiful laughing face and precious things. It makes very wonderful, beautiful diversity, I thought. Yeah.
How many how many participants in the global conference in Netherlands were you able to take a picture of?
I took the big group photo. That is the number I hear, 527 people. And individually, like this, individually, I took the photos. Uh, 321 people, 321 people, and also the 108 precious things. 108 precious things. So I took the many. So it is so amazing for me. I was so surprised. 321 people.
And we're now
Yeah.
showing the picture of your
Yes.
exhibit. Can you tell
Yes.
us a little bit more about your exhibit?
Yes. Uh, Last year in November, that picture was exhibited in Hyogo, near Kobe, in Japan. It was a very, very honorable thing because the hotel is a very famous one and very popular one. But the hotel was did a renewal. My exhibition is the first exhibition for them. And so many people came and many people enjoyed our beautiful smiles and precious things. Yes, I just so honorable. And the other thing, and two more in Osaka and Nishinomiya, I did a photo exhibition. And just 1 week ago, I did only 1 day exhibition with a very famous Japanese designer, and I did an exhibition at Ritz-Carlton Osaka only for 1 day.
Mickey, I'm kind of interested to know.
Yeah.
People brought precious things, right? And you
Yes.
took a
Yes.
photograph of it.
Yes.
What was the most interesting story that was shared with you?
Uh, there are so many beautiful stories. They have their own stories. And for example, the marriage ring from her mother, or for example, the picture of her. That one, she brought her paper flower. She says it was given from her boyfriend 10 years ago, and at the second date, and after 10 years she will get married. So I was get warm. I was so happy to hear of that.
Now, Mickey,
Yes.
aside from volunteering as
Mm,
official photographers in
mm,
CISV events, you yourself have participated as a leader and as a
mm-hmm.
participant in an IPP.
Yeah.
So that means you've also experienced what it's like to be in an actual program of CISV. Can you share your experience from this village and from the IPP you attended?
Yes. The experience of the leader is one of my really dream. I really wanted to be a leader, and especially for the village leader. It was so amazing experience, and I'm now 59 years old. So
You
the
don't
other
look
leaders,
59.
I'm now 59, and so at that time 56 years old. So almost all the leaders are the 20 or something, 20 or 30, and but they treat me as an equal. So it was very, very. I was very happy. I'm not. I'm just only one leader, and we get cooperate and collaborate with the other leaders, and the kids were amazing. It is their experience. I was so happy to experience in there with them. Yes. And one
Now,
more, well, IPP. Yes.
go
It's okay.
ahead. Go ahead. Go
IPP.
ahead.
IPP last year. IPP in Fukushima in Japan. The new about the nuclear plants, and tsunami accident we did, and we from many countries from to 19 to 62 or 3, we get together and spend 2 weeks in Fukushima, Itatemura, and the staff was wonderful, and the food is wonderful, and we yeah, the food is very important, and
Yes.
we spend a good day, and not only just the experience Japanese culture, we did learn from the local people. Their their not encouragement themselves. It was so amazing. They didn't stay very sad. They they feel very comfortable to stay there local places, and we international people get cooperate and do the made a new Facebook page and to Instagram, and we made a bench for the seeing the beautiful mountain, and yeah, we did farmer work too. It's just
Okay.
amazing experience.
Mickey, I will say
Yes,
this. Everybody
yes.
knows this. When you go
Mm-hmm.
to the global conference, when you go to the
Mm-hmm.
AIM, you
Mm-hmm.
pay for your own, but you're the
Ah,
official
yeah.
photographer.
Yeah, yes.
Why do you do this?
Because only one time I think I got a pay from my chapter, because I'm only one person from the chapter. I always I love CISB, I love CISB spirits. I love CISBs because the international people, for example, you are a lawyer, so you are the very talented. You have the and many people had the talented and very hard worker, and they love to work, and they are inclusive, very inclusive, and they have the CSV spirit. They are very genius. I love to be with them, with them.
Mickey, it's such a
Yes.
pleasure to see you and to talk about your project. Since the title of this fundraising campaign is Making Each Memory Count, I think
Mm-hmm.
everyone who has met Mickey would agree with me when I say that Mickey really helps us make each memory count by making sure that we have good photographs during our
Thank you.
gatherings and
Thank
sharing it with
you.
all of us to share with the whole world. Look at all her albums and photo books that she's a walking PR machine for CISV.
Running,
Thank you.
running, not walking,
Running,
not walking,
run,
running,
running.
running.
Mickey, thank you for
Thank you.
coming today and sharing your inspiring story. Please continue to be with us in CISV. And thank you
Yes.
for making time. I know you're very
Thank
busy and you're
you.
not at home.
Not at home. Yes.
And yeah, and I hope to see you again in another country and add to our
Yeah.
list of 8 countries together.
Yes. こっちか。
Do you
Okay.
have any last messages, Mickey?
Last message. Okay. I I'm the I'm very sympathize with the CSV. The mission. My own mission is making the world happier, making the world better with my with the photos. Not only taking the pictures, the photo is, as you said, it is a memory, and a very, very beautiful memory, and we can only just 1 second, but it lasts for life. So the picture has a power, and the smile has a power. And I love the CSV's laughing faces because they have the spirits. They know their diversity, and I'm very, very happy to be with you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you again, Mickey.
Thank
So,
you.
right now, Mickey, we will share your video, the one that you shared with us,
Uh-huh.
so that the rest of the CISB world can see your project. There it is.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nikki Kofkai. I'm a photo artist. I'm a CISV International Official Photographer. My mission is making the world better, making the world happier with the photos. I took the pictures in 200, no, 2018 no, sorry, 2018. So I took the many pictures from all over the world, 56 countries, 321 people, and 108 pieces, 108 items. Everybody brought their own precious thing from their own country to the Netherlands. It was held in Netherlands. The global conference was held in Netherlands in 2 years ago. Yes. And I was a photographer, and I'm a member of CISV Kansai chapter. And I took the many pictures. And I love the pieces. I love the smiling faces. I love the laughing faces. I like to make the world better with the photos. So I take so many pictures. For example, when I take the big group photo, I take the pictures like this and with no microphone. I say, "Hi everyone! Wow, show me your picture. Show me your energy. Show me your energy more. Yes, that's right. Okay, perfect." Something like that. So I'm very high tension, and everyone says they make me happy, and they also they smile so much. And when I take the pictures with individual photos, I say that show me your item, show your precious item, and express your peaceful expression, express your happy expression. I didn't say laugh more, but they make the expression very peaceful. And so they show their items, and each item, one piece is only just one piece. One piece, only just one piece, only just a watch, only just a pen. But when they get together, they join together. One piece makes peace, Peace, peace. So the power of the smile is perfect. The power of the smiling, laughing is strong. And with the small items, they show their story, they show their warm heart. What is your precious thing? How is your smiling face? I love to make the world better, make the world happier with the photos. I love the photos. I love the people. My mission is making the world happier with photos. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you again, Mickey, for sharing your story and for showing us the pictures that you took from the global conference in the Netherlands. Everybody would agree that they are beautiful, and it's really really nice to see familiar faces in that exhibit wall. I saw a lot of familiar faces, people that I've been friends with in CISV for a long time. So, again, this is just showing everyone watching today that every memory in CISV really counts, and every friend we make, we really remember. And that is why the name of our campaign is Make Each Memory Count. Honor the memories that you have made in CISV, and try to contribute a little bit to make sure that our organization survives the challenges that we face right now, so that we can survive for the next 20 years. So the sharing of inspiring stories does not stop with Miki. We are also going to share another beautiful story from CISV Philippines. For this inspiring story, it's someone who's very close to my heart, someone I really know. Tita Shelito Narvasa is from CISV Philippines Manila chapter. She is a veteran CISVer, having been involved in CISV since 1981. She's a retired teacher from the International School of Manila, and her first CISV experience was in 1982 when she went to Turku, Finland. She said that her first village experience was memorable and life changing, and it hooked her for life also. After that, she became a leader in Italy and also in Osaka, Japan, and also in Maine, USA. So even though she's already 82, she still volunteers her time to CISV Manila chapter, and she wears as many hats as is needed by her chapter. She actually now prepares the leaders and the children for their respective camps. In fact, she's like the dance teacher for all the amazing Filipino dances that we see during national nights in our respective villages. Um, in maybe the last 7 years, she is now very well known in CISV Philippines as our quilt maker. She makes these beautiful memory quilts from the CISV t-shirts we collect from camp. And in the Philippines, and I think she has also branched out internationally. I know that she has made some quilts for some people in Indonesia and other countries in Asia Pacific. Um, it's a privilege for all of us to own one or two or more of her CISV quilts, because we know that it was lovingly prepared by her. So we will share with you guys a video that was prepared by our junior NJR, Belle Season. Thank you again, Belle, for helping me prepare for this interview by interviewing Tita Shelito and preparing the video. I don't have the technological capacity to prepare the video. So let's watch Belle and Tita Shelito in this interview.
Hello, everyone. Good day. For the next segment, we have a special guest from CISV Philippines, and I'm going to be interviewing her for all of you today. So, my name is Belle. I'm currently the junior NJR of CISV Philippines, and today we have a beautiful CISV veteran who really knows what it means to make each memory count. So, here we have Tita Shelito. Hi, Tita.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shelito Narvasa, and they call me Tita Shelito, and sometimes people call me Sweet. And I'm 82 years old, wheelchair bound. My hands are very good in doing things. It's only my leg that does not want to operate. But everything else, I'm fine. I've been involved with CISB since 1981. Do you want to know what my first village was?
What, tita?
The very first one was in Turku, Finland.
Oh, wow.
And after the CISB bug bit me, that was it. Forever. It has been.
So what was your favorite CISV program?
I prefer working with the little ones
Mm.
because I strongly believe that these are going to be the leaders of every other land.
Mm-hmm.
And as leaders and as a mother or a teacher, you're actually making a mark on each and every child in your village. So the mark can be positive or it could be forever a bad mark. If it's a positive mark, then you know that they will stay on and you have already started them.
I guess moving on to what you're really known for, and that's your quilts. And we just want to get to know a little bit more about when you started making it and how they came to be. Because I have my very own quilt made by you also, Tita. That would be a good thing to get to know
Well,
more about.
what is that after camp?
Mm-hmm.
The kids no longer wear clothes except shorts and t-shirts.
Yeah.
That's what is in their closet. And parents would always complain to me, I can't make him buy a dress anymore, or a nice shirt, or a nice pair of pants. It's all CISB t-shirts or shorts. So I said, well, we can do something about it. Especially some older leaders that they have kept their t-shirts from long ago in their closet. If you open a CISB's closet,
Mm-hmm.
half of it will have t-shirts. Instead of keeping those there and they lose track of it, I decided, why not make a memory quilt out of it? You create something that will be a keepsake
Mm-hmm.
for the person. And you are going to tell a story about the experiences and a story that they will not forget when they look at each and every part of the quilt.
Mm-hmm.
Since I designed it individually, I tried to know the person more so that I could insert the uniqueness of that person, the humor of the person. It means that the individual has ownership
Mm-hmm.
of all the shirts that he has collected. And also, because I cannot force it into usual squares, you know, regimental, I can play with it.
Mm-hmm.
Spread here, there, put it, insert this, so that it has evolved from the straight stitching to different designs now.
Yeah.
And to have a quilt that's yours forever. Every time you use it, say, I know the lady, I know the girl in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to the Mexico, oh, to Australia. And then when there's a disaster or something successful, they think, there's an earthquake in Japan. I know Akihita there. So
Mm-hmm.
it triggers your memory,
Yeah.
your secret. I think that when we die,
Mm-hmm.
the memories that will be in our brains, besides God, will be the memory of CIFP.
Yeah.
Because that was where we were most happy,
Mm-hmm.
most useful, most, you know, giving and
Yeah.
helping. Because as you give to CISB,
Mm-hmm.
you actually get more in return.
That's right.
So the more you put yourself into it and give your whole heart, a lot of things come back to you and it becomes yours.
Yeah. That's
That's
very
why we
beautiful,
have
Tita. It's making me very nostalgic as well, thinking about all of my memories in CISB. And with that,
yeah,
Tita, I think it would be nice to also know when did you start to make the quilt? Like, when was your first ever quilt?
my first ever quilt was, I think, uh, 20, I think it's 2013.
Mm-hmm.
My very first quilt was Mag.
Yeah, Tita Man.
Mag's Mags of Baguio.
Yeah.
He said, I heard you. I used to make quilts already, but not
Mm-hmm.
t-shirt. And t-shirt is harder than
Mm-hmm.
the regular quilt
make because of the material it moved. And so I had to think of how I could make it stable so that it does not move. So Tita Mags trusted me with her treasures. And I was scared because I couldn't think. To make a mistake, destroyed part of her memory. Just very, very careful. So I made her first one. And then the next one who ventured, by the way, Mags has five. The latest quilt that as of now, I've made about 40 some, 40 quilts.
Yeah.
I have six more waiting to be made.
Mm-hmm.
But the last one that I made before this COVID
Mm-hmm.
is the quilt for Tita Bing Pangawit of
Ah,
Baguio.
yeah, Tita Bing.
One is different because I used her photograph
Mm-hmm.
and printed it on fabric. I've
Ah,
not done that.
wow.
She's there.
Mm-hmm. And I guess with that, it's really amazing how you're helping us retain all of these wonderful memories through CISV and through all our years in different programs. But I just wanted to ask, what does it do for you, Tita? What do these quilts mean for you?
It becomes not only a one that would earn me money, but most of all, I have a personal attachment to each one, and you wouldn't know it. No, not
Yeah.
it. I put a mark someplace.
Oh, really,
I know
Tita?
that time because you will not find it because I don't label,
Oh.
or because someone suggested
Mm-hmm.
to label it, but I haven't started really labeling. I think I did about three with
Mm-hmm.
labels, but the
Oh,
rest
okay.
I put a special mark.
Mm-hmm.
I have a special point, a coin that I attach in somebody's
Mm-hmm.
quilt, and I have a stamp that I inserted in a plastic and sewn between. I put something of myself. That's how the relationship I've done. What does it do to me? When I do one, I think of the person
Mm-hmm.
very well. And then I think of what I know about her dreams, her visions, what she's interested in. And I think about that as I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Like yours, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
it took me a long time. I look at it, I look at it, then I look at it, and I trace back what your mom mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I asked someone to tell me more about you
Mm-hmm.
before I was able to put it together.
Yeah.
And I felt you're there. You can close yourself with people you like. And yet you learn from each one
Mm-hmm.
and you venture outward. You're not a risk taker. You you have to see the whole picture first
Mm-hmm.
before you will step out of your circle of
Yeah.
comfort. And when you do that, you gain more people to come to you. And you've got your hands all over the place. And that, I hope
Yeah.
I'm right.
Yeah, that's it's scary. You're very, very correct. Thank you so much for all of your kind words and your words of wisdom and all of this inspiration and overall good vibes for all of us, especially during this time.
Yes, yes.
And I think just to wrap up everything, Tita, do you have anything to say or to spread some of your words of wisdom and how you make your memories and how you make them count?
My word of wisdom,
Mm-hmm.
uh, don't be afraid to step forward. Don't be scared. It's the first step. It's hard, but do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And you stick to it. When you have a clear vision, a clear dream,
Mm-hmm.
go for it. No one can stop you. Male or female, it's your personal decision,
Mm-hmm.
and you live by it. So with CISB, I have learned not only decision making, but opening yourself to pain, to be hurt, to be happy, to give up yourself, to step back when you're not needed, to step forward and or push. That's what CISB is to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'll be there forever.
So yeah, That's pretty much it. I hope all of you enjoyed Tito Cholito's little segment in this amazing effort by CISV International. And we hope all of you are safe wherever you are. We hope you're able to help out and make a donation and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Isabel. Bye.
Hello again. Thank you, Tita Shelito. Special shout out, Tita Shelito. I don't know if you guys heard, she has made 44 quilts for CISVers. Most of them are from the Philippines, but there are some like Tita Rosemary who said that she got one from Indonesia. And there are 6 more being on the waiting list. I don't know also if you heard, but I have 5 of those memory quilts. I asked her to make 5 because there are 5 members of my family, all CIS years. And my sons have all gone to their respective programs and have outgrown some of these shirts. They've grown up. So I asked Tita Shelito to make them into memory quilts. And I think it's very apt again, like the story of Mickey and the story of Tita Shelito. The campaign is to make each memory count. I think all CIS viewers have this in their hearts. They have those special memories from their programs, from their trainings, from their regional training forums that they want to always remember. And that's why this inspirational stories is very, very nice to share so that it will rekindle in us the nostalgia of that memory from our CISV experiences. So thank you again to Belle Season from CISV Cebu chapter. She's our junior NJR. At the very last minute, I asked her to prepare to interview Tita Shelito and prepare the video, and she delivered. Thank you so much. And I've already finished with my part, my first hour or my first hour in the Donathon, and the other trustees of the governing board will take over, and all the other fun activities will run for the next 9 hours. Again, I'm appealing to everyone, especially everyone I know, everyone from the Asia Pacific region, and all the other CISVers all over the world. Please consider donating to CISV International. Just go to Give Butter, press the donate button, and donate whatever you can and honor a memory from your past CISV experiences. Thank you for tuning in on the first hour, everyone. Shout out, everyone, to all the ones I asked for help to run the first hour by providing also some videos that will be shown later. Fiona,
Hi.
and now I think I will be taken backstage right now, and we will proceed with the next activity with the other, I think the junior branch from Victoria and the junior branch from Quezon City, Philippines. Thank you, everyone. Please stay tuned and stay for the next 9 hours. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Mags. So yes, hi. So we're going into the second hour now. So it's I'm delighted to be joined by our colleagues from the Philippines and Australia, where they'll be telling us about what they've been doing during this COVID time, and also sharing their memories and what CISV means for them. So we're going to be joined by Ginny Droppett and Molly Beckett from Australia, and Belle Sison, who you just saw, and Liana Cabias from Quezon City, Philippines. So here we go. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Amazing. So should we take it in turn? So Ginny, tell us about how you got involved with CISV.
Well, the way that I got involved in CISV was through my sister. One day we were standing in the house and she heckled from the other end and she went, "Hey, Gin, do you want to go to Norway?" And intrigued as I was, I went, "Yeah, but why am I going to Norway?" And she went, "There's this really cool thing where you'll get to meet lots of lovely people from all around the world and get to grow your own personal skills and learn things about other people. And I went, that sounds great. Where do I sign up? But she got involved through the Powells in Australia, who was sort of an infamous CISV family in Australia. Because she went to school with one of the daughters from that family. So just interconnected, really.
So, did you get dragged into CISV or were you a willing joiner?
Willing joiner, because meeting lots of people from around the world sounded like a fantastic opportunity.
And Leanna, I can see you nodding away there. So, what was your first experience?
Well, I was probably in the 5th grade, and it was our first day back from school, from the sem break. And I had some of my classmates singing like this, something about a mango. And I was like, what's that about? And they told me that they went to a local mini camp. They just came from a mini camp during their sem break. And I joined the next one, and the rest is history. Yeah.
Molly, Belle, same for you?
Somewhat, yeah.
So who got you into CISV, Molly?
So I got into CISV through my primary school. So the principal was actually like a longtime member and one of the founding members of CISV Victoria and like Australia as a chapter. And I went to my mum because I saw in the newsletter, I was like, hey, mum, they want an 11-year-old girl to go to India. And mum's like, you're not going to India. So I tried again next year when I was still 11, and mum's like, I said, Mum, can I go to Canada? And she said, okay, you can go to Canada. And I never left CISV. And yeah, I've just continued on with just, staying within the organization. And I did a seminar and a staffing position. And apart from that, yeah, I just can't imagine my life not in CISV now because I've been in it so long.
And Val, over to you.
Yeah, my story, I think, is a little bit different from everyone since I was the most unwilling CISV participant ever. When I was 10, I went to my first mini camp and I was so scared to go. And since my cousin went to village the year before, my mom was telling me, oh, next year we're going to send you somewhere abroad for a month. And I was like, no, like, why would I do that? Like, I was the most scared. But at the end, it was one of the best experiences I've ever had in my entire life. And now I'm here talking to all of you guys, talking to all of these CISVers from around the world and spreading all this joy, all of this love, and trying to create more memories with everyone because I know how much this organization means to everyone. And it would be a shame that we wouldn't be able to share all of our memories and their own memories with the years to come. So, yeah.
No, that's absolutely amazing. That's fantastic stories to hear. Now, I'm not a CISVer, but I'm just loving hearing all these stories from everybody. And I've got to say, I want a quilt. I don't know how to get a quilt. I haven't been to camp, but I want a quilt. Can I steal some T-shirts from people? I don't know. But yeah, fabulous job you did there, Belle, with interviewing Tita Cholito as well. So thank you so much for doing that. Now, Molly and Ginny, I just wanted to have a chat with you about Pride Month this year. As I gather, you did decide to do quite a big campaign about it this year, and you really decided to focus on it. Who wants to go on that?
Molly, would you like to go first?
Yeah. So basically, it was my idea. I kind of brought up a meeting saying, hey, can we do something for Pride Month? And they're like, yeah, sure. So me and another JB worked very hard together, coming up with like some concepts and just key points to actually address. Because, I don't know, I wanted to represent just any kids who are, thinking or questioning their sexuality, just being like, I just knowing, thinking that they can trust CISV not to like turn them away, if that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to make an environment where, you know, these kind of conversations can happen and, you know, nothing is bad about it. As a queer person myself, like, it felt good to be like, hey, let's talk about this big month for my community. Kidding.
Yeah. So both Molly Beckett and Mercedes Gowlett were sort of the driving forces behind this campaign. Molly being the one who initially suggested it, and hey, this is something I would really love to do. It's something I'm really passionate about. Can I do this? And then we were all sitting in the National Junior Branch meeting that we were having at the time, and we went, of course you can do this. And for me, as National Junior Rep, it's really important to create spaces where people feel comfortable and that it's an open space to share their passions, whether it be a personally connected thing, such as Pride Month for Molly, a queer woman, or whether it be other issues that are going on in the world, creating an open, safe space for people to feel welcomed and understood, and to know that if they share what is really important to them, that people will be there to listen. So very proud of the junior branch in Australia.
And there's been some amazing stuff posted that you guys have been sharing on Instagram as well.
Yeah, so
yeah,
that was the Pride campaign. There were 9 posts put together by Molly and Mercedes. One for the first 6 days and then 3 for the last day of the week, because we did it over 7 days. If we can I'll see if I can get a link shared. I think we were meant to send one earlier, but may have missed that. Beautiful campaign, both with the message behind it and visually. Yeah.
Belle and Leanna, the Philippines have also been doing some stuff over the last month or so as well, haven't you? So there's been the JB quarantinings, the Home Sweet Home campaign.
We've been working a lot more, especially with national collaboration, because in the Philippines, we have 5 chapters. So that's QC, where Liana is from. And we also have Manila, Cebu, Bacolod, and Baguio. And me and my fellow National Junior Rep, Gab, we really wanted to be able to connect everyone despite the circumstances at hand and despite with the lack of presence, I guess, physical presence from all of our friends and everyone. So we really wanted to create these working groups and really connect with all of our JBers. And with that, we were able to do quite a lot during quarantine. So one of the biggest things, this is the QC Instagram. They're doing a really amazing job, along with a lot of our other chapters as well. So as a national association, we were able to come up with, first and foremost, donations, because these are really important given the circumstance at hand. And we really wanted to address that, given that the Philippines is also a developing country and we have a lot of fellow countrymen who are in need of help. So we really wanted to address that. Then we moved on with our mini-series, which is called JB Quarantines. And we wanted to highlight CISVers from around the world, showing what they're doing amidst the pandemic, a lot of joy, a lot of fun times. And Guinea was part, actually. She made an amazing work of art through fabrics and all, which was really amazing. And I think Liana could share more about QC for more specific, stuff.
Well, I think, I agree with you, Belle. Like, all of the things that have happened in this world and in our country recently, it inspired, I think, our JB and also the JBs around the world to keep their community engaged and also address and discuss issues of like injustice that we face. I guess some of the initiatives that we've done in my chapter. Well, earlier in this quarantine, we came up with a podcast called The Briefing Time. So this podcast aims to connect CISVers all over the world and across generations. But now, with everything happening, we've decided to add a new goal, which is to talk about relevant issues with both CISVers and non-CISVers. And another project that we also have, quite similar to the briefing time, in terms of the aim to share CISV stories, is the Humans of Junior Branch project. And we also have morning sessions where different people get to showcase their own passion projects on our Instagram page. And we have a lot of other upcoming projects too. We're aiming to release a webinar series that focuses on sustainable development, since that's our content area of the year, and more bonding activities for our community. So yeah, that's what we've been up to. Mm-hmm.
So that sounds amazing. So have you had people listening and giving you feedback on it and sharing what they think about it?
Yes, we've had, and we've been very lucky also to have guests from the Asia Pacific. We've had the APJB team from last year join us as well. We've had Tito Bobbitt, he's from the Philippines, but he's also working in the Asia Pacific delivery team. So yeah, I think now, like during this pandemic, we're sort of challenged to come up with new ways to really, deliver our mission, especially since we can't meet physically. And I think it's strengthened our bond as an organization, because we really, connect online now, and there's no boundaries when it comes to that. I not only work with people in my national association, but I can also contact people across the Asia Pacific and around the world, and have things like, the CISV Donathon happen. So I'm really excited to see what else we can do during this time, now that we have the opportunity to really connect with each other and work towards our mission on online platforms. Yeah.
So going back to the Australia team, what's been the hardest thing that you've been trying to deal with?
I think for us, we've definitely noticed the fact that we haven't been able to meet in person yet this year, because at least in Victoria, mini camps have been cancelled. We haven't because we have had 2 sets of lockdowns. So we had the first wave and a lockdown that went with that, and Victoria is currently experiencing a second wave of COVID-19. So we've been put into lockdown again because of that. So it's been really hard to work out how best to maintain that connection and to find the things that we want to focus on during this time, and try working out how to stay connected best when we're not able to meet in person. So we've been trying to do that through things like having more frequent online meetings, both nationally and in our chapters. The CISV Australia Junior Branch, we met and we made our national dish, which is fairy bread, over Zoom one week, which was a really nice experience, and being able to connect and share food that brought us joy was nice.
We also did a Netflix party of watching Shrek as a national chapter. So both Victoria and Perth decided it's between 2 movies, Shrek 2 and Shrek 3. 2 very completely different movies. But especially in Victoria, because even before the pandemic, we were quite spread out. So between me and another member is an hour. We're at opposite ends of the state as well. So we're already used to having to communicate mostly online. But again, this pandemic had also kind of reinforced the idea that, oh, we should get together more and, actually talk to each other. And I've noticed that we've gotten a hell of a lot more stuff done now, online because we had the time to do it. But a small problem is that we did have a slight communication problem, but we've sorted it out basically now. Just some miscommunications here and there.
Yeah. Another thing that we've been focusing on as a chapter in regards to gaining engagement while we've been stuck in this online realm and not being able to meet, we've focused on gaining engagement around National Reconciliation Week, which is a week in March. No, I think it's March? No, very much of May. Sorry, I get my months mixed up sometimes. Yeah, so it's a week where it's an opportunity for people to discuss how best to create reconciliation between the Indigenous Australian population and to put it bluntly, the colonised Australian population. So how to bridge that gap and create an Australia where there is understanding and there is acknowledgement between both groups. So each day of Reconciliation Week, we shared a post that was run by another organisation called Common Ground, where it gave you a little task to do every day. So day one was acknowledging the country that you live on, or country being the sort of overarching term for land that is sort of, sorry, I'm not explaining this very well. The land groups of the Indigenous peoples, because there are many, many different different groups within Australia that identify as different nations, if that makes sense, within the Indigenous. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job of explaining this. But so I currently in Melbourne. I am on the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, but Molly is in a different part of Victoria, so she is on different land.
I'm
Molly,
in the Rotherong people.
Yeah, so although we're in the same state, we're still on different Aboriginal land at the moment. So acknowledging that and acknowledging the continuing connection and contribution to society and the land and culture that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples of Australia have to the land, and how we as non-Indigenous peoples can learn from that and engage with that in an appropriate way and the best way forward for reconciliation. So that's another thing that we have focused on while being online.
No, that sounds amazing. And it sounds like you've all been doing some really fabulous projects, and some of them really touch on some in the moment concerns right now. So whether that's about gender, sexuality, First Nation rights, colonization, it's all of what we're all talking about right now. So that's just amazing. So back to Belle and Leanna. When, if we come back to normal times, what will you keep? What will you keep with you in terms of how you do things as a JB and as CISV Philippines?
Belle? Oh, okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
I went first last time, Liana. Okay. Generally speaking, I'd really love to continue on learning through discourse. This is one thing we've really been practicing throughout our entire junior branch, as well as our entire NA, since we've been getting even board members involved in this progress of learning and growth. we decided to do so by many different ways. For example, in the Cebu chapter, they created a month-long campaign for Pride as well. So they were able to be inspired through our Asia Pacific conference, since there was a gender diversity session, and they really wanted to bring these concepts to the Philippines since it's a very taboo topic, and they found the need to really educate and spread awareness and share these stories because they were really beautiful and touching, and it was really amazing, and it's still up on their Instagram as well. Or for example, in Baguio, they've been having a mental health campaign for over 2 years, and they just ended it not last year, yesterday. So that's really amazing too, and it's been helping a lot of people, especially with the lack of physical interaction with friends and loved ones, and it's really been amazing for the entire CISV community, I would say. But on a national level, we were able to conduct actually an open forum. So this is something that doesn't usually happen for us, since we really wanted to be able to address multiple injustices going on amidst this pandemic. We found it so appalling that as a global pandemic continues on, there were multiple injustices coming into the world, no matter what country you were from. And we found the need to address it in the most CISV way possible. And that was through learning with each other, because at the end of the day, learning is never one sided. We really value that learning through discourse, and we're definitely going to continue on that as we continue to grow as a chapter, as an NA, and even as an entire organization with all of our friends in the Asia Pacific and in the international junior branch and CISV official as a whole. So yeah, definitely that.
Yeah, I guess to add on to what Belle said, well, something I previously mentioned was how I think this pandemic has really brought a lot of people together, even if we're, social distancing. It has brought our national JB together, and we've been supporting each other's initiatives, whether it's like a bonding activity or like what Belle mentioned, our learning through discourse activities. And I think that's something we do want to keep when this whole pandemic is over, this unity, this bond that we formed, because we need to unite in order to I guess address these issues of injustice that we face in our country and in our world. Yeah.
Molly, I could see you nodding away there.
Just listening, and yeah, was a little bit inspired by the JB Born This Way from the Cebu chapter. I shared those posts because I thought it was awesome. So I was like, okay, we got to do that for our chapter, obviously, as well.
So that seems to be been one of the beautiful things that's happened, is that you're all learning and sharing amongst each other as well, and having conversations that maybe you wouldn't have had before. Would that be fair?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So, as of course this campaign is called Make Each Memory Count, I am going to ask you, all of you, to share what, if you could pluck one out of your head, what is that core memory for you that is your CISV experience? It's hard, I know, you're put on the spot.
It's hard to
What
pick
does
just one.
CISV mean to you? What's a memory if someone says, tell me about CISV, what memory comes to mind?
I think I have an answer. I can go first.
Juliana.
This happened, I think, 2 years ago in 2018. So my chapter has this program called JB Weekend. It's a 5-day training program for people who want to be involved in the JB. And there was this activity that I facilitated. It was sort of like a debate where we put out prompts like in the Philippines, one thing that we don't have is divorce. So one of the prompts was, I think divorce should be legalized. So if you agree with it, go to the left side of the room, disagree to the right, and then you can just place yourself depending on how much you agree or disagree. And yeah, all of those prompts tackled issues that we don't necessarily talk about. And then we had the briefing when we had post processing after the activity. A lot of the participants were moved to tears to thinking about these issues that they don't really think about on a regular basis. I think it's no secret that a lot of us in CISV are quite well off and don't really experience a lot of injustices. So in that activity, I realized that from the participants, they've been saying that we can do more. We can do more to fight these injustices for other people, and that was it. Like, I'm gonna be here forever. I want to help in that mission of um, fighting injustice and making this world, as cheesy as it sounds, a better place for everyone to live in, no matter who you are, what race, what gender, what sexuality. So that's my core memory that would define like my existence in CISV. Yeah.
Brilliant. Who's going to follow that?
Think I have one. So there's so many memories. I'm probably just combining them, but the most recent one was actually at the beginning of the year, where we actually hosted a village here. So we're very lucky with that we managed to pop out a village. But there was a couple nights, but one night in particular that all the staff and leaders, this was after lullabies, and we said, and each of us had our own goodnight routine with each kid. So literally we'll go around to like all the kids to their bed and be like, good night, in however way we do it with that kid. And there was just one night where like we couldn't get any of the kids to bed because I think it was the second last night. So it's just before we had them pack up their stuff. And it took like an hour to say goodnight to everyone. And it was just so sweet because it's like those kids, made the village possible. There was a lot of tears.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
I guess I can go after Molly's since we have like that flow. I guess a core memory for me is definitely something similar to Liana, and that's with my local JB, actually. I'm from the Cebu chapter in the Philippines, because I really found out that the core of CISV is really somewhere you don't need to go, and it's always back at home where you are. Because though I fell in love with the organization through Village, through Step Up, through these international programs where I met so many people from all around the world, I found that everything else locally were the core values that made me stay in the organization all these years. I've been in CISV for like a decade, so it must really mean something. For me, it was really working with my chapter and developing that community of youth who actively want to participate in their community, creating change no matter how small. And I just fell in love with the idea of being able to empower these kids who want to do something but don't know where to start. And the most concrete example I can give, I guess, was really engaging with our local communities outside of our own friend groups or outside of our own schools, and engaging in all of these outreach work and learning how to pay it forward and learning how to break barriers and really connect and live the values of CISV. Because I realized that it's one thing to say the mission and it's another thing to do it. So I learned to really live out the mission through working with my local junior branch. And I think that's really my core memory with this organization. So yeah.
Ginny?
Beautiful. Thank you all for hard to follow all of those.
You can. You've got one.
Well, as always, hard to pick out sort of like a single moment because like at every program you do, at every camp, in every meeting you have, there's always a moment where you go, this is worth doing. This is an organization that is worth me volunteering my time, even though I'm busy, even though I could be doing other things. You go, it's worth it. And for me, it's similar to Belle, seeing the difference that you can make as an individual to others, to help them engage with the world around them, to help them learn about the people that they share their time with, that they share this earth with. Help for me, sort of the central part of my CISV experience is like at least past the point of step up in seminar where you're learning a lot about yourself and others. For me, it's about helping others find their passions and helping them engage with the world around them in a way that makes sense to them, and helping them make sense of the world within a framework and within their own minds, and sort of helping them find different ways to look at the world and see how their life fits into the world around them, and the similarities and differences that we share with people. So helping people figure that out for themselves is a central part of the CISV experience for me.
No, I will echo. Thank you so much. That's been amazing. Thank you so much for sharing what you've all been doing to do things differently in this extraordinary time. And it's been some fabulous stories. It's amazing to hear what you're doing. But I love those memories as well, because this is about make each memory count. So, of course, I am going to plug it. But if you can, people who are watching, go on to Give Butter /CISV, and no matter how small, if you can hit that donate button, we'd really, really appreciate it. And more importantly, share your memories with us as well, because as you hear, it makes such a difference to everybody's lives as to being a member of CISV, and we just want to hear more of those stories. So I just want to say thank you very much, guys. So a big shout out to our team from Australia and Philippines.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here.
It was like awesome to be here.
Well, you're in for the next one, you know this. Okay, so we should have a couple of videos coming up now. So one of them about our fundraising group and one of them from our Philippines team. So that should just be getting queued up now. So here we go.
Basic domain. A 10-hour event to share. Kumusta?
Maayong adlaw.
Hi!
Hola!
Ciao.
Mormon! Share a CSV memory and make a donation.
And challenge friends to pay it forward and share their own.
Hello, thank you for your interest in the fundraising campaign. Join me next July 18th for an amazing donut. A 10-hour event to share memories, have fun, and make 2020 count. July 18th, starting at 10 a.m. UK time.
Make each memory count.
Pratik Pratimosa.
Make each memory count.
Hatagi ug dili ang matang budlo.
Make each memory count.
O pahalagahan natin ang bawat alaala.
Make each memory count.
Kia ora.
Hola.
Oi.
Marhaba.
Hi. Konnichiwa.
Xin chào.
大家好.
Namaste.
Maayong gabi.
Mabuhay. Bonjour.
Namaste.
Hi, I'm Olivia.
Matthias.
Meu nome é Kalia. My name is Yara.
My name is Sabrina.
Marcus.
Kennedy. Masha.
Sono Anna e vengo dall'Italia.
Esther Shazio de Colombia. Come from Denmark.
India.
From Lebanon.
From Sverige.
Indonesia. From New Zealand.
From the Philippines.
Singapore.
Myanmar.
From the United States.
Vietnam. From Australia. And it's okay to be different. And it's okay to be vulnerable.
And it's okay to be sad.
It's okay to be lonely.
It's okay to be abnormal.
It is okay to be unique.
It's okay to be imperfect. And it's okay to not be okay.
It's okay to be awkward.
And it's okay to be alone.
And it's okay to be emotional.
It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to be whatever you want to be.
It's okay to be lazy. It's okay to be nervous.
It's okay to be afraid.
It's okay to be scared.
And it's okay to be upset.
And it's okay to laugh.
And it's okay to be sensitive.
And it's okay to be an Asian.
It's okay to be different.
And it's okay to be inquisitive.
It's okay to be asexual.
It's okay to be
Yourself. It's okay to be not okay.
It's okay to be.
It's okay to be clumsy.
It is okay to be whatever makes you happy.
And it's okay to be tolerant.
It's okay to be diverse. And it's okay to not be okay.
It's okay to be lost at times.
It's okay to be a child.
It's okay to be
anxious.
It's okay to be stressed.
It's okay to be living a happy life without losing a part of yourself.
And it's okay to be tired.
And it's okay to be less than perfect.
I think it's okay to be unsure. Unsure about what's currently going on, unsure about what's to come, or unsure about life in general. Because at the end of the day, that's the beauty of curiosity and just wanting to learn and grow more as you go through life.
It's okay to be weird. Right, Yoda?
We started this campaign in 2018 to spread awareness and speak about mental health.
This campaign's purpose was to remind the youth to be their true authentic selves and to celebrate how beautiful it is to be you in a world that forces us to conform to its standards.
Although we say goodbye, the purpose of this campaign still lives on.
Thank you to all 259 participants from 34 countries. Through you, we saw this project grow into something big and beautiful.
May everybody continue to learn to love themselves, and in that process, be empowered to love and encourage others as well.
Always remember it's okay to be you.
Salamat.
Salamat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, JB Philippines, for putting that together. That was another amazing video and absolutely spot on there. It's okay to be yourself, whatever that is and whoever you are. So I'm delighted to now be being joined by members of the governing board, including our chair, Anna Deneur. So we will have Tommaso Nodari, Frank Stefan and Tuka Cavallo joining us.
Ooh.
And they're going to be having a chat. Hello all. So I'm going to be handing over the reins to Anav for this one. As
to me.
I know, to you. Because you're going to be having a chat amongst yourselves about all things CISV and what it means to you. And why you joined the governing board. Why did you take this on?
Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. And I can't see how many people are on the line, but if you're just joining us, then you just joined the Donathon. I think we're in hour number 3 out of 10. And we're really excited to be here. So you got 4 of the 8 board members that we currently have. We usually have 9, but we're 1 member short, soon to be fixed by the upcoming elections, which are happening right now. And we're just going to spend the next 20 minutes or so chatting about life, about CISV, about Tuka's new apartment in Rio, and trying to keep this very informal. maybe we can all start by just sharing a bit about ourselves and how we got involved in CISV. So Frank, I'll let you start.
Yeah, that's a good thing. It just rang at the door. So Chuka, why don't you start?
My name is Tuka. My name is Arthur, but everyone in CSV knows me as Tuka. This is my nickname. I joined CSV when I was 11 years old. So it was a long time ago, guys. And I've been involved in many things. I've been involved in, I participated in most of CSV programs, but IPP. I currently am at the governing board, as I've said, but I've been in other roles in CSV International. But in my personal life, I'm an economist. I'm one of those people that try to forecast the future of the economies around the globe. So I try to figure it out how much GDP is going to grow and how much the exchange rate of countries is going to be. So it's I find it to be a very exciting job. I work in a fund that manages capital and money for people that they save. So that's my daily life. I currently live in Rio. I moved to Rio de Janeiro literally just 7 days ago. I had been living in Sao Paulo, Brazil for 10 years, and now I live in Rio de Janeiro. I'm very excited to be back in front of the ocean, guys. I miss the ocean a lot, I have to admit.
All right, Frank, who was at the door? Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just took a parcel for one of my neighbors and he didn't came yesterday, so I left him a note, please come today because I will leave tonight. So his only chance, and I was so sure he will come when we are chatting, and he did. Yeah, I just got a little of what Tuka said, so maybe I can join in right there. I did all the programs Tuka, including IPP. But I started in when I was 25, so most in a leadership position. The participation was the real participation as participant was in that IPP. All others were leaders or staff in those programs. It was probably the starting question on how you came in. So I studied computer science at that time. And one of my colleagues just asked me during a lecture if I can repair bike, probably totally unrelated to the topic there. And the answer was yes, I can. And she took me to a mini camp of her interchange where she was a leader. And here in the north of Germany, you do most of the things by bike. So that was my start with CSV 30 years back in 1990. So this is how I came to it. And so yeah, computer scientist, I did an MBA. So now I'm in the management of more project management of software development. We sell products, Canadian company. Whoever is out there from Waterloo might know the name, Open Text. Yeah, that's how I do my daily life now for the last 3, 4, 5 months, all from home.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of us are experiencing that. Tommaso.
My turn, I guess. Well, my CSV story started in a very standard way. Friends of my parents told us about it when I was 9 or 10. So I went to Village. And actually today I feel like I'm at Village again, because for those of you who've been connected for a while, Tita Silito from the Philippines was a leader in my village. For those of you who are staying in a few hours, one of the JCs from my camp, Joe Manucci, will be there as well. And one of our staff also commented on the YouTube channel. So it's been 21 years, but it feels like yesterday. And yeah, in my private life, even though I'm originally from Italy, I moved to Brussels a few years ago, and I work for a human rights organization doing advocacy at the European institutions. So there is some overlap with CSV, but it's also very different because well, first of all, because there I'm a staff member and not a volunteer, so it's interesting to see the other side, but also because it's mostly about raising awareness of the situation in other countries rather than in CISV trying to develop educational experiences that try to change the situation. But Einab, you have to tell us about yourself as well, I think.
Okay, so actually my first CISV program was when I was 4, because I'm the youngest at home. And so we were participating as a family in an interchange. So both of my brothers were in the same interchange with Holland. So that was kind of like my first CISV pictures are from that interchange. But yeah, then I went on as a village participant and then did a bunch of programs. Yeah, did a bunch of, so I'm from CISV Israel, but actually, it's funny because I got to be involved with 3 different NAs. So I did spend 6 months exclusively working with CISV Sweden. So it was like an internship that I did with CISV Sweden, which was fun 10 years ago. And then when I lived in the US, I was a leadership trainer for the US leadership team. So it's also fun to see how very, very different sizes of NAs. And so that was also pretty cool.
That's funny, actually, because I was very good at keeping away from CSV Belgium. I apologize to the Belgians on the line, but I tried not to get trapped in too many positions there as well. So
yeah, and you were still like very involved with CSV Italy, even living in Belgium, right?
Yeah, interestingly, I used to say I was a chapter president in exile and then national secretary in exile, but actually our national president was living in the same city as me in Brussels. So I guess our generation in Italy travels to other European countries a lot for work, so it's not that unusual. And it worked out. It actually, I guess, pushed people to do things more online, virtually, a bit like the coronavirus crisis is doing. So yeah, ups and downs. But
okay. So just to let you fellow board members know that it's not me facilitating this session. This is all of us facilitating it together. So feel free to just throw out a question if you hear, oh God, that is me. This is actually from my village scrapbook. And I mean, I don't
You
think
haven't changed
that much. Yeah, my nose got a little bit bigger, but you know.
It makes me think of those series or films in which you find out that people have lived already 100 years ago and look exactly the same. It feels a bit like that.
Yeah, so and also if people want to send us questions, like anything you want to know about us, you could write it in the chat. Yeah,
let me ask you a question. What is your favorite camp memory that you have from all the programs that you participated? Yeah.
Oh wow. So actually, I have one memory from a camp I did here in Israel, which is maybe it's a little bit like of a heavy topic, but it's like my most meaningful moment. So CISV Tel Aviv did a really great partnership with a Arab Israeli youth center. So in one of the towns that is generally like an Arab city, and we did a partnership with that youth center. So we had joint delegations of Muslims and Jews going together to camps and stuff, and I was camp directing a 16 to 18 youth meeting here in Israel. And we had 2 of the 3 Israeli participants were from that youth center. And we just had some really good talks. It was probably the first time in my life where I was really exposed. Israel tends to be pretty segregated. So in your day-to-day life, you just don't have the opportunity to be close and talk and engage. And so for me, they were both amazing, and we were really close. And so that was a really awesome moment for me, which actually ended up happening in my own backyard, right? It was like an international camp, but the diversity ended up coming from within the country. So that was a really special moment. But yeah, it's hard to pick one. There are a lot of great moments. I throw that question back to you, Tuka.
I mean, it's funny. I have a lot of amazing camp memories. I was staff in a summer camp, which now it's called Step Up. That's how old I am. I'm okay to admit that. those are my really good friends. Two of those friends there in this picture were staff with me in this camp, actually. Which, good job, Kande, on pulling up this picture, because when I was talking about this camp, and it was an amazing camp. I really did believe in the leadership development process of summer camp, and it's not in a specific story about the camp, but I mean, is the camp altogether. I did I think 7 step ups in my life, CSV life. So it's the program that I did the most. Is a program that I believe quite a lot. So that was a lot, but my most meaningful memories in CSV actually come from working in CSV International. I made lifelong friends. I've been to many aims, like many. Hopefully, they're online. This isn't an aim. This is an aim Colombia. This is the delegation of CSV Brazil, and debating and learning how to listen on the CSV International board of trustees, which used to be one representative from each NA back then, was by far the most meaningful experience of CSV, and advancing and coming to consensus. I always love that debate and coming to a consensus and moving forward. So I would say that has been really meaningful to me.
There is an interesting question in the chat from Andrew. If you haven't seen it, who had the biggest influence on you in your CSV life? So maybe Tommaso, since you have seen the question as well, why don't you start?
Okay. I think it's very difficult to decide on one specific person. I think there were a lot of people who were somehow role models in my CSV career. If I had to pick really only one, I think I would go for someone that you know as well. Well, not from this camp, actually. So this picture is from that famous village, and the blonde girl on my left in the picture is Joe Mannucci, who will be speaking this afternoon. No, the one person I think was my leader for my then summer camp. Now it would be called Step Up. Rosanna. She was from CSV Italy, but she was very active internationally. She was chair of the summer camp committee at some point, and she had a big effect on me and my delegation mates, not only during the camp, but also because she was very good at keeping in touch and at maybe initially pushing us or almost forcing us to meet up once a year or twice a year, even though several of us moved abroad. But then it became like a tradition, a routine, and a bit of an extended family. Unfortunately, she passed away a couple of years ago, but we haven't stopped being in touch as a delegation, and several of us went on in CISV and trying to have an impact, I guess, in our daily life as well. So she's definitely number one.
Frank, do you have anyone in mind?
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure if there are people here who remember her, but
Doris Allen?
No. Well, I met her twice, but no. But the influence is coming from a lady also very old, Heidi Kriegbaum, because she back in Tuka remembers her. I think back in 1998, she introduced me into what is now chapter development. It has been organizational development. At that time, it was I think the International Promotion Committee. And since I had revealed that I did a study exchange with Poland, she said, Frank, why don't you be the one working as a promoter with Poland, which I indeed did for a couple of years. And so most of the knowledge about CSV International, what you do as a promoter, what you do in that organizational development space is what I have learned from her, because I could just pick up the phone and call her.
Nice.
Heidi, if you're there, hi.
Oh, Frank, look at you. Where's that?
Yeah, you can see it. It's in the Colosseum in Rome.
Nice.
Ah, yeah.
It's the leaders from the interchange to those are real pictures. So this morning I had to take a digital one from the one in the album. That's why you can see the name. So yeah, leaders and junior leaders. Fabio was my partner. The interchange happened in 1992. 2. And for those who always fly, who don't know that other means of transportation exist, that was a trip we did by train. So it was
Nice.
24 hours in the train,
Wow.
the night train to Munich, and then early morning through the Austrian mountains down to Italy.
Well, I think within Europe, train trips to programs are more fun, because when it's a flight and it's just 1 hour, you miss the whole emotion of like the way to the program. So I endorse that. But Einav, who's the person who had the most impact on your CISV life?
It's really hard. I can't think of one person, but I can tell you, and it's very much influenced by the video that we just saw about the mental health from JB. But every time I see some of the work that JB does, it's like so inspiring. And I love that age group within our organization. So, Tuka, you were saying that Step Up was kind of the program that you did the most. So for me, Seminar Camp is the program that I was closest to and that I worked the most with. And it's the same with Seminar. Like there'd always be this moment where like a 17-year-old says something incredibly like deep and sophisticated and so beyond their years, and you're like, I've had moments where it was like, you guys make me be optimistic about the future, like if you're the future generation. So I'm it's not one person, but that age group, it does amazing things. So to all the JBers on the line, keep doing what you do. Don't let all the organizational stuff we have sometimes frustrate you. Just don't stop. You guys do amazing things, and you carry on the message of CISV a lot of times better than anyone else.
And Tuka, in a nutshell, because there's another interesting question that I think we should touch upon, but who was the person who had the most impact
for me, it was Kathleen from CSV Canada. She was a chair of a summer camp committee and a trainer, and I did a training with her in 1999, I want to say, where I was the first time I was training to be a leader for summer camp, and that completely transformed my perspective. And then I came to do another 2 trainings to become a trainer, and I trained a lot of people for summer camp. So she actually got me heavily involved in not only going to camps, but then passing forward the message. So for sure, she's the one that really moved me from only doing camps into doing other stuff. So shout out for Kathleen from Canada. It's been years that I haven't talked from her, but yes.
So I was mentioning that there was another question that I think maybe, I am afraid we don't have the answer, but we can share a few thoughts on, by Tomoe Fujimoto. Yeah, she's saying that she attended Village more than 50 years ago and that there's still no peace in the world. To the contrary, there are new conflicts coming up quite frequently. What are we supposed to do as CISVers? Einav, you're the chair of the board, so you're at the apex, the apex of the organization. Give us the answer.
This one's a hard one because it actually touches me personally, because my country is not at peace with everyone, and some of those countries are in CISV, so it's always sad that we still live in a world where there's so much conflict. I think it just shows the importance of CISV still, and bringing people together and just showing. So for me, it's bringing people together. So doing like the original thing that Doris spoke about, just to show people that actually when you come together, there's a lot more you have in common than you might have thought. But also giving the children and youth the competencies to make a difference in their life, and that could be in anything. That could be either in like the career that they choose, or how they bring themselves to interact with people around them, or maybe doing something meaningful in their community. Or so for me, that's the importance we have in CISV still. It's just really giving youth those competencies to be better leaders and better global citizens. And I don't know if we're big enough to actually influence world peace, but I would like to think that if we change a few people's minds, then it's worth it.
And let me add to that, that I think when Doris thought about this, was a lot about peace amongst countries, and you mentioned that because it's very personal to you. But I also think that CSV developed into a much broader concept, and it's peace amongst communities and different communities and diverse people, even within our own city. We live in such diverse world and such diverse countries. We are just facing right now, a massive reflective moment about racism in the U.S. And that is also peace, right? I mean, we also need to try to strive to peace at home. And I think that CSV empowers and give tools to our participants to strive to be more inclusive and to search for peace, not only amongst countries, but amongst our own communities, which sometimes people forget about it and is as important as.
Definitely.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Chuka, it's also some tools that we learn about conflict and resolution. So for me, I'm in a lucky situation here in Germany. To set the biggest change that happened 89, 90 was totally peaceful here. But conflict and resolution is also in my daily life. There is no need, even if I would have access to other means of solving conflict, there is no mean for me to use any violence, but there's also no mean for me to run away from it. So that is the good part, that I'm prepared, or I feel prepared, to face the conflict, to address it, and to talk with people instead of either leaving or kind of trying with force to get my voice through.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, maybe I would add on to what Tuka was saying. I definitely think that, the individual CISV probably cannot have an impact on world peace, but definitely on situations at home. And maybe one tip, since the question was what are we supposed to do? My personal, or at least the effort that I'm making, is to speak up a little bit more when I see injustice. Sometimes to avoid conflict, you tend to let things that other people say go by and you don't comment on them. I'm not saying you should use every opportunity to engage in an argument about things, but still, I think if we all make the effort to speak up a bit more and try to convince other people or show them our point of view, we can have an impact. I'm not sure if we are out of time, but there was another lighter question perhaps that we can finish on. What was your hardest program to leave?
Like actually leaving the program site?
Yeah, I imagine, yeah.
Yeah. I know. Oh my God. I was staff in the Step Up in Pittsburgh in the US. And there was this kid, Karim, from Egypt, and he kind of made a lot of friends in the beginning of the camp. So we really stuck together and we got to be really close. And he cried so much in the time to go away. And I was sobbing. People were like holding me because this kid had such a huge impact on my CSV camp experience. I mean, that was so hard. I mean, I still brings tears to my eyes just to remember the farewell from Karim. I met Karim in Paris a few years ago. He was much older, of course, because this was 2003, guys. This was a long time ago. So Karim has kids and everything now. So we met in Paris. We had wine. We had dinner. Karim is a fantastic guy. He lives in Cairo. And it was to talk. But yes, that was a really hard camp to leave.
And Frank?
Yeah, I think that there were two that were pretty hard. So one is when I was staff in Hamburg in a youth meeting in December, January timeframe. So we just thought, it's just a 10 days program. Let's sit together with the leaders. Let's leave the children in the other room for some whatever they wanted to do. And then it knocked at the door, and one little, I think, Greece boy came in and said, I think you need to come because everybody is crying. So that was the last night. We all went over and spent the time with the kids and some tears over there.
Einav, for you?
Our last board meeting. Just kidding. Probably my seminar as a participant. I think like the crying started like early into the third week, we were already starting. Oh my God, we only have a few days left.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for me it was the summer camp as a participant in Guatemala there as well. I think 1 week in advance, so barely after the half of the program, someone realized there were only 7 full days left or something, and we started crying. But also there is something that one of the staff members told me on the last day that kind of struck me on that moment, which was you realize you guys will never all be in the same place together again. And I remember that I was like, no, but maybe we can do a reunion. But then, I mean, in hindsight, yes, you can have reunions, but not everyone is going to join. And anyway, it's not going to be the same thing. And that's also part of the magic, I think, of the experience. But yeah, it was a bit hard in that moment.
I think since we're talking about farewells, I'm not sure if we have more time. I think maybe it's time to pass it on.
Yeah,
the
I think
to someone else. It's a 10-hour Donathon. So there's a lot of people that are going to be here. Please don't forget to donate. There is the link in the comments. CISV International really is asking you guys to share your memories, and if you can in any way contribute a little bit, go to the website, Give Butter. There's a link. I don't know all the address to it, but please don't forget the link. And thank you. There it is. givebutter.com/CSV fundraise. And thanks everybody. And bye for me.
And also don't forget, I mean, I think we had some very generous donations in the beginning, which is great, but that's scared off some people. Even very small donations are more than welcome and encouraged. It's like even $5 can make the difference. So please donate.
Yeah, and share your stories. We're happy to receive your donations, but we're also even happier to hear your stories and just see the impact that the organization had on so many people. So share your stories as well.
Yeah, thanks for having us here from the board. Fiona, back to you.
Feels like one of those back to the studio moments. But no, brilliant. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for taking time to join us today on this 10-hour donathon. I think it's really important that everybody gets to hear and see members of our governing board, but also see and hear their experiences from when they were members of CISV, just the same as everybody else, especially if you only encounter them as the governing board. But now we've got a little film coming up for you from Junior Branch Guarataro in Mexico. So over to the video.
Hola. Ciao. Moin moin. Share a CSV memory and make a donation.
And challenge friends to pay it forward and share their own.
Hello, thank you for your interest in the fundraising campaign. Join me next July 18th for an amazing donut. A 10-hour event to share memories, have fun, and make 2020 count. July 18th, starting at 10 a.m. UK time.
Make each memory count.
Make each memory count.
Hatagi ugbili ang matang budlo. Make each memory count. Ang pahalagahan natin ang bawat alaala. Make each memory count.
You're about to hear something you've always felt but never really said.
We constantly live worrying about what's coming and at the same time, what we're leaving behind.
Let's compare our brains to the storage of the device in which you're watching this video right now on.
The human brain is said to have around 1 million gigabytes of storage capacity. And saying you want to remember every single day, that's not much for a lifetime, don't you think?
Imagine how great it could be to choose which memories you could keep forever. Unluckily, it doesn't work that way. Sometimes our favorite memories start to get blurry, and we know we have all faced that desperate feeling.
Fear of forgetting. Fear of forgetting that moment when you laughed so hard you thought you'd cry. Forgetting that activity that made you question everything. Forgetting all the dancing and singing. Forgetting the people you never thought you would end up considering family. We're afraid of life going on and forgetting all these details that in the moment meant everything.
But then, there's these people. These people that by simply looking at them, hundreds of details, feelings and memories come to your mind that no other thing can ever bring you. Looking at those people, of course these feelings make sense. All these people were part of life-changing experiences, and it only took days to make you feel like you've known each other forever.
As long as you make sure to keep these people close to you, and I'm not talking physically, but closer in what really matters, and it's that wonderful mind of yours. And this is part of what makes CISV that special.
With every sound comes memory. With a song, a whole experience. Every kitos, every flag time, your favorite lullaby, your camp song, these are now parts of who you are. A CISV will always be part not only of your best memories, but of your whole perspective of life.
This doesn't mean that your memories will be kept intact. At the end of the day, you may not remember things as vivid as you once did, but that does not matter. What really matters is that all you have lived throughout your life has brought you to this precise moment, to be who you are today.
Maybe we got it all wrong. Why don't we change this feeling of fear into a feeling of gratefulness?
Let's be grateful for all that we have lived, for everything we will be living, and most importantly, for everything we are living right now. Life is what you make of it, so let's make each day amazing. Let's make each day count. Finally, we want you to take a moment.
Take this moment to thank every single person and thing that has been part of this journey. Looking at these pictures and videos and this long speech, we have something in common: CISV.
CISV has taken us in a magic journey around the world, sometimes without even leaving our own cities. All of us share this, and we'll share it forever. Through every change, trip, experience, adventure, adversity, and even a pandemic, we all carry CISV within us.
And like we said, let's be grateful. So thank you. Thank you to every single person who has been part of this journey. We thank the memories, the laughter, the cryings, the songs, the cultures, everything, even all the see you laters.
So now, after listening to all of this, do you really think you will forget what really matters? Every single day of our lives? Just remember all of this and smile. Be grateful.
Hi again, everyone. So we're now well into the third hour of our 10-hour donathon. So joining me now is Pippa Raimondo, who is our content lead for Global Conference 2021. Hi, Pippa. How are you today?
Hello, I'm good. How are you, Fiona?
Yep, good. Good. And hour 3 of this. So tell us about Global Conference and what you're doing with it.
So Global Conference is a big topic at the moment. So as you've just seen, we've decided on a theme for 2021, which is involved into tomorrow, which is a big theme because what we really want to celebrate, well, is CISV 70th birthday or anniversary, and really build from what we've learned in the past 70 years and how can we really adapt to the global context and what we're living now. So this is a bit about, well, Global Conference is going to be all about collaboration, innovation, and really new ways of thinking. So we tend to say that quite a lot in CISV, really get out of the box and everything. But this is really something that we're trying to address and really use during this global conference. So really thinking about, okay, how can we change things that we do? How can you change from the normal session that you have just discussions to really something that you can really work and that you can really get inspired and bring back to your chapter NNA?
No, and you're right, absolutely right. It's such an appropriate theme right now. And I like the idea that it's an evolution. So it's not just a radical revolution of who CISV is, it's talking evolution. So we've constantly been changing, we always change, but it's incremental at times and it will vary in pace, but it gives an opportunity to try out new ideas and become something different.
Exactly. And I think it's really about also building on that evolution. So really building on change, because obviously things have changed quite a bit from during the last 70 years. So it's really using that as a strength to find our way forward and really taking into account quite a lot of things that have been happening, things that have been developed but are not quite institutionalized yet. But that could definitely be. So it's really bringing all that creative thinking and really all that diversity that we have in CISV and really put it forward for everyone to have access to it and to benefit from it. So it's quite exciting. I think it would be quite interesting to let you all know that we have the call for sessions that is open now. So I think it's a bit what I also was, wanting to let you all know is that the call for sessions open on the 60th of June and will be open until the 15th of August until I can see now the deadline to submit exactly. So 15th of August at midnight UK time. We're really trying to reach everyone. So it's not just, you don't have to submit hopefully you will submit a session, but you don't have to be, super involved, super used to talking to big audiences, having a very extensive experience or anything. It's really about, okay, what content do you think would make sense for a conference like this? How would you put it forward in a creative, also innovative way that could really talk to the people who will participate in your session? But really more about, okay, what do you as an individual bring to Global Conference and what can you put forward as a topic that you would like to address and that would make sense for everyone who will be attending? We are expecting quite a lot of participants, so there'll be quite a lot of, there will be a big diversity in experiences, backgrounds, and everything. And we're really trying to use that and really get inspired by that. So I would really, really emphasize that no matter your experience, no matter your age, no matter what you've done or what you haven't, if you have a topic that you think will be very important for CISV as an organization and you want to share it and you even have a great way and a great idea on how to share it, then you should definitely submit a session. We'll be very, very excited to read it and to provide feedback and to just walk you through it. So I think that for me is a key message to put today.
No, that's perfect. And hopefully everybody will take a look at that. And those that are interested in submitting will do so by the 15th of August. So remember, guys, if you want to submit, 15th of August is the deadline and you can find out more on our website.
Exactly. Take a look at the concept notes. That is quite nice and gives you a big overview about everything that we'll be doing and what kind of sessions we're looking for, what kind of moments you'll have at Global Conference. So I think it's quite an interesting document. So I really recommend that you all read it before submitting your session.
Because it talks about the 4 themes that the content's being broken down to as well, doesn't it?
Exactly, it does. So right now we have 5 themes, which is building on change, creating for tomorrow, developing sustainability, fostering collaboration to promote impact, and enhancing quality in our learning experiences. So they're quite broad themes, but quite important ones as well. So what we've done is that for each of the sub-themes, we've put some 5 small questions or things that we would like to answer or provide an answer to or really reflect more on. So you really have the space to decide on which of these sub-themes you want to contribute to. You have the possibility to provide your opinion, your insights on that. So we're really looking forward. And even if, for example, you have an idea of a session that doesn't fit exactly under one of those questions, you're definitely free to also submit that and just have a discussion with us. We are a group of people who are working on it, obviously, and we had quite a lot of feedback and input from people, but we're more than willing to think about other things, and we'll be quite happy to have other types of insights and other types of ideas that could really contribute to our conference.
That's amazing, Pippa. And what would be your CISV memory to share?
Well, I think related to global conference, I think that's quite a good, it's quite a good memory. So I only participated in one global conference last, 2018, so the last one, as an international junior branch representative, and it was quite intense because I've never participated in one. It was also, we had quite a lot of people. There were quite a lot of things happening at the same time. But for me, it was really, really interesting. In addition to all the sessions, it was really interesting to see how we could all come together and really have interesting discussions, even in between sessions. So we really took what the best part of our volunteers and their insights and their diversity and what they had to share, their experiences and their backgrounds. And I thought we really made the best out of it. So we really had interesting discussions. We could really go to talk to anyone who we think or who we thought had great insights or could share a bit more. So it was really about collaboration and working together. And that's something that I really, really enjoyed. And I think for this global conference in 2021, the content team, which I'm also going to say who they are because I think it's quite important. So it's Carla from Brazil, Agustin from Spain, and Mateo from Colombia. And actually maybe all the working groups. So also Mac from the US, Graham from Australia, and Emily from the UK, and Agustin from Costa Rica. And I think we've been really trying to reflect on how we can make global conference really matter for each person and really being an asset for each person. So we're really trying to find all of those moments outside of sessions where more people can collaborate, more people can contribute, and we can have those meaningful discussions in between sessions and not just in a very specific way and dynamic way. So yes.
No, that's amazing. So of course, everybody, if you've enjoyed hearing what you've heard from all of our guests so far about their memories, then please do go on to givebutter.com/CISV and donate what you can. Absolutely echo what everybody has said already, that it doesn't matter how small it is, every dollar counts. So whether it's $1, $5, bigger than that, that's absolutely fine. Just if you can, anything you give will help us in our 70-year future. So we now have another quick video coming up. So from our AGB and JB Colombia and from JB Costa Rica. So take it away. Thanks, Pippa.
Our actions are what make the difference. Analysis showed that the COVID-19 crisis temporarily cut carbon dioxide emissions in China by 25%.
Quarantine has showed us how materialistic the world has become, and that we need to take a break and a few steps back to realize what really matters.
Such as quality time with our family, and taking care and appreciating what the earth has done for us.
For the first time, we have stopped being the main actors and are now the audience.
Food, earth, rivers, forests, ocean, air, climate, ozone layer. It's their turn to lead now, which means it's our turn to be there for them.
Now that we're bored in our houses, instead of wasting your time, wasting your energy, or feeling like you're not being productive,
start by doing small actions.
Recycle more. Do eco breaks. Eat less meat.
Don't waste water.
Turn off the lights when you're not using them.
donate your clothes that are still in good condition.
When quarantine ends, let's all come out with a fresh new start and think more what we do for the environment.
Niente povertà.
Jag jobbar. Buena salud y bienestar.
Educación berkualitas.
El museu בנרו גלוסית.
Agua limpia y saneamiento.
אנרגיה נקייה במחיר סביר.
Trabajo decente y crecimiento económico.
Industria, innovación en infraestructura. Reducción de desigualdad.
Ciudades y comunidades sostenibles.
Vastuullista kuluttamista.
Acción por el clima.
Vida en la tierra.
Paz, justiça e instituições eficazes.
Partnerships to achieve the goals.
Let's work individually to make a change altogether and to achieve these goals as soon as possible.
Our actions are what make the difference.
Actions matter.
Hello again, everyone. I'm on the other side this time as moderator. This is Tommaso from the governing board. And now I'll be interviewing for you two of our newest staff members at the international office, Fiona, who you've all already seen as a moderator for the past couple of hours, and Wade, who's our new safeguarding lead. I assume they're going to appear. Okay, hi again, Fiona, and hi, Wade.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
So how are you? How are things in the UK?
I think it sounds like a bit of a cliche to say they've been weird, but it has been a very strange time. I started with CISV in February, and within a month, everything changed. So when you talk about me being in the office or being part of the office, we haven't been there for 3 months. So, but I have felt very much part of a new team, and that's been good.
Good. Yeah, actually, I wanted to also specify that we thought it could be nice for the CSV world to have this session with the two of you, as you're both fairly new. I met you both in person when I was in Newcastle in January, but Wade hadn't even started yet. And yeah, as you said, the world changed, so there won't be many in-person opportunities in the next few months. So you have already met let's say the leadership, the people in charge from the different NAs and some of the global calls that we had, but this is an opportunity to engage with the CSV world at large as well. So perhaps you can take this opportunity to introduce yourselves quickly and tell us what brought you to CISV. Fiona, maybe you can go first.
So I've worked in communications for about 15 years, and mainly in public sector. So a lot of that has been with our National Health Service, and I've also worked with a few private companies as well. But I've always wanted to and always try to get more involved with companies who have a mission and a purpose. So when this opportunity came up and I was approached for it, and to join CISV, I'll be honest, I'd not heard of CISV before, but I looked it up and it just looked amazing, absolutely amazing. The values and the ethics and what you try and do and the purpose of the organisation, that's what really attracted me. And the more I read about the organisation, the more I was like, I want this job. So yeah, so I applied for the role. And I was very fortunate to be offered it. And it's been an absolute pleasure working with everybody so far. Like Wade, it feels a bit weird to have started for a little bit of time and then been off for a bit and back. But I will say from day one, everybody has been so welcoming and really helpful and really patient when I ask lots of stupid questions and sometimes get things wrong. But yeah, because everybody has such long histories with CISV, so it can feel a little daunting when you come in as someone without a CISV background. But that's what I mean. Everyone has been so welcoming and warm towards me on that. So yeah, I love being here.
I understand your feeling. Well, CSV is a well-kept secret, as you were saying. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that you hadn't heard about it. And yes, I think that as CSVers, sometimes even on the local level, we realize that we want to be inclusive, but that actually it can be a bit too much for someone who steps in. First of all, it's the kingdom of acronyms, and then it's not based only on volunteering, but also on strong friendships. So it takes a while to find one's space, but we're very glad to have you with us. And even though these first months have been a bit bumpy, I think we can already see some of the effects of your work. And Wade, what is your story? How did you find CISV? And
well, I've been in safeguarding for nearly 30 years now, working with a national charity for quite a while with the NSPCC, and then I've worked with national charities at a senior level in safeguarding roles. And I was just starting to look around when I saw the advert for CISV. And like Fiona, I hadn't heard of CISV, but a couple of clicks on the website, and I was reading about, you know, the values of peace, friendship, mutual understanding, and encouraging young people to be active world citizens. Completely hooked. Like Fiona, wanted the job because of the values, because of what the organization's been trying to do since the 1950s, and what it's been inspiring. And I felt very comfortable in aligning my values with CISV. I just felt very comfortable with what it stood for, what it was trying to achieve, and how it was going about it. And I just, I'm just really pleased to have got the job.
And in these months of working from home, how has the relationship with your colleagues been? Has it been very hard to keep in touch? I might have heard that there's also a regular pub gathering, but virtually.
Well, we started a virtual pub called, and in England the pubs, the public houses have local names, and because there'd been a run on panic buying in the UK of toilet rolls, I think they were around the world, we called the pub the dog and bog roll. It was a toilet roll, the dog and bog roll. And we met there, or we meet there some Fridays, and we've had a cocktail evening and things like that. So that's been good from that social side, so we've still been able to gather in a social way, albeit virtually. Working from home all of the time when the office hasn't been shut has been a challenge, because a bit like Fiona was saying about asking the stupid questions, learning where everything's stored online in our office is different from being in the office and asking somebody immediately. So that's been a bit of a challenge, because I've been having to ask those sort of questions. But I work alongside Anders Wolf. Many people will know, and he and I think I've got a good working relationship, bouncing ideas off each other, and I regularly will be talking to Fiona and Gibby and others in the office on matters. So that's been getting used to it, but I do like the idea of the time, looking forward to the time when we can be face to face again. That would be nice.
I have another difficult question for you that emerged when people were asking questions to us. What do you think, what do you think CISV should do to stay relevant in 2020? And I'm not referring necessarily to the pandemic that is putting new challenges for our in-person programs, but also to the fact that the organization is about to turn 70, and well, there's no peace everywhere in the world. We haven't achieved our objectives, maybe because they were just very ideal objectives and not things that we thought the individual CISVer could change. But what do you think the role of CISV could be in society?
I think it's important that we don't lose touch with the idea that face-to-face meetings with young people, bringing young people together, and the values that they bring, and learning about cultural differences, learning about how we resolve conflicts at a local, regional, national level, international level, becomes absolutely crucial. I don't think there's been a more important time since the Second World War ended for young people to learn those things. The world is in a very dangerous place now. And I think that young people, just watching that video that you were showing a few minutes ago, sort of really brought it home to me that young people are the ones that will be making the difference. I think that continuing doing some of the things that the organization's been doing since the 1950s, maybe doing it in different and innovative ways, or maybe looking at what is the legacy that we've built already. So looking back at some of our people that have been through CISV, who have maybe achieved things in their own countries or in international work, and reflecting that back to the young people to say, you know, these are some of the things we've achieved with what we've done. So continuing doing what we're doing, but maybe look at innovative ways to deliver that.
Fiona?
I can't disagree with anything that Wade said there.
No, of course.
Of course not. But I think as well that our young people who are in CISV, they've got such a powerful voice. And it can be, if you watch the news every single day or regularly, it can feel quite disheartening and a bit despairing in terms of what's going on. But actually, we know we've got this fantastic worldwide community who see things differently, who see that the world can be better and actively want to make that happen. Some of the themes might have changed over the years. We might be more aware of more issues now than we were 70 years ago, but that's a good thing. It shows that we learn and we do what we do best, which is we learn and we listen and we try and we test and we're not afraid to get it wrong and we're not afraid to fail, but we'd rather try and fail than not try at all. And that's what, to me, CISV brings. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to join, because people like me who'd never heard of CISV, if people like me are so enthusiastic already and we've barely been here, there is such an opportunity to spread that out there and spread it wider beyond the CISV family and make more people know who we are and what we can do. So that's what I want to help do.
Yeah, actually, yeah, what you just said leads to my next question. If you had to think of CISV in 10 years, I realize it's not necessarily your expertise. It's just like I'm asking for your personal opinions. Do you think we should involve more people, and should we involve them in the places where we are already, or should we invest on expanding to areas of the world where unfortunately we're not present? Some of them are areas that I think would definitely benefit from our presence, but also we would definitely benefit from theirs in terms of diversity. Do you think we should prioritize expansion where we are, expansion to new places, both? Or, I mean, Wade maybe is biased here. Should we just focus on where we are and the numbers that we have and try to do things better and in a safer way?
Shall I?
Sure.
I think my job is obviously making sure that everybody is reassured that we're delivering the services and the opportunities for young people in the safest way possible. If in 10 years' time we've built that up into countries where we're not currently doing that, then that's fantastic and that's great. That would be superb. There are some countries around the world where it would definitely be beneficial that young people were learning about conflict resolution, peace building, and where we're currently not operating. So yeah, that would be fantastic and be a wonderful thing to be aiming for in 10 years' time.
Fiona?
Well, no. In an ideal world, yeah, you'd do both. You would expand where you are now, but you'd expand into new areas. That is basic level marketing. But we have to be realistic and pragmatic in terms of what we can do. So there is a pace question, I think, here in terms of, I think the ambition is a good one, but it's how we do it and how we do it safely, how we engage people so that if we are going to try and go into areas we haven't been before, that what are those steps we need to do to make sure it succeeds and give them the support that they need. And it might well be baby steps for some of those places. But it's the harder road to go down, I think, but it could be so rewarding. I know, trick question.
but some giving young people the skill set to do some of the things that young people can do, and picking up on what Fiona was saying earlier, young people's voices aren't easily heard on the news, aren't heard in the mainstream media, and if we were giving young people the confidence to make their voices heard more and to get more involved with things at a local, regional, or international level, then we're doing the right things. And for me, when young people have come to the fore in the last sort of couple of years, either on climate issues, on Black Lives Matters issues, then I think it's been such a refreshing and powerful change when they've done that and they've made the mainstream media, that it's made a lot of people sit up and recognize that young people are going to be in charge in 10 years' time. The young people of today are going to be taking charge of things because, and let's be really honest, you know, the last 15, 20 years, you know, leaders, not all leaders, but a lot of leaders haven't been doing a good job. And yeah, we need young people to do a better job than what we've been having to deal with.
I like your optimism in saying that the young people of today will be in charge in 10 years, knowing how certain countries, including mine, works. I think they'll be in charge in 40 years, and by the time they will have lost their enthusiasm. But you're right that's the point of aiming at young people, that when they grow up, they can make the difference when it's their turn to make decisions at different levels, because it's not only about educating political leaders, but you can be the leader in a company, you can be the leader in your family and actually pass on those messages to someone else. Yes. Thanks. No, very nice message there. Fiona, I have a question for you as a communications person. It's a tricky one, so I hope you'll get out of it. But so you've been with CISV for around 6 months, let's say half a year. Unfortunately, there were no international programs during these 6 months, so you couldn't even go and have a look. But I'm sure you got a good sense of what happens in CISV programs and what happens in the CISV world, with contact with colleagues and with various volunteers. Do you think there is something that as CISVers we do that we don't communicate well enough and that we should actually use as one of our strong points, and that we are kind of forgetting about because we're enthusiastic about other things? Or do you think that the way we promote our, let's say, educational offer is already perfect as it is?
Well, nothing's ever perfect, Tommaso.
See, I made your answer easier with my last sentence.
Thank you very much for that softball. In terms of how we communicate what we do, I think one of the things is where we can get better is how we keep that engagement going for people who aren't necessarily actively involved in CISV anymore. So we keep that CISV memory alive. So I sometimes talk to people about an engagement ladder. So it's, you start at the bottom, and that could be really, really low level engagement. So you might just get information from us about what we're doing. So you're just kept warmly in touch with who we are and what we do, all the way up to the highest level of engagement where, like you, Tommaso, you're a governing board member. So that's really being actively involved, and whether that's also on your national board or on JB or IJR or ANAR, or there's so many different levels there. But it's hard because, yeah, we're such a big family anyway that we're really good at talking to ourselves. But it's how we and me can help share that across the wider CIS family, because I'm seeing stuff today and the last few days, which is fantastic, but I hadn't seen it before. So how do we share that, and how do we share it across the family? Because we can all learn from each other. So then it sparks creativity, sparks ideas in terms of, well, I've just seen JB Philippines doing this fabulous campaign on mental health. How do we pick up and run with that ball? I've just seen a great campaign from Australia on Pride Month. So how does somebody else pick up and run with the ball? How do we share the assets and things? So we're not all necessarily having to try and create things on our own. We can become more of a collaboration family and share stuff between us. Does that make sense?
It does. And I think actually more communication between members and between members and international is definitely one of the most important points, I think, of what you mentioned. Sometimes I feel that, especially at chapter level, where maybe you are several steps removed from international, you end up reinventing the hot water because you You don't know that someone has already faced the exact same problem, sometimes even in your same chapter 10 years before, because handover is not always done properly with volunteers who, for personal reasons, have to leave suddenly. But also maybe that your neighboring chapter had to face the same situation, or someone in another NA. So yes, I think investing in sharing tools and mechanisms of different kinds is a very good plan. The engagement with alumni or with people who anyway were exposed to the organization is definitely something else that you brought up that I think is very interesting. I think the problem is also that there have been, that alumni can be many things. They can be someone who went to one experience once. They can be a parent who participated for a few years, or an active volunteer who had all sorts of positions and then moved on to something else. And it's difficult to cater for all of them because they probably have different levels of interest in knowing how the organization is doing. So, well, good luck. You're the communications lead. So, Wade, did you want to say something on this or?
No, I think Fiona's covered it well.
Okay, perfect. I think we are more or less running out of time. So do you have any final words to the CISV world? Hopefully they'll all manage to meet you in about a year at Global Conference. Well, not all of them, but the many people that will attend. But meanwhile, if you want to leave a message.
I would just say thank you to everybody who's given me a very warm welcome over the last few months through what's been a very difficult time. Starting a new job and then all of these things happening. It has been, it still feels like I've come to the right organization, and it's lovely to be working for CISV. So thank you to the welcome that I've been given.
Glad to hear that. Thanks to you, Wade, for being part of the team. And Fiona?
Likewise, thank you so much, everybody, for welcoming into your hearts and lives, really. But I'm really keen to still get to know more of you. So please feel free to get in touch, and more than happy to have a Zoom coffee at any time, because I'd love to know more about what happens in what's going on in your particular chapters and things like that as well.
Thanks to both of you. I'll just remind everyone that this is a donathon, so it's a donation marathon today. So don't forget to donate or to share our campaign on givebutter.com on your profiles, or send it to friends or people you met in CSV experiences you took part in. Thank you very much.
Here in this village you may see children living happily, different race and different land. Here we come to understand one another's points of view, learning through the things we do. What I am I to you. Here we live and eat and sleep, talk and laugh and sometimes sleep. Here we share our hopes and fears, feel the bridge across the years. So let's see and plant the tree, the need of branches there may be. All the nations gather free, let our children so may grow, in a world we do not know. Sharing all we have to give, learning how to love and live. In our hands our future lies. Seize the moment where it flies. Stop the present with an act. There to make our dreams a fact.
Hi everyone, this is a message for all Javiers.
The people who want to sow a seed for change in the world.
And who aren't too small to make an impact.
We know these are times of uncertainty.
And some of us might feel powerless upon the situation we're living with COVID-19.
However, in this contradictory as it might sound,
right now, we need to be the closest,
despite being socially isolated.
It is our mission to unite and stay connected during this season.
Whether it is by catching up with your CISV friends on FaceTime,
chatting with your family,
or making challenges in social media.
Take this time as an opportunity to try new things.
Or catch up on the ones you left behind.
You might all be wondering, what about our activities as CISV and JV?
Our junior branch has done such a great job at remaining active through the years.
And now is not the time to give up.
We are sure your NJRs are figuring out a plan to react to this situation.
We know that our options might be limited.
And seeing each other face to face might be harder than ever.
But as CISVers, we've learned millions of strategies to overcome these kind of challenges.
And why not make the most out of it?
Let's show our ask to the world.
Let's show our countries our passion and our commitment to do things.
We invite you to find new solutions and resources
and create strategies to keep up with the energy we've had for the past few years.
It is our duty as JVers to keep our organization active and our mission alive.
Junior branch.
Junior branch.
Junior branch.
Junior branch.
Junior branch.
We are stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever. Stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're now getting near to our 4th hour of this 10-hour donathon. If you haven't had a chance to go and have a look yet, please do log on to givebutter/CISV. But next, I'm pleased to be joined by some ex-IJRs. So we have Flora Gergel from Brazil, Pippa Ramundo again, who some of you may have seen earlier from Portugal, and Mateo Velez from Colombia.
Good morning.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Well, good morning
Hello.
for me. Good
Also
afternoon
for me.
you guys.
Middle of the afternoon for us. Hello. For Mateo is even earlier, right?
Yeah.
Dedication.
It's 6. I don't even know. Almost 7. Oh, it's not that early. Some had to wake up earlier this morning in this household.
Yeah, true.
That is very true. That is very, very true. So because obviously our theme is make each memory count. So just start off this conversation with, I know Pippa, you have already shared one memory, but I'm going to ask you to dredge up another. So if we can kick off with you sharing your memories of CISV. Who wants to lead? Flora.
No. Yeah, I think that's a really tough question, and it's something that people always ask. Like, it's like, oh, but share some CISV memory. But like, the truth is that CISV was an intense part of my life for many years. So it's really hard to pick only one because it was so in my routine that it's like picking a memory from a period of your life. So I don't know, it's really hard. But the most special moments were related to the special people I met and who are in my life, even if I'm not as involved right now. So I think I can say that as an IJR is really special, the moment when your term ends and you look back and see a lot of things that maybe during the process you didn't realize how special it was. But yeah, for me in Global Conference 2018, when we were doing a lot of special projects and things that we really worked on, and at the end, seeing all of my friends there, and it was really special for me, and seeing that these made sense after all.
Fabulous. Mateo?
Even if I joined CISV at a very young age, before having the opportunity to go on international programs, I was involved in junior branch. But I think one of my dearest memories is when I had the chance to actually go to an international meeting without knowing what that actually entailed. Was just more of like, oh, we are going to Thailand back in 2005, and we are joining our annual international meeting. It was an amazing experience, and it was like a extended combo, because it wasn't only having the opportunity to join arm then IJBC and AIM at a very particular time also for us here in Colombia and what was happening internationally. And most or some of the people that I met back in 2005 are still dear friends today. So that was a really nice time back then.
Pippa, I know you talked about Global Conference 2018 before.
I did.
Is there something else you'd want to share in terms of memories of CISV?
I think, well, I'm gonna go for maybe when I was also an IJR. So because I think, yeah, it also makes sense here. I think for me it was really seeing how much you are connected with a lot of different people and how you really learn from them and also grow because of it. And for me, it's also a lot of first time. So yeah, first time at Global Conference where we were facilitating sessions with Florida and our facilitators. It's also going to the first APRW, so the regional meeting in Asia Pacific, where I was super well received and was really mind blowing. It was one of my best experiences, I would say. It's also having a first in-person meeting with the governing boards with Natasha. It's also having a first motion presented at Global Conference and having it approved. So it's quite a lot of intense moments, but that all of them together gets the best memories. And even the worst ones are also sometimes made better by all the people that we get to meet and work with. So yes, I think I would say that.
So we have CISVers who have yet to take on a role within their chapter. So far their CISV experience may be a village or a seminar camp or something else or step up. So if they were thinking about the next time there's a vacancy, what would you say to someone about why it's a good thing to be an IJR? What did you get out of it?
I'm going to let you answer first.
Yeah, Mateo, I think you were the first IJR of the group, so maybe.
Chronologically, okay. I think regardless of the time that we or that person will be leaving, or the context and the global context that might be taking place at the time, it's always knowing that there's so much to give back to the organization in a position where you can inspire others to do so. I think it sounds scary, and it sounds that it's a 2-year commitment. So if you think it in terms of time, it's a quite a commitment, but it's also a time usually in your life where you're in college or you're studying. It's something that it might be hard at times to juggle with, but it's a time to learn as well for you. And I will say that it's a perfect combination of make sure you can inspire others to take some meaningful actions, and some of the radical changes that we've seen in our organization were either conceived or pushed and shaped in junior branch, and you take part of leading that movement, and it's pretty amazing. And the fact, I mean, most of the memories, for instance, that Pipa mentioned as an IJR, those are the things that you get to do every day joining different leading different groups at different time zones, getting to share experiences and join meetings, regional meetings, which are a hell of a different world in one context than the other, and still gives you the opportunity to learn tremendously from all of those experiences. So for me, it's just a way to give back, but a huge amount of things coming into you that either at the time you're an IJR, but afterwards you just you're very grateful for the time.
Yes. So on that line, I also think it's like at least for me, I was really inspired by all the challenges that we had. So I think despite everything, you need to really want and see yourself and look at this position and say, okay, like I'm willing to do that, because there will be new challenges every day and you will need to face it. And you, as Mateo said, like you need to deal with a lot of groups and time zones and different projects at the same time. But at the same time, like looking back when I'm at work, or I don't know, like in my life, I was like, okay, I did that when I was like 20 years old. So I'm able to do anything if I want. Like, so I think it's really empowering also to see that you were part of something really big and you learned a lot from completely different people. And now you can apply most of the things that you learned there in anything that you want to do. So I think that's also, like, despite the contribution that you give to the organization, and how many people that you don't even know that says, oh, I was really inspired by you, and you don't control the hugeness of that. For you, it's something that in your daily life, it's always new challenges, and it's really important that you are in line with that. And also you learn a lot about working with the co-IJR, so working with a partner. So yeah, I think being inspired by the challenges and having the ability of learning from everything is the best part of these huge things.
Yeah. And I think, well, I agree with everything that's been said before, but for me, it's also all about the thing of representing International Student Branch and representing the young volunteers that we have in our organization, really putting forward what they believe in, the insights that they can bring, the way that they're facing challenges, the finding ways and strategies to really make sure that they've been heard and that what we do makes sense for them, since they're the ones that we're targeting or the ones that we want them to become active global citizens. So for me, I think it's also a big part of the work. And it's quite an honor, I think, as an IGR to really be able to represent that and to gather all those insights, get to meet all those people who have a lot of things to say, and a lot of relevant things to say, and to really make sure that we are putting forward our best efforts to really have an impact for the future generations.
Yeah.
No, that's amazing. So based on that then, the experiences you've had with CISV, how have they influenced your journeys, your life journeys so far?
Can we follow the same order, Mateo?
Okay. Let's go from the personal to the professional. So
Okay.
on the personal note, also an ex-IJR, but I had the chance to meet my wife in CISV, and she was also an IJR. So yeah, that was of course a huge impact, not to say the least. And in a professional life, I think it's, for me, it's been the case, and I think it's a common denominator with all of the people that you get to meet after some years when they were actually active, or still have work in CISV, and it's that it basically gives you the toolkit that then you just open up in your professional life, and it comes natural, but you always look back through the rear mirror and know that all of that you're doing today is the result of something that happened before, and that something is the way you get to facilitate things, the way you get to manage groups, plan, organize, manage budget, look for those ways to bridge opinions amongst people. Like it's many of the soft and hard skills that this organization has, and the programs and the international conference or experiences that equipped you with so many things that in one way or another you get to use and put into place in the things what you do personally. I work at a consultancy firm where I get to facilitate a lot of undelivered workshops often, and it's something that oh, where did you learn this and that, and it's something that comes for some of us um, just from being exposed to CISV. So I would say that I apply on a daily basis CISV, of course in an organizational context, which is pretty different, but the tool set and the and everything, it's thanks to this organization.
Yes, I agree with everything that he said. And also, I think one of the things that are really, I don't know, I see in a lot of CISVers is that working in our work environment, we always are looking for the purpose of what we're doing. I think this is something that in CISV, with our limited time and energy that we could put into things, but one thing that was common was that we always wanted to do those things. And I think we are also seek for that in our work environments. Like, I really want to do this, so I'm going to do what I can to make it happen. So I think this being guided by a purpose is something that I'll bring to all of my work environments. And despite that, I think the experience as an IJR also gave you the skills to have an overview of everything that is happening, because you had to lead a lot of projects at the same time. And I think this is also a really important skill, because like we were not always focused only on one thing. We had an overview and we had a plan. We needed to, these needed to make sense with the whole organization. And I think this is also something important in our work environment. So currently, I'm working in a museum that is also an NGO. And I just started working there during this quarantine period. And one thing that I think I brought from CISV is that, okay, like, we have a lot of challenges every day with the formats that we need to reinvent, but we are ready for that. And also when people say, oh, but we'll be working from home, and I was like, we are all at the same time zone. That's what we So I think, yeah, as Matheus said, it's something that we apply in our daily life and in our daily routine. It became part of us. So it's, as an individual, sometimes people are like, oh, where did you learn that? I was like, oh, I took part in this organization and I did this and that job. So even like tools to organize meetings, these basic things that became really simple in our work in CISV, really turns out to be something important in our work routine too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. So I didn't find my husband in CISV. So I guess maybe personally, it didn't work so well for me as it did for Matthew.
Still time, people. Still time.
But I still met people that are very important in my life. So I would say that I still manage to get somewhere very nice. No, but more in a serious way. I think personally for me, it was also about really giving me the confidence in my choices and in my critical thinking, really being able to see the bigger picture and go outside of my area, of my surroundings, of my family, my education, my religion and everything. So I think just having this multitude of diverse people and really being able to engage them and understand them, or at least trying to understand them and really go through their all reasoning and understanding their opinions, their positions, why they have those positions and everything. That also really brought quite a lot of things to my life and the way that I tolerate things or how I am towards intolerance, and really trying to understand people better. And I think that's super important because obviously we're quite always, I would say, surrounded by people. So it's really important to also understand what really drives them, and to really make that effort to understand and not just, well, build on stereotypes or the ways that you think and get closed in that. So I think personally that's definitely something that I benefited quite a lot. And then professionally, I decided to go into education a bit more specifically. So I do work to making sure that education is accessible, that everyone has equal access, and obviously we still have a long way to go, and quality education is not available for everyone everywhere. But it's still a path that I think is worth taking, and definitely everything regarding non-formal education, as it is sometimes a bit less understood and at least less seen as a very viable way of educating. And I think that's definitely because of CISV, because I am aware that I am who I am today because of CISV. I'm a better person because of it. I'm a better, well, professional because of it. And if I can bring just an ounce of that to the people that are around me and to my surroundings, then I think they would be already quite lucky to have that as I did. So, yes.
So I think that kind of leads us nicely into, you talked about how CISV has had such a huge influence on all of your lives. So what would you wish for the future of CISV? What do you think it might look like? We're going to go back to Matteo, aren't we?
No, I was going to say, Flora, you can go because you already said it. The thing that we talked about. And Flora is in the middle, I feel that it's fair. The middle is always the forgotten one.
I see that you're like, in this position of mediating, moderating things, people. Okay, so I think despite anything, I think it's something that CISV can also learn a lot from junior branch. And my wish is that CISV keeps always reinventing itself. I don't know about new formats and what people are calling like new normal and things like that. I have, honestly, I have no idea on that. But I think as junior branch, CISV needs to keep reinventing itself in the topics that we discuss, in the themes and the way that we develop things. So my wish is that CISV keeps always connected to what young people are thinking and what they're bringing to the world. And yeah, that's my biggest wish, that we can see in 40 years, we can look at people at 11 years old or even younger, I don't know, but they could look and see, okay, this is relevant for me. This is what I'm looking for. I don't know, like these are the things that I like to discuss. These are the things that I'm interested about. I think that's the biggest challenge, to keep reinventing itself so it's still relevant for the new generations.
Yeah, I will jump into in that last line of Laura, in terms of, we need to, and my wish is that we are still relevant in the way we accomplish our mission, in the way we, regardless of what's happening in our context, in our international context, still our purpose and still the way and why we do what we do in CISV remains relevant and relevant enough for us to change the way we think, the change that we approach the new normal, as you put it before, but certain that we do have so many valuable things at hand to make really an impact, especially in times where what we are listening is more of a no, we can't, or how difficult it is, or how, yeah, can we struggle, and honestly, we know that it's possible, and we've known that it's possible throughout many other difficulties at times. We kept, so to say, our promise of our purpose in this organization, and I think we need to believe in what we do, and that it now is how can we, as young leaders, and how can we inspire other young leaders to actually take action into remaining relevant. And that comes from whoever is joining new, and whoever is still is working here to make every bit of effort count.
Well, and then maybe to finalize it, or to give my piece of things, it's also, I think, as an organization, we also need to stand up more and do more things than just talking. We do a lot of talking, which is very nice, and you get to learn a lot by talking, but we also need to put more things into practice and to really make sure that we're making a difference, because it's not always about only discussing. It's really about implementing things, even in your daily life, and even in your small scale, in your small part of the world. But it's really making sure that, yes, we remain relevant and we do tackle issues and challenges that the world is facing, but we really take that outside of CISV and outside of a discussion, and really starts making the change one step at a time, but still really practicing what we preach, and just not talking about it, but doing more than that.
No, that's great. So I know that we're going to have a lullaby session soon.
Yes.
So it's to say goodbye.
Mateo was going to choose one song to start singing.
It's amazing. Pipa is the best singer I know. Pipa is the best singer I know.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's a karaoke session.
Well, yeah, let's
that would do.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us, Mateo and Flora.
You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye.
So yes, so we are going to have our lullaby session, which is just getting queued up now. So it is something that is a really magical moment for people when they're at the camps, and it's where everybody gathers to say goodnight, and especially with all the different delegations. So you're now going to have 40 minutes of lullabies as we say goodbye to our Asia Pacific viewers.
Hola. Hoi. Marhaba. Hi. Konnichiwa. Xin chào. 大家好. Maayong mabuhay. Bonjour. Namaste. Hi, I'm Olivia. Meu nome é Kayai. My name is Yara. My name is Marina. Marcus. Kennedy. Masha. Sono Anna e vengo dall'Italia. Österreich. Brasil. Colombia. Confagana. India.
Indonesia. New Zealand.
From the Philippines. Singapore and Myanmar. From the United States. Vietnam. From Australia. And it's okay to be different. And it's okay to be vulnerable. And it's okay to be sad.
It's okay to be lonely. It's okay to be abnormal. It is okay to be unique.
It's okay to be imperfect. And it's okay to not be okay.
It's okay to be awkward.
And it's okay to be alone.
It's okay to be alone.
It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to be whatever you want to be.
It's okay to be lazy. It's okay to be nervous.
It's okay to be afraid.
It's okay to be scared.
And it's okay to be upset. And it's okay to laugh.
And it's okay to be sensitive.
And it's okay to be an Asian.
It's okay to be different.
And it's okay to be inquisitive.
It's okay to be asexual.
It's okay to be
Yourself.
It's okay to be not okay.
It's okay to be.
It's okay to be clumsy.
It is okay to be whatever makes you happy. And it's okay to be bored.
It's okay to be diverse. And it's okay to not be okay.
It's okay to be lost at times.
It's okay to be a child.
It's okay to be
It's okay to be stressed.
It's okay to be living a happy life without losing a part of yourself.
And it's okay to be tired.
And it's okay to be less than perfect.
I think it's okay to be unsure. Unsure about what's currently going on, unsure about what's to come, or unsure about life in general. Because at the end of the day, that's the beauty of curiosity and just wanting to learn and grow more as you go through life.
It's okay to be weird. Right, Yoda?
We started this campaign in 2018 to spread awareness and speak about mental health.
This campaign's purpose was to remind the youth to be their true authentic self and to celebrate how beautiful it is to be you in a world that forces us to conform to its standards.
Although we say goodbye, the purpose of this campaign still lives on.
Thank you to all 200 participants from 34 countries. Through you, we started growing to something good and beautiful.
May everybody continue to learn to love themselves, and in that process, be empowered to love and encourage others as well.
Always remember it's okay. Salamat.
Salamat! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. CISV is a journey following John Friedrich's form of self-experience, learn and share with others and from other people. Most importantly, CSV helped me build connected relationships with people around the world, and that I am aspiring to be able to inspire others more about peace and education. Hi everyone, my name is Sophie, and I'm a Cooper's junior officer. CISB means so much to me, and it's given me so many opportunities. And it's given me the opportunity to meet some amazing people and make friends locally, nationally, and internationally. And it's made me the person that I am today. What I really miss about CISB during quarantine is all the hugs and cuddle puddles during lunch times. So I don't miss my legs falling asleep and having pins and needles. I do miss everyone so much, and I hope that everyone is well and safe.
To me, CISV means learning about how we can change the future for the better, and steps we can take as youth to make that happen. In the quarantine period, many CISV programs, activities, and other opportunities have been changed or cancelled, which makes it hard to stay connected to the CISV community.
CISV is a place where I can have fun and be myself. And that's what I like most about CISV. What I miss most about CISV is probably people. I just love hanging out with everyone, and it really sucks we can't see each other in person.
Hi, I'm Oliver. The reason why I'm wearing a mask, not outside, but like I just got like a whole facial surgery thing, so that's why I'm keeping the mask on. So I'm here to talk about what CISV means to me. CISV really is a place where I can, be myself pretty much and just have the fear of not being judged. Like I don't have to act differently, so that I can like fit in. I can, be myself, and I'll be accepted for that.
What I love about CISV is how much it has taught me and how much it teaches others in our community about things like human rights, sustainability, gender diversity, and conflict resolution. Something I really miss while being in quarantine is all of the friendships that I've been able to make through CISV.
Hey everyone, my name is Serena Haggerty, and this is a cover. Please sing along. It's called Good Riddance, Time of Your Life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos and memories and death, it's on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life.
Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in the hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And when the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer, let it be. For though we may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me.
Shine unto tomorrow, let it be.
I wake up to the sound of music, my way comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be.
皆さんこんにちは。私たちは CISVJB ジャパンです。今、世界中で流行しているコロナウイルスの影響で CISV でも様々な行事が中止となって他のメンバーと会えない時期が続いています。今回はオンラインで We Are the World を歌ったので、ぜひ聴いてください。コロナに負けないよう力を合わせて頑張っていきましょう。
There's a time when we hear the sudden call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying, and babies keep going. It's everyone somewhere to make a change. We are gonna burn down those very happy and our chance. We are the one. We are the truth. We are the ones who make the world. So let them believe. It's just me. We're saving our own lives. It's true, when I tell it now, this is no hope enough. Can it just fit it? It's no way be careful. Beyond the world, reality. Beyond the ones and the eyes from this forgiveness. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's turning up just to let me. We are the one. We are the children. We are the ones who are the days, so let's not give it. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's true, and I think it's true. just about are ready to go. I'm standing here right outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say goodbye. But the dawn is waking, it's early morn. The text is waiting, this phone is warm. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you're wait for me. Hold me like you never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving all that playing. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go. There's so many times I let you down. So many times I've played around. I'll tell you now that they don't mean a thing. Every place I go, I think of you. Every time I feel a song, I sing for you. When I come back, I'll bring you a earring. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you're wait for me. Hold me that you never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving all that blame. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go. Now the time has come to leave you. One more time, just let me kiss you. And close your eyes and I'll be on my way. Dream about the days to come when I won't have to live alone. About the times I won't have to stay. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you're wait for me. Hold me like you never let me go. I'm leaving all the time. Don't know when I will back again. Oh, babe, I hate to I heard there was a secret chord. David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof. Her beauty and the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to her kitchen chair. She broke your throne and she cut your hair. And from your lips she threw the hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room and I've walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew ya. I've seen you fly Love is not a victory march. It's cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 There was a time when you let me know what's really going on below, but you don't ever show what to me, do ya? Remember when I moved in you, all the dog was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah. 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 Well, maybe there's a God above. All I've ever learned from love was how to treat somebody who would do ya. It's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not somebody who's in the light. It's a golden, it's a broken hallelujah. 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 I've cursed on a Sunday, I've cheated, I've lied, I've fallen down from grace too many times, but I find holy redemption when I put this car in drive, roll the windows down, turn up the dial. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get it late and feels like the Holy Ghost running through you when I play that highway FM? I find my soul revival, singing every single verse. Yeah, I guess that's my church when angry to sermon. And cash leads the car. It gets my cold, cold heart burning hotter than a ring of fire. When this wonderful world gets heavy and I need to find my escape, I just keep the wheels rolling, radio scrolling till my sins wash away. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get it late now? Feels like the Holy Ghost running through you when I play that highway FM. I find my soul revival, singing every single verse. Yeah, I guess that's my church. Can I get a hallelujah? return. On the other side highway, going in my head. The warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. I hit him heavy on my side real deep. I had to stop for the night. She stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up the candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. It's such a lovely place. It's such a lovely place. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys. She got fans. How to dance in the cold dark, sweet summer sweat. Sometimes to remember, sometimes to forget. So I call up the captain. Please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your real advice. Heroes on the ceiling, living champagne all night. She said, we are all just prisoners here for our own device. In the master chambers, got a photo feast. They stab it with a stealing knife, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax in the nightmare, we are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Welcome to the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your real advice. Now here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? And it's only right that you should play the way you feel it. Listen carefully to the sound of your lonely. It's like a heartbeat drives in my head.
Welcome back, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to those of you who've been with us for a while, and welcome to anyone who's joined us for this as we head into our 4th hour of our 10-hour donathon. So next up, we will be being joined by Santana and Natasha from our junior branch. And they, along with other members of junior branch, will be taking you through the next hour. So I think we're just waiting on Santana and Natasha to join us. So there'll just be a few minutes. So I don't know how everyone else felt about the lullabies, but that was just beautiful. There were some of my favorite songs there, covered really, really well. So I'd just like to give a big thank out to everybody who took part in that and took the time to put all that together. And at the top of the hour, as we get near here, I'd like to share where we are on the fundraising. So thank you to everyone who's been donating in the last 4 hours. Fantastically, we've raised $600 in the last 4 hours. So we are getting near to $11,000 as our total, which is just amazing. So once again, I will promote our Give Butter website. So yep, as we keep saying, no matter how small, no matter what size, anything you can give would be fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Michelle. That was fantastic from Serena. So I can see that Santana and Natasha are waiting there patiently.
Hello.
So big CISV welcome, Natasha and Santana.
Hi, Fiona.
Hi, Fiona.
Hi. So do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've got in store for everybody this afternoon?
Yes. Do you want to share your screen, Santana?
Yes, I'm on it.
Okay, I think while Santana is preparing for that, yeah, we have a few friends coming here with us, and we just start by introducing ourselves. So I am Natasha. I am the Senior International Junior Representative. So I represent the young people in CISV, and I help coordinate like junior branch efforts at all levels of the organization. And today, in the next hour, we want to share with you what our community has been up to during these trying times. We're very proud of how hard our junior branch communities have been working to achieve our educational mission. So we want to share that with you because we think that young people and our commitment to social justice and education at a high quality are some reasons that make CISV great. So you'll hear more from all the people who have been making it possible in the past year. So stay tuned and we will get started with our presentation.
Awesome. So we hope you consider donating so we can get closer to and continue our educational mission. All right. All right, so Natasha, why don't you take it away?
Okay. Can we see the screen or I can't?
Can you see it?
No.
It says I'm sharing.
Maybe I'm the only one who can't see it. No, I can see everyone. I can see Pablo, I can see Elena, I can see Oh, no, yes.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Do you think you can like full screen this?
Full screen it. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, so as we said before, we invite everyone, if you're inspired by some of the things we say and would like to continue the good work that CISV is doing with young people, we encourage you to donate. And I'm sure you've already seen in the Give Butter page, there's a lot of people who donate and leave a note, leave a really cute photo of their CISV experience. So that's what we're going to be doing at this segment. So we encourage you to do that as well. And so all of your donation, as has been said before, will go towards continuing our commitment to improve the quality of our education on social justice. So I want to start by highlighting how Junior Branch has not stopped to commit to social justice even during the pandemic, and we have done a lot of virtual activities, a lot of virtual projects between us, proving that our CISV action can go beyond our in-person and international initiatives. And this is something that we're very proud of and very thankful of how young people in different countries, different regions have been working so hard on this. So in the next slide, you will see a few examples of how national JBs have taken initiatives to raise funds, to advocate, to educate towards different things. So Junior Branch has not only maintained community, but we have adapted all of our activities to fit like what's happening with the world. And that is personally why I like Junior Branch so much. I think there's a lot that has been said about how it is a playground for young people to take risks, but I think more also needs to be said about how quick we are to adapt to what is needed, how, you know, the circumstances in the world, the hardships that different people face, and how I think all the young people in Junior Branch always want to be an advocate for better change. So these are some really good posters that are made by different national junior branches about being more anti-racist, promoting gender rights, raising funds, and a lot of activities, discussions on the pandemic and how this is related to our mission of peace and justice, book discussions, and more. Next slide. Yeah, and so I touched a bit on national junior branches, and again, I want to say thank you. I'm so proud of all the good work that's been done at the national level. Thank you for being so motivated and so willing to put in time, to educate and raise awareness about these issues, and to not just stay quiet during this time. We also would like you to know that to support the action of our national JBs, we've heard a lot of demand for CISV to be to improve the quality of education to meet the social justice situation at the world today. So we also want to share what International Junior Branch, so our community of international volunteers that only meet online, what we have been working towards structural changes to make CISV more anti-racist. So for this, we have started a movie club, which is open to everyone. It's been so lovely. Like, I'm reaching the end of my term, and it was so nice to meet so many people that I normally don't get to work with. JBers from different local chapters in the movie clubs that we host every Sunday. It's my Sunday morning. And yeah, so we discuss movies together, works of art that have contributions toward discussions on anti-racism. And we are about to start our book club, which is open to everyone as well. So we choose a book and then we discuss them together online. And yeah, this is, again, we're so proud of how Junior Branch always tries to be accessible, how, you know, like we prove again to ourselves that we don't need to meet in person for all these good initiatives to still take place.
Awesome. So I know one thing that has kept me super inspired during this pandemic is how tight-knit the Junior Branch community has become and how we've seen that online. So even though this kind of threw us off of what we were doing, and I know a lot of people have had to adjust and completely change tactics, the young people in CISV have truly done an incredible job at bringing their content online while still keeping that community and building that community up. So this year we have had so many different online initiatives from Junior Branch. We love seeing them on social media, and we encourage you to follow the social media accounts of Junior Branch so that you can also follow along with this. But we've had some incredible things from different Junior Branches all over the world. So we encourage you to stay involved, and we encourage you to keep going with this community. But we're so proud of all of our JBers locally, nationally, and internationally for what they've been doing. One huge thing that we took on in April is that we moved all of our regional meetings online. So over the course of these in Asia Pacific, in the Americas, in Europe, we connected over 650 young people through more than 40 sessions. And these were done after our evaluations where we took all of these numbers and put them together. But we did this online with very little practice. And so we were able to work towards all of our goals in CISV. So our mission of peace building, justice, and making our communities better. And we were able to do that online. So thank you to everyone who made those regional meetings possible. We can't wait to bring our international conference online, which we'll talk more about at the end. But again, thank you so much for participating in our online initiatives, and thank you for everyone who helped us put on these online initiatives. We've been able to keep our community up even in these really tough times, and we are so proud of all of our junior branch members. So here you can see that even though things weren't the same as being in person, we were able to keep the spirit of junior branch alive. We loved doing the online Zumbas, online fun sessions together, as well as our educational content. So truly in junior branch, we brought not only the education, but we brought our community there as well. So since April, we've had over 100 fully online initiatives throughout all levels of junior branch, and we hope this continues. Even after the pandemic is over, I think we found a really great resource to use in the future. And so we hope that junior branches continue to do this after this is over. So now we have a few IJB team members who are going to share their experience in junior branch. First, we have Pablo. So Pablo, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pablo. I'm from Spain, and I joined this year the IJB team. I'm going to talk a bit about the projects I've done through my life in JB, because it's part of the big impact CISV has had on me, which is taking into projects. I started trying to work out with projects long ago. I think the first idea came around 2016, something like that. It was the first project I started, and it miserably failed. It was completely okay, but I felt like a bit decepted from trying to carry out projects. But I got to talk with Pipa Raimundo, which was here before talking, and she gave me some very useful tips when she was an IJR and I was an NJR newly elected. From there on, I kept on trying to deliver new projects, and I kept on failing many times. But each individual times, from what I learned from Pipa and from what I learned from my own experience, I carried on with the projects a bit farther into the what the idea was. And after many years, I ended up delivering successful projects, and with many of them, I've got to connect with many different people from many different countries that have inspired me to continue working in projects. So my piece of advice here is, no matter how much you fail on your projects or on whatever you're doing, keep on trying, because what you learn through the process and the people you meet, it's definitely worth it. Yeah, that's a bit of my story in CISV and projects.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pablo. All right, so now we go to Elena. So Elena, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Elena. I'm on the IJB team. I'm also from the Philippines. I'm currently managing a project that is basically a chapter development guide. So it's an ambitious project basically to try to capture all the key chapter development issues across JBs and to be able to provide tips and recommendations and best practices on how to address a lot of these different issues. So that's been one of the big tasks that I've taken on in the IJB team. And I think one thing that I wanted to share about my experience in JB is, well, for one, I've been in the JB for about a decade, I'd say. I think I started JB work even when I was as young as like 13 or maybe when I was 12, and I've taken on different roles. I used to be an LJR for my chapter, Quezon City chapter in the Philippines. I've been on the APJB team. Currently, I'm on the IJB team. And I think one thing that I've really seen throughout all my years in the JB is just the incredible growth of the organization. And one picture that I'm sharing here is a picture from IJBC in Thailand last year, which was something that was very meaningful as an experience to me, getting to meet juniors from all over the world for the first time and really get to work together and talk about so many topics that were close to different people's hearts. And I really noticed how the topics that we were covering and the types of formats that we're exploring at IJBC, they just really blew me away. We covered so many things like gender diversity, things we talk about when things we don't talk about when we actually talk about diversity in CISV. We talked about CISV and activism. How can we still be active global citizens and want to talk about different issues that are important to us? How can we talk about sustainability? What is education? What does it mean to us? There are just so many amazing topics, and everybody that contributed to IJBC just spoke with such poise and confidence and strength and just from a lot of knowledge. And it just reminds me that I feel like we've been getting really progressive in the JB, and I feel like we're really on the road towards moving towards being active global citizens even more. Now during this pandemic and all the projects that they have talked about, I really see this now that the JB is really very much in touch with what's going on, and I'm so excited to see what we have in store. So I think my advice, or what I'd like to say for everyone, is that despite everything that we're going through right now, I just hope everyone remembers how far we've been able to come and how we've been able to respond in this moment. And I think that the way that we've responded in this moment has really shown the true character of the JB and CISV in general, which has been amazing, resilient people who are very dedicated to still creating change and being active global citizens regardless of the situation. So I know that as long as we keep on supporting each other the way that we've been doing, I think that we have a bright future ahead, and we will definitely be on track to still fulfilling our mission for the years to come.
Okay, next we have Saeed, who will talk a bit about their CISV experience as well. Saeed is our Research and Quality Assurance Specialist, which is a new role in the IGB team. Do you want to talk about it, Saeed?
Yeah. Okay, so my name's Saeed. I'm the current Research and Evaluation Specialist for the IGB team, on top of being the Lebanese NJR. And within the IGB team and my role, all we do is basically maintain that we do have the same quality regardless of where an IJB or JB event is. We want to maintain a universal set or standard of what we want JB to be. And we develop different practices and initiatives that we can implement globally to make sure that we do preserve that quality. And what I wanted to touch on now in terms of what JB is and what JB means to countless young people is that JB really is a platform to do whatever you want. JB is the most inclusive community I think I've ever been a part of, and it really means a lot to so many young people around the world. JB is so open to having new volunteers, and what really inspires me and really motivates me within this organization and within the subsection of the organization, which is JB, is that how open the executive branches, or how open if you want to call them bosses, or the people that oversee everyone, are to having young people or very young people go up and into leadership roles and into project manager roles, and how open they are for people to take the lead, even if they don't have the necessary experience or have as much experience as other people. And I feel that that's the special thing and the special spark that JB offers. It really lets everyone have a chance of being a leader, has a chance of leading their own project, not only locally or nationally, but internationally. And I think that's such a life-changing and amazing experience for everyone that gets the chance for it.
Thank you for sharing, Saeed, and thank you for sharing Pablo and Elena as well. So that's just 3 members of our big IGB team. Again, as I said before, we are a group of international young volunteers who work entirely online, actually not largely. We sometimes meet if you have the opportunity once a year in IJBC, which doesn't get to happen in person this year. But the work of this team, as has been said by my teammates, and as you've seen throughout the year, I think it's really impressive, and it has provided a lot of support to national junior branches, and that really touches on my favorite things about junior branch. I think how we are able to be accessible, and how I think we're very innovative as well. I don't want to link it so much to the numbers, but if you look at the numbers, since April, which was not even 4 months ago, we've run like 100 online activities. That's really impressive, and I am in so many of them. I plan so many of them, and I know that they're not just for fun, even though fun is such a big reason why we're all in junior branch. And they're all very much in touch with what's happening in the world. And I think providing that space for young people to learn from each other, but also really learn and strive for things to be better in the world, I think that's really what CISV is amazing for. And the special thing as well about the IGB team is we work with such a wide range of volunteers who are not only young people. That's really been influential to our skills and understanding of the world. Like we've met so many inspiring people from all ages, and that's really my favorite part about CISV as well, because it's like multi-generational. So yes, that's all from me, and back to you, Santana.
All right, so one thing we want to let everyone know that is going on very soon is that we're moving our final Junior Branch Conference online. So our International Junior Branch Conference, which usually happens in person every August, is now going to be happening online. We are super excited to take everything we learned from the regional meetings, from all our JB initiatives, and apply it to this conference. Even though we were initially planning to do this in person, we've then transferred all of our planning and all of our facilitation online. We meet with our facilitators almost every 2 weeks, and we've been planning very hard for this. We have so many amazing and passionate JBers who are putting in so much effort into this conference, and we can't wait to bring it to you. So this is also one of my favorite parts about Junior Branch, is having spaces for people to think, to discuss, to challenge each other. IJBC is historically been a place where a lot of change happens and a lot of great conversations happen. And it's one of my favorite parts about Junior Branch. So I'm still so excited that even though we don't get to be together in person, we'll be online. Our dates are August 19th to 29th. If you follow ijb.cisv on Instagram or follow us on Facebook, you'll be able to see more information as it comes. But we really hope to see you there, and we hope to have you involved in our international conference.
Okay, that's the end of our segment, and in the next 45 minutes, we will get to know more people who have been working so hard in the regions. So get to see how Junior Branch is like in the different regions, and you'll meet some very exciting people. But before we close our segment from the IJB team, we again would like to encourage you to donate and support CISV in whatever means you are able to. And one of the actions that I could encourage you to do is to support your junior branch and just ask them how they're doing, be involved in their activities, because we know that they've been very impressive in the last few months. So thank you for the time, and I'll see you as we stream the regional team session.
Thanks, guys. So big thank you to the IGB team there. So Natasha, Santana, Pablo, Elena, and Saeed. So next up, we've got the EGB team. So Junior Branch team for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Unfortunately, they can't actually be with us today, but they have sent us an amazing video to show with us. So we'll give a big welcome to Anna, Dile, Dwal, Joseph from the EMEA Junior Branch team.
Hi everyone, I'm Dile from CISV Italy, and I'm one of the newly elected members of the EGB team. So today I would like to tell you the story of how Junior Branch inspired me and empowered me to run for positions and to take responsibilities and challenge myself into new roles. So when I first joined Junior Branch and went to my first NJBM, which was in 2012, I promised myself that I was never going to run for LJR. So I thought it was too much, the role was too big for me. I thought it was super intimidating to talk in front of so many people, but I felt really good about not being forced to do it. But then I've been to more events, more Junior Branch trainings. I met a lot of people, and somehow I felt ready for the role, and so decided to run. Which was super nice. I really enjoyed my role of an LJR. I learned a lot about my chapter and met a lot of new people. But again, I promised myself that I was never going to run for NJR because that was way too big. That was way too much. I had to go through the election process, and I thought, no, I'm never going to do that. But then again, a lot of JB meetings, a lot of trainings, a lot of people that I met. And at some point, I went to IGBC 2017 in Portugal, and I met a lot of NJRs, a lot of regional team members and IJRs. And all of a sudden, all of the reasons that were holding me back at the time, I just didn't feel they were true anymore. And I just really didn't find any other reason to say, no, I'm not running for NJR. And so I did. I ran for NJR. And yeah, I had to push myself a little bit because it was a very big step for me, but I did. And at the time, I thought, I don't know if I'm doing something right. We will see. And then after my term as NJR, I really thank myself for doing it and for pushing myself, even if at the time it seemed very big and very complicated, because at the end it was one of the most amazing experiences in CISV. But then I went to my first regional meeting in Austria, 2018, and I was an NJR, and I was super comfortable with my role. And I've seen the EJB team working for the first time. So I've seen them planning, and I've seen them running sessions and talking in front of everyone, which was the most intimidating thing for me. And then doing the oral Q&A and stuff. And I promised myself again, I'm never gonna run for EJB team, and because that was way too much. That was really not something I thought it was something that I couldn't do. And then of course you'll say you pushed yourself to do it, and yeah, that's what happened. Again, a lot of events and stuff, a lot of trainings, and at some point I just realized that this is one of the things that works better in junior branch. We're good at empowering people, at inspiring people, at making people comfortable with what they're capable of, and pushing themselves to do things that maybe seem too big for them at some point, but actually aren't. So if you're listening this, I hope you're considering running for positions. I hope you're joining junior branch. We're waiting for you in EJB, and yeah, I hope you're gonna be as motivated as I was, and as lucky as I was to grow and to have a real self-development and personal growth in junior branch. So I'll send you a huge kiss, and I hope to meet you someday, maybe in a junior branch event where you're gonna be empowered and inspired like I was. And now I'll leave the word to my fellow team members, and enjoy the donathon.
Hey everyone, my name is João Souza Machado. I'm 21 years old, and I'm currently one of the senior members of the Europe, Middle East, and Africa Junior Branch team. So, for the time I have with you today, I would like to tell you about a story that I think really encompasses and highlights some of the benefits that being a part of CISV and of Junior Branch might bring to all of our lives, and especially my life. So the story comes when I turned 18, and my generation had just become the most prominent within our national junior branch in Portugal, and we were sort of discussing who was going to run for NJR that year. And at the beginning, I was very scared of putting my hat in the race, let's say. But some people, like a lot of my friends, came to me and they encouraged me, and I got more comfortable with it, and I then decided to run. But I was still very unsure. I almost quit, but luckily I didn't, and I ended up being elected. And so the story is about the night of that election. So the election happened in CISV Portugal's headquarters, which is an apartment that we rent, and it's where we work, where we hang out, where we have our things. It's really the home of CISV Portugal. And it's a place that was very dear to my heart because I've been going there for a lot of years beforehand. And so as we were closing up the apartment because the elections were over and everybody was going home, the outgoing senior NJR, he comes to me and he hands me something. He says, well, I guess this is yours now. And it was the key to the CIC headquarters. And it was really at that moment that it really hit me, like the responsibility and the commitment, but also like the amazing opportunities that come with being an NJR, of me, like just a regular, normal person and someone who would have been going to that place for such a long time to actually be entrusted with the key to it. It was really an interesting moment. And I went away, and then I remember going to bed that night and waking up in sort of a state of sort of panic, where I was like, wait, this did not just happen to me. I'm definitely not capable of doing this. Like, I'm not qualified enough. Like, this is all a bad dream. And I remember in the darkness of my room just reaching out to my nightstand and touching it and feeling the key of CISV headquarters. And there was a moment of panic, of higher panic, but then just calm. And I did feel that I was able to, and I felt like I started like breathing, and I felt like I'm going to be able to do this. Even if I screw up a lot of things, I think I'm going to be able to do this. And I was, and I think the story really shows that CISV and Junior Branch really gives a platform to youth and to young people to really develop themselves and accomplish things that they never thought that they had in them, and that they think they never thought that they would be ready for. So yeah, that's my little story about CISV and Junior Branch. Hope you liked it.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna. I am from Austria and I'm a junior member of the European, Middle East and Africa Junior Branch team. I've been in CSV ever since 2010, and there are a lot of memories that I've made that I really hold close to my heart and that I like looking back to. And one of my favorites is definitely summer 2019, when I got the chance to attend the International Junior Branch Conference in Thailand. The whole conference overall was just really inspiring and motivating, and I felt very empowered through it, which I think was mainly due to three aspects. One of them being that it was in Thailand and I had never traveled outside of Europe with CSV before. So it was really a new experience to meet JVers that are not just from EMEA, so Europe, Middle East, and Africa, but from all these other regions, with all these very different perspectives and very different thoughts. So that was just super exciting and interesting to be in touch with and to engage with. Another aspect that makes me like this memory so much of this conference is that there were ample opportunities to be engaged, to be proactive. So for example, I got the chance to be a part of a panel discussion, and even though I was very nervous before and I was not sure I was going to do a great job, it felt really good afterwards, and I felt very empowered to take a stage and share my thoughts. And then I think the last and maybe most important aspect was just that at this conference, there was a great group feeling, and I just felt welcomed wherever I was, whichever group of people I was with. I always felt like I could just sit down and have a chat with anyone. So that was just a great experience, and I came home super happy, super inspired, and ready to keep working.
Hi everybody, I'm Joseph, I'm from Austria, and I'm a senior member of the EMEA JVT. Today I want to share a little bit about this year's regional meeting, the EGBM. As you might have guessed, the regional meeting did not quite happen as we planned it. Usually regional meetings are supposed to be in person. Webinars and NDRs and active JVers and CSVers get together in one place to exchange ideas and craft plans. This year's EGBM, we were setting all of this up. We were meeting with the home staff. We were meeting with the NOCs. We were meeting with the facilitator team that we have already assembled. And then we got the news that EGBM cannot happen like this year. Yeah, of course we were quite devastated, but we were not quite able to give up on the idea of having a regional meeting that would let us craft out plans, that would let us get together, work on things together as one. So what we did is we got together with our facilitator team. We, as the EGB team and the facilitator team, we adapted our content, we adapted our sessions. We searched for a platform that we could use for everyone to be able to attend this regional meeting. And yeah, earlier this year, the regional meeting happened. It happened online, and I am so amazed by what came out of it. The facilitator team did an amazing job. And I am really thankful that so many people joined in, shared their knowledge, shared their ideas, and shared their personal experiences. It was an amazing event, and events like this, for me as EGB team member, are actually the most motivating thing. Seeing young JBers get together, work together, craft plans to be active, to have an impact, on a local or regional level is something that just brings a smile to my face and motivating when it happens every year.
So thanks very much to the EMEA junior team there. So yep, as you noticed, you can tell Donathon is dragging on now. Technical hitches from my side. So thanks again to EMEA junior branch team there. And yes, please go to Give Butter CISV. And next up, we have a short video from our America's junior branch team. So a massive thank you to Charlie, Olivia, Jero, and Luch who have put this together for us.
Over the past few years in AJB, we have done a lot of loud and crazy energizers, planned sessions, projects, and initiatives that have impacted us and our communities. Had lots of online meetings, improving our teamwork. Discussed and thought about a lot of topics. Run and participated in a lot of fun games and sessions. Laughed. Hugged. And of course, danced. But most importantly, over the past few years, we have created lifelong memories that we cherish and hold near and dear to our hearts. Please help us continue working, dreaming, and creating more memories.
Thanks, Junior Branch America. Next up is Junior Branch Asia Pacific. So a big welcome to Andres, Whiskey, and James. Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Okay.
Okay.
So over to you.
Okay. So I hope our sounds and videos are clear.
Yeah, I think we're good. Okay.
So
yeah,
to everyone watching, this is live. So we can see your chat in real time. So I hope we'll interact a lot in this next few minutes. Okay. Okay, we're good, right?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good.
So, hello, CS viewers of the world, and this segment is from the APJP team. That's the Asia Pacific Junior Branch team. My name is Rizky. I'm from CISV Indonesia.
My name's Andres. I'm from CISV Philippines.
And I'm James, and also from CISV Philippines.
Yes. So this segment is live, and we're going live from each of our own homes. And the Asia Pacific Junior Branch team, if you've never heard of us, we are the regional team for Asia Pacific, and we work together with the NGRs of the Asia Pacific to grow their JBs and do a lot of AGB events. And for now, if you've just tuned into the stream, James is going to give you a brief description of what the Donathon is about.
Yeah, so this live stream is all about Donathon. So it's just overall a fundraising experience for the organization, especially there's not much like activities that we can make right now. So this is like a perfect chance to also reach out to a lot of the CISV international people out here and just make sure that we're still a very strong, having a CISV spirit. At the same time, to raise some money, some fundraising for this awesome cause. Got it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes, okay.
James.
Maybe I
So
can tell you
yeah,
guys what
go
we're
ahead,
gonna
Andres.
do
Go ahead,
today.
Andres.
Yeah. I know we're all getting like live stream jitters, but yeah. So for our segment, we're gonna be doing something just really chill. We're gonna be having a lot of conversations, but it's gonna be very, very interactive between us and everyone watching. So if you guys are there watching us right now, we'd love to hear you guys in the live comments. So we're gonna be doing challenges from you guys, and we're gonna be giving you guys challenges as well. So yeah, maybe we can begin. So what's up first?
Okay, so I hope you're all in good condition because for the first challenge, we're going to do a staring contest. Yes, you heard that right. We're going to do staring contest. So the APJB team, as you know, us three are expert in staring into the cameras. So what we're going to do is each of us will stare into the camera while the other two will have a topic to talk about. But the gist is we can only talk about it as long as the other person stays not blinking, stays staring.
It's staring, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been training very hard for this. 3 times a day for 3 weeks.
Exactly.
Well, Marky says, I'm ready for the challenge. Let's go.
Okay, Marky. And as Andrea said before, you can all join in on the challenge. So first topic is about our first CISV memory. And this will be a discussion between Andres and James where I will challenge myself to stare into my camera, which is super bright. So
Kiritsky, I really like this
Andres and
topic,
James,
so do your best.
tell me when it's time for me to open my eyes. Okay?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You're not open? No, say start. Say start. And
we're gonna say start. Okay.
Start.
So, guys, we encourage you. If you lose this challenge, please donate. We want to support CISV chapters around the world. So let's go in 3, 2, 1, go.
So I think Andres would go first.
Yeah, sure. Like my first memory was when I was actually 11. I think it was basically how my friend got me into. Did you blink already?
What?
Okay. Second life.
Are we serious?
Second life. No, go ahead. Go.
Second life. Okay, go. So yeah, basically my friend had he'd snuck into my house while I was asleep. It was like 9 a.m. in the morning. And I remember being half awake and I was under my blanket. I was looking inside my closet and I could see some like scuffling. And I was like, oh my God, like who is that in my room right now? And then, so I was like, okay, it's probably nothing. So I went back to sleep and I see my friend's face right in front of mine. And he woke me up and he was like, Andres, do you want to try CISV? And from then on out, that's how I started my CISV journey. He just brought me to the park and we had a blast. So yeah, what about you, James? How was your first CISV memory ever?
Mine's gonna be quick because it was from school, and then there was some alumni in my grade school who went and encouraged us to go for a Peace One Day event for my chapter, and I was really curious enough and went there, and it was like creepy at first because we had like segments where we have like parts where we were doing yoga, like painting some tote bags, some shirts, and then we were just singing like so many like typical CISV songs. And I was like to the point where I got so intrigued. I was like, wait, I'm not sure what this is, but I think I want to join. So I joined in, and then after a few weeks, I got invited for a mini camp. And then, yeah, to the point where I'm still active to this point. So it's been like a decade right now since I started joining that activity. But it was insane. Like, I didn't expect to be a part of that, especially like it's not very common for me to participate in those like activities, but I'm glad I did, and I'm glad people who went to my school encouraged us to be in that event. Yeah, I'm just really grateful.
Same. I'm really grateful that my friend actually woke me up that day to join the village. It was that honestly like changed my life. And Ritzky, what happened, man? You got second life.
Dude, that was great conversation from both of you guys. I did bad.
Exactly. I've seen it.
Guys, you need to talk quickly.
So if you guys lost to Ritzky, please donate.
Yes, I'm gonna donate right away.
Okay.
Well, right now we're gonna focus on the next topic and topic about the APJB future in general. So Andres and Ritzy is gonna talk things about while you guys are gonna stare into my soul. So let's go.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna count you off, James. Get ready. Close your eyes first, and then we'll go. So 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, there's a lot of exciting things happening for the APJP team this year. I think for me personally, like this is the year. It's a very, very important year for us because this is the year we get to really change a lot of the structure and just make sure what we're doing is very meaningful. And yeah, we're gonna be improving our structure this year so we get a more cyclical, system. And yeah, it's gonna be so much fun getting to interact again with all the different liaison countries of ours. And yeah, Ritzky, what else do you want to say about the future for us?
Okay, to viewers, did James blink yet? If not, I'm gonna talk. So the ABGB team, as Andres said, will do a lot of changes in our own structure and how we work together, and so that in the future, we're not only thinking about our term, but we're thinking about 10 years in the future, so that ABGB team will can always work efficiently for the region. And James, you can stop.
Oh, thank God.
But yeah, after like this year's Jazz Park, even though it was online, I'm really looking forward to the next one this next year, which will be in India. So something to look forward to for the APJB team. Okay, let's go, guys. Who's
Okay.
next?
Our last topic is about what is it about? Oh, it's about okay. As you all know, everyone's in quarantine right now. We can't really do CSV activities often or meet each other. So, if you didn't know yet, there are a lot of initiatives that happened, a lot of activities that happened during this pandemic, during this quarantine time that in Asia Pacific. And the topic right now is for us to brief you a bit about what has happened in the last few months. And Andres is going to stare in his camera while we do that.
Look at these dagger eyes. Let's go. Okay. Count me off.
Okay.
3.
James, you can start it.
Okay, cool. So it's gonna count down. It's 3, 2, 1, start. Well, I just want to start off like thanks Santana, like that was hard. But yeah, like so far, like the whole Asia Pacific region did a lot of like initiatives during the pandemic. And then we've been like really encouraged and just really trying to make all these activities in the region be more aware throughout the region, just so we try to share it as much as possible. So like one great example is from CISV Philippines, where they did a series about naming JB quarantine. So it's a really cool initiative because it has very collaborative work and it has like a really cool thing. So it's not only just people JBs in the Philippines, but also like around the world. So I highly you guys check that out. There's like a cool also series that Japan had made. So if you guys can speak or understand Japanese, you guys can also watch that. During Pride Month, JB Victoria and JB Cebu did like a very awesome Pride celebration. So I also highly encourage you guys to check it out because we're really proud that because I think it's not a lot of people do it. Do it, Andres, come on. But it's like it's a really cool way to really speak out on like certain communities that we want to highlight and make sure that we're giving justice to all these cool people around the world. But yeah, Ritzky? Are you gonna
Andres.
say something?
Okay,
I
I'm
think
done.
Andres is dying.
This hurts.
Yeah, that was fine. That was just a little, description of what has happened. A little list down. There are a lot of things that happened, and if you do want to know more about it, you can also always check our social medias as well as all the JBs from Asia Pacific's social medias.
You
So,
guys
yeah.
need to check it out.
Yeah.
If you guys lost, we encourage you guys to donate once again. Good try, boys. That was a good run. It was a good run.
That was a good
So,
By the way, if somebody doesn't know yet, if you want to donate, the fundraiser is at givebutter.com/CISV fundraise.
Yeah, and also if you guys are having a problem in donating in that site, you can also just go directly to the CISV official site and you guys just find the donate button over there. And if you guys want to still share your CISV experience, just share it out because they will still post it on the Give Butter official site.
All right. So for the next part of our segment, I feel like a lot of you guys, as well as myself, have been sitting in our chairs too long for the day, staring in our screens. So just like any good CSV event, what we're going to do now is some energizers. That's right, guys. We're going to do some energizers. So we encourage you guys, if you can do stand-up, join us. You might even, video yourself, tag us in the Instagram, and we can repost your video. So
yes.
we're going to do 1 to 2 energizers. So we're going to do the first one. And for the next one, I highly recommend that you guys put your favorite energizers in the chat. We'll read it and see which ones are the most popular one that we can do. So, of course, we're gonna stand up. That's how we do energizers. No one do energizers sitting down. We're standing up here.
So
you can't really see us full body.
What's the first one we're gonna do?
Right. What is the first one, Andres?
Okay, so the first one, just for some brief context, this is something that I do at almost every international. I already see a pony. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is something I do in almost every international event. So yeah, and I didn't think I'd be live streaming this, so this is crazy to me. So the first one we're gonna do is brown squirrel. Just a quick round. Okay,
Wait,
guys.
is this the first energizer done online?
I think so.
This could
Dude,
be.
Okay.
Okay,
go,
let's
Andres.
we gotta nail it. Okay, are you ready? Wait, let me get the angles right. I have to bend down. Okay, ready, set. Brown squirrel. Brown squirrel. Shake your bushy tail. Brown squirrel. Brown squirrel. Shake your bushy tail. You put a peanut in your hand and shove it up your nose. Brown squirrel. Brown squirrel. Shake your bushy tail. Hey, that was good. That was good. Good job, guys.
Okay, like we're looking at stuff. Like I think the most popular is gasolina. I think we have to do it. Should we?
Yeah, James, you wanna lead us?
Let's go, James.
Let's go, James.
I can help you up. And
Okay.
to everybody suggesting gasolina, I'm expecting you guys to do it as well, okay?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I literally just did brown squirrel in front of like an entire audience online. Come on, guys.
Okay. Wait.
What it's about.
Let me think. Hopefully, I could remember this. Okay, cool.
Is it
I
get in
go
my car?
in. Yeah, I go in my car.
I get in my car.
I drive my car.
I drive my car.
I get out of my car.
I get out of my car.
I pick up the pump.
I pick up the pump.
And put up the gasolina.
And I put up the gasolina.
And I put up the gasolina.
And I put up the gasolina.
Okay, let's do it slower.
Can we do it quieter?
Oh, yeah, sure. I go in my car.
I go in my car. ASMR.
I drive my car.
I drive my car.
I go out of my car.
put out the gasoline. Gasoline. And I put out the gasoline.
I think we're good. Should we still
Yeah, I
do
think
one
we're
more?
good.
I think we're good. I hope you guys like that.
I hope you like
Please
that
keep in mind
ASMR
that,
at the end.
yeah, keep in mind that we are in our own homes with our parents, so we can't do the loud version of that. Though
Yeah.
they were pretty loud.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, so we gave you guys a challenge. If you guys want to challenge us to do anything, please feel free to say something on the comments and we'll try our best to do it. And don't forget to donate.
Exactly.
And we really appreciate all the love we've been getting. Really, really appreciate it. Hope to
Thank
see you
you
guys
guys.
soon. Thank
Yeah.
you.
If you guys have any questions, just please do comment. Like any challenges that you guys want to make us do, please feel free.
Yeah, you can ask Andres to do push-ups.
$5 for Ridsky to do a cartwheel.
I can't do cartwheel. What?
But yeah, I want to say something like really cool. I'm like really
James,
happy with
challenge
the. I know, right? Like if I'm gonna be on Survivor, I'm gonna be that.
So
But yeah,
someone get this man a challenge.
Exactly. But overall, like I'm really impressed with this fundraising live stream, and I'm really want to like shout out with my chapter because we've been hearing mentioning like seeing our campaign just being played off. So I'm really happy with that. And also just happy with my JBs in general on how we reach this campaign, and also hopefully all of our JBs in our regions will do some amazing stuff.
Dude, there's our first challenge.
Oh.
Let's go on, Chris. Show us how much you love the JV. Oh man, I know what they're talking about. Okay. Be more specific.
Give us context on this.
Okay, wait. I don't remember the dates exactly, but for the elections for the NJRs in the Philippines, I'm pretty sure. I think this is what she's referring to. So one of the questions was, because I wasn't there, so I had to record everything. So one of the questions was, show us how much you love the JB, and in like 1 minute or 2 minutes, and I couldn't think of anything, and so I just like danced my heart out. I didn't even care about what my moves were, and yeah, that was probably one of the most embarrassing things I've ever had to do, but it was fun in the moment.
Can you show us?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the challenge, no?
Exactly.
Is it?
Yeah.
Come on.
I need some music. Do we have time?
No, just pretend like the music is in your head.
Yeah, we can't put music, so just sing the music. You gotta sing that music.
Okay.
Yeah, and also everyone just feel free to comment. Like, we'll just do anything that is you guys want us to do. Like, honestly, this is just for a great cause. So, ooh, someone just like comment. Dance battle.
Dance
Sure.
battle.
Dingo Dragon. Dance
Dingo
battle.
Dragon. That's a cool
I mean,
name.
if you want a dance battle.
Well, if you guys want to, like, if you guys want to lose.
Okay, I want to see. I've never seen Ridsky or James dance. I want to see that. What about?
You've seen it. You've seen it during the 50th anniversary.
What about I play some music and I see both of you dance battle? Or we could play some music and we all battle each other. Let's do that.
Do a jazz dance.
Can we get a song? Can someone suggest us a song really quick, and then let's do this dance battle?
For everyone, we can't play songs that are copyrighted.
Oh, that's right.
Right? So someone has to sing. Like if it's Dancing Queen, but I don't know the dance.
That's the one person sing. Yo, Ridsky, I think you got it, man.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure no one here wants to hear me singing or even humming.
Boom Boom. Yeah, that's you. Touch.
Okay. I think we have 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you do have more challenges, if you have any more questions, you can see our social media right there. It's abjb.csv. And just to end this segment from us, we thank everyone for being here, for watching us, as well to thank you to the team behind the Donathon. This has been great. And to remind everyone, this is the midpoint of the 10-hour Donathon. So it has been running for almost 5 hours. So clap emojis for the team behind Donathon. And
Yeah,
thank
bro.
you everyone for watching, for interacting with us. And I know we didn't talk a lot about ourselves or the ABJB team. So if you do want to know more about us, the ABJB team, and what we do, and all of our future plans do, check us out in all our socials. This has been Rizky from Indonesia.
This is Andres from Philippines.
And this is James from the Philippines.
And sadly, Gap isn't here, but we are finished with our segment. Thank you for everyone.
See ya. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
No, thank you. Thanks, guys. Wow, that was just amazing. I think I might have to put some money in on the staring competition because I definitely wasn't any good at that. But the Gasolina Energizer, I think I'm going to be taking that with me for some time. So thanks very much, guys. It was brilliant. So this is my stint done for the day, and Anav is going to be taking over as your host for the afternoon. Hi, Anav.
Hi, everyone. Fiona, before you jump off, let us just give a big thank you to you for spending the majority of your Saturday with us and for helping us MC. And I feel like you're definitely, like about 4 hours ago, you said you're not a CISVer. So maybe you didn't go to a camp as a child, but you're definitely a CISVer, Fiona. So thanks so much.
I'm a CISVer. Brilliant. Thank you. I want my quilt now.
For sure. We'll email Tita. Very cool. So I think we have about 50 something people on the line. Not sure how many of you have been here for how long. But we're going into our 6th hour, which is insane. So we wrapped out 5 hours. We're halfway through, as the JBer said. I don't know if we could top it off and do better. But yeah, we are here doing our Donathon. It's our first ever live event. We're with you all day and hoping that you're enjoying some of the crazy bits that you're seeing. Just to give a little bit more context on why we're here. So as you all know, 2020 has been a difficult year for the world. And as part of that for CISV International, COVID has caught us all off guard. And for the first time in our history, we actually had to cancel all of our programs and basically lose almost all of our income. And so we've taken lots of measures to ensure our financial stability. And what you're seeing today is one of those more creative opportunities to really engage with all of you, because we know that we didn't get to see each other at all this year. So kind of try to engage with all of you virtually and also convince you to open your hearts and wallets and donate really any amount back to the organization that we love so much. So that's the context. I also want to actually take this opportunity to say happy birthday to a couple of people on the board. So today, I don't know if she's on, but it's Leah Donnellan's birthday. She is actually a temporary board member that stepped in to help us fill a vacancy. She was on the board previously for 3 years and has done loads in CISV. So happy birthday to Leah from CISV World. And I also discovered that tomorrow is Kande's birthday, and she's actually turning the big 3-0. So happy birthday to Kande, and thanks again to you and the rest of the fundraising team that helped plan this. Juanes and Isabella, you guys are doing an amazing, amazing job. I think there's a bunch of people around the world that are very impressed. And I actually already had this idea that we should we should start doing this kind of event every year that we don't have global conference, because it's pretty cool. Okay, I actually want to have one more person join us, another person from the leadership of CISV. So we have Gabrielle Mandel, or how we call her, Gabi, on the line. She's the Secretary General of CISV. Welcome to the live broadcast, Gabi.
Thank you, and thank you for making it during the middle of the day and not first thing in the morning.
Kande can't say this much. She's been up since like 3 or 4.
Actually, I must admit I have been listening in for large parts of it. So.
All right. So, Gabi, thanks for being here. And Fiona, maybe you could tell us a bit more about some of the fundraising activities that we're doing, and a bit more about the work of the group.
Sure. So, yeah, so we set up a fundraising group, and unbelievably, it's only been going about a month and a half, 2 months at best. And it shows just how quickly CISV can come together when it really puts its mind to it. So the group have been brainstorming ideas, and because we know just how much CISV means to people and the amazing memories that it generates, that it just felt right to come up with a campaign that linked into that and tapped into that, and hope that it would, of course, open wallets here and there. So the group came up with Make Each Memory Count, and this is part of that campaign, but it's not the only thing they've been doing. So you might have seen stuff on our social media feeds. There's a email mail out that's been going out to generate donations as well. There are more things that they'll be doing down the line. So the group is around for a good few months, so it's not just for this campaign. And we are here to just add this. You can tell I've been online for a good few hours now. The brain is not working to speed. So yeah, this COVID-19 has shown us that it's an opportunity for us to think about other ways that we can make sure that we're financially healthy as an organization. And so it's something we thought about for a while, but this gave us the impetus to do it. So that's the point of the fundraising working group. So this is not the end. So Make Each Memory Count is our first launch big push campaign, but there will be more. So keep an eye out for that. Get involved, spread the word, donate. And as the little banner is saying, Give Butter is our site right now. And you might have seen before that we are so close to our next rollover $1,000. We're so close to $11,000. We can get to 11,000 and go beyond to the next one. So yeah, if you can no matter how small it is, it all helps and helps us get there. So thank you so much to everyone who's been donating. And more importantly, thank you to everyone who's been part of it for the last few hours. So not only have they given up their time today, but the time and effort that everybody has put into coming up with their content, creating their videos, taking part in the conversations of planning it. And of course, a massive shout out to Kande, who has been a driving force of this for the whole thing. I can't see her behind the screen, but yeah. And to Juanaz and Isa and Erin as part of the working group, they're an amazing team. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so the link to where you can donate is running on the banner on the bottom of the screen. So givebutter.com/CISV fundraise. If for any reason you have technical difficulties logging into the site, some countries have had issues logging into the site. You can also go to the website, to the CISV website, and click on the donate button there. And then you can pay there either via PayPal or with a credit card. We can, if you want to share a story as well, we could still post that. So don't let the site Give Butter not working discourage you from donating if you want. And then also on Give Butter, we're always happy to receive donations, but this really is about hearing some beautiful CISV stories and understanding how CISV has impacted people's lives. So please share special moments, a special program that you remember, a person that you want to honor. Those stories are so great to and actually scroll through and read some of the stories and comments that people have left. It's really really great to see how this organization has really had impact on so many people, so many different age groups, in so many different countries and regions around the world. So So please do that. And I actually will hand it off now to Gabi to talk a bit more about this year and what we're expecting for the future, and kind of share your thoughts on where we are in this quite difficult but interesting time for the organization.
Interesting in that nice euphemistic term. But first, I just want to really point out how important that and symbolic that 11,000 mark is, because for some of you, you may already know this, but last year in 2019, for the first time ever in our international programs, we actually passed the 11,000 mark for our participation. That's a first ever for CISV. And so reaching $11,000 would be a really nice way to mark that as tick for last year, and then to project us forward into our hopes for the future. So that would be a really brilliant way to really celebrate that milestone for the organization. So thanks to everyone who's been donating, and thanks as well. I want to echo what Inav said about Fiona. That a few hours ago, I also heard Fiona say, "Oh, well, I wasn't a CISVer, but well, you are now." And I think it's actually really important that our moments in CISV, many of them, the traditional, if you want to say, the common way that people have come into CISV have been through participating in programs, and that is vital. And so many CISVers can speak like Einav about their program experience. Bebe talks about, for those of you who know Bebe, our educational programs manager, who talks about 30 odd CISV programs that he's been part of. But some people like Fiona and like me actually came to CISV as adults. And we came to CISV to work, and we came to it because we were attracted to the values and the mission of the organization. And that's what brought us in, and that's what is keeping us, because we love the organization and we love what we're trying to do. So you're in now, Fiona. You're one of us.
And actually, Gabi, you mentioned Bebe, and we actually have 2 employed staff at the international office in Newcastle that started out as CISV volunteers, and then just couldn't get enough that they had to make it their career. So we have Wolf, originally from CISV Denmark, who was actually the national representative for Denmark for several years, who is now the international risk manager, and we have Bebe, who has done more programs than anyone alive, I think, and is now the education.
There may be one person with more, but
oddly is now the educational programs manager. It's like, what does he know about educational programs? So we have all types of people at the office, ones that came in professionally, ones that transitioned from a volunteer role into the professional role. So it's really a nice mix.
Yeah. And it's it really does add a lot that people have that kind of direct experience that they can add to it. I know some of us bring experience from all different fields, and having a team that reflects those different perspectives has been immensely helpful. So it's been a little bit of a strange time for the office, as it has been for the organization. Some of you may know that the office has been closed for a month and then partially closed, trying to work with the new realities of COVID and with what the government guidance makes possible in the UK, and also government financing. So that has also been a nice donation in effect to the organization. And we thank the government, and we thank all the staff for that as well. And that's been a challenging time. And you heard Wade and Fiona talking a little bit about what it was like to start in January and February, and then boom, a month later, everything goes a little bit crazy. But Einav, you sort of asked me to talk a little bit about what's going on for this year, what we're foreseeing, and that's a big question. Obviously, you've been hearing so much about everything that's been going on across the organization this year, and that's been one of the terrific things, that CISV it is one organization, but it is lots of different groups of people who have really taken up this challenge of this moment to do some extraordinary things in CISV and with their CISV skills in other aspects of their lives. So many people have volunteered in CISV, many people have done wonderful things for their community, and that's really heartening and exciting to see. You've seen all these wonderful programs that the JB has put together. I think one of the interesting initiatives I think that the IJB has been working on is a series of different projects relating to anti-discrimination and anti-racism, which I think many countries and really all over the world we are grappling with today. And I really congratulate them on really trying to address this issue in this time, and to really keep us talking openly and in a lively way and a respectful way about the tough issues that all societies are facing. So all those things are some of the things that you will have seen this year. You will have seen maybe the lifelong learning series, where people have really shared some interesting insights and interesting professional ideas that CISVers want to share with each other. Tamara Thorpe talked with us about how to take your CISV experience and really put it into your resume and put it into play in your workplace as well, how it also gives you professional skills that you can use. Bastian Kunzel talked to us about the learner's journey in an experiential educational setting, and it was really great to see his work in that area. And most recently, I don't know if many of you watched the webinar with Madeleine Le Bourdon, the researcher, who talked about CISV's success in how we educate for active global citizenship. But I thought it was really, really interesting and really great to hear from an academic research point of view. But she had a very good way of bringing it into the practical realities and talking about how our programs work so well to educate. So those are just some of the things that you may already have seen this year. We know that many of our chapters are organizing things locally or organizing things virtually. And of course, we're all gearing up with cautious optimism for the December program season. We don't know yet. Of course, none of us has a crystal ball. We can't say for sure how well that will be able to go ahead. But what I really found amazing is that even with all this uncertainty, even with really not knowing from one day to the next what government guidance is going to be, what borders will be open and closed, we not only have a good number of programs on offer for December, but we had 15 extra programs added to the list. So that's 15 NAs and chapters that had the confidence to say, we know it's a risk. We know things may not work, but we are putting our best foot forward and we are being hopeful and optimistic. And if it doesn't work for December, which we all hope it will, well, I hope all of them will be willing to move it into next year. So that's just a little summary. Do you want to step in there or add anything?
Fiona, I feel like it's time for you to go get a cup of coffee and some rest. So let us thank you on behalf of the CISV world for all the time that you've spent today, and hope that you could still get a bit of rest on this weekend. So thanks so much, Fiona.
That's okay. You're welcome. It's been my privilege.
Thank you.
Bye, Fiona.
Yeah, and actually, I kind of want to take this opportunity because I'm really happy that throughout this day, some of you have gotten a chance to know some of the senior managers that we have at the office, so the people that are employed. And like Gabi said before, we often think of CISVers as you know, our core base of volunteers, which is people that volunteer in the chapters, people that go to our programs. But I can assure you from working really closely with everyone at the international office over the last years, that they are diehard CISVers, that they're super committed and dedicated to the organization, that they have nothing that resembles a normal work schedule because we all want to talk to them at night or on the weekend. So they really work around the clock to make sure that our organization is up and running and thinking about taking it forward. So I want to take this moment to really thank the office. It's been a rough time for them. It's been a rough time for everyone. But as people who are employed, it's been a rough time for them. They've had to take a hit to their income. And so we really appreciate everything that you do and all the work that you put in, and just wanted you guys to know that we see it and appreciate it. So thank you. So actually, Gabi touched on on a point that I wanna talk about is having this very strange time kind of created an opportunity for a lot of creativity. And yes, we often do things the same way in CISV, and we're very fixed on like how our programs look and which activities we do. And all of a sudden, we had to be really creative and think outside the box. And I think it's been really inspiring to see some of the work that's been done by either chapters or NAs or JB, which as always leads the pack when it comes to creativity and thinking outside of the box, and seeing some of the initiatives, some of them you've seen throughout the day today, that people have been taking. It's been really, really inspiring for me to see how creative people are. And how they're not letting this pandemic get in the way of us doing what we want to do. And actually, I'll use this opportunity to tell you about a virtual program that we are doing in collaboration with AFS. Actually, Gabi, you know more about this, but maybe you could tell us a little bit about the program that we're doing and who it's for and how people can find out more.
Absolutely. So some of you may know AFS. They are an organization that does mostly school-based exchange programs, and they have been around since actually the First World War, but they really started their exchange program around the same time that CISV started as well. And over the last few years, we've really been working in partnership with them because our missions are very aligned, our goals, our educational approach. What's a little bit different is how we do it. They do education, family-based exchange programs where people go to school. We do a different kind of program, but we are aiming at very similar goals. And so we find that we have so much in common. In fact, recently I was at a meeting with them where we were talking about, if you didn't know whether you were looking at the AFS website or the CISV website, you might have trouble in some cases figuring out which was which. And I think that's why it's so important to work with organizations like that, because it gives us and them more opportunities to expand their impact. No one organization or person working on their own is going to achieve everything we want to achieve, but we can massively increase our reach and our impact by working with other organizations. And right now, one of the ways that we're doing that is to offer to work with them on a virtual program that they have been developing for a number of years. And we're able, because they'd been working on it for a while, to launch it in this COVID year as an alternative to in-person programs. But they see it very much not as an either or, but as something that would really complement their in-person programs. And it is an active global citizenship online learning opportunity open to 14 to 17-year-olds all over the organization or actually all over the world. And they are offering a special opportunity and discounted price for CISVers in that age group. And we've sent information out about it in the IO update and in weekly emails. If anyone is interested in pursuing it, please do get in touch, because we can give you can see it on the AFS website. Look up Global U Adventurer program, and but get in touch with us, because we can give you the special code that you will need to register. And then we'd love to hear all about the experience, because we'd like to know what the future might hold for CISV in terms of virtual programming. So this is a chance for you to learn something and a chance for you to help CISV develop its program offering.
And Gabi, we just got breaking news that but don't let it stop you, because we want more. So amazing. We reached 11,000, $1 for each participant in 2019. So thanks again to everyone that's donating. It's really, really great and heartwarming. And remember, it doesn't matter if you're donating $500 or if you're donating $5. Every little bit counts, and what counts is kind of honoring the memories that CISV has helped you make. And actually now building on the topic of doing things outside of the box and being creative and what we're calling make 2020 count. So how can we still do something that promotes CISV's values despite the strange time that we live in. So we actually invited 2 guests to join us because they have been doing things creatively in this virtual time. So let me welcome Jaime Carreño from CISV Ecuador and Ana Pao Ortiz Quero from CISV Mexico. It's really awesome to have you both here. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much.
Hi guys. So actually it would be great if you each tell us a bit about yourself before we start. So maybe tell us how you got involved in CISV, what you've done in CISV, and maybe what you do in your regular life outside of CISV. So Jaime, I'll start with you.
I started the CISV when I was 11 years old. I went to a village, and then 10 years later, I come back and be active in my chapter. I have been leader training, village coordinator, communication coordinator, and now I'm the mosaic coordinator also.
Awesome. So after your village, you didn't do any other programs for a while? Okay. And still something, the seed was there and made you come back 10 years later.
Yeah, it was really cool. And I was leader from a village, and it was really fun to see how the magic works. Like when you were leader, you say, oh, everything is magic. You wake up and everything is there. All the activities are ready, and then you understand why, how the activities work.
Yeah. And Jaime, what do you do outside of CISV?
I'm studying education.
Okay. Very, very cool. Awesome. And Ana Pao, what about you?
Well, I didn't start as a kid. I started as a staff in 2013, but I loved CISV. I got hooked. And since then, I've been a staff member, leader for Interchange, and I got also involved in the chapter and in the national level. And it's been amazing. I did one village only, but I think it's also a magic program.
Yeah, I think magic is the best way to describe village. There's just something, I mean, I love a lot of our programs, but there's something magical about village that you just can't, something about that age. Doris knew what she was talking about.
There's no words to explain that program. But.
Yeah. And still, we found ourselves in 2020 not being able to do any of these programs. Unfortunately, we're in mid-July, so a lot of people would have been in our programs right now. And still, the 2 of you thought outside the box and helped still create some kind of experience that has the CISV spirit for people in your NA. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it started as a collaboration between Jiménez NA, Ecuador, and especially my chapter in Mexico. And we decided to do one activity for 14 to 15-year-old kids. And it worked. We were a lot of leaders in the beginning. We were like 15 and like probably the same amount of kids. But after we finished the activity and we saw how excited they were and how happy they were to have some CISV activity in their life, we decided to expand the age groups and to create more activities, also to invite more NAs. The first one to join after us was Argentina. And from there, the other NAs started to hear about them and to hear about the activities, and they decided to join. And it's been amazing. Like we've had family activities, activity for village age kids, 12 to 14. We also have now an 18 plus activity, which is for volunteers of all ages. So we can have the just 18 volunteers and also the 50 or older participants. So it's been a really nice project and a really nice time with all the participants. And
so
we try to keep the same dynamic as in a camp. So leaders are divided into planning groups, and they facilitate the activity. They do basically the same thing as in a camp, except in a virtual environment.
So Ana Paulina, for the people on the line that are maybe thinking this is an awesome idea that they could replicate, so like describe in more detail, what does that look like? So how long is the activity? You know, do people sign on in with Zoom? So describe a little bit how you actually run the activity and what goes into it.
If you want.
Yeah, the activities normally they're 1.5 hours on Saturdays, sometimes Sundays. It's in the afternoon, so all the countries from the American can join, and it is not lunchtime, and it's not too early in the morning, so it's the perfect hour for us. And they have we divided in ages, like Ana Paul said before, and we have the planning groups who plan every activity. We use Zoom as a main platform, and we also use Padlet and more interactive platforms to make dynamic activities. So it's really cool. We also have 12 countries now in the Americas, so it's really fun and really cool activities every week.
So it's every week, every Saturday or Sunday, something happens.
This weekend we have 3 activities. Today we have 12 to 14 activity, and tomorrow we have 11 and 80 plus activity.
That's very cool. And do people have to register for like a whole series, or do they just drop in when they want to?
They can register when they want.
Okay, and they hear about it through their chapters and NAs?
Yep, and we also have an Instagram account at CISV at Home, where we publish every week the activities and every month the calendar for the whole month. So people can plan ahead and sign up. Like the sign up register link goes on Monday, and they have until Friday usually to sign on. And they can hear about it.
Oh yeah, we see it on the screen now.
Yep, that's the page.
And so how many people are like on an average activity, more or less?
Well, it depends a little bit on the activity. For example, family activity, we have around 100.
Oh, wow.
100 families connected. So it's like 500 people, more or less.
Wow.
But for example, the 18 plus activity, I think the highest number that we had was 50, if I'm not mistaken. So it depends a lot on the activity. The first village age group had 93 village age kids.
Wow, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
And do they join on their own, or do they join, like, do they have virtual delegations?
They join on their own. Because the delegation would be kind of complicated right now. We've been thinking about it, but we haven't really done it.
That's very, very cool. What would be some tips that you have for other countries or other regions that want to get started on this?
Well, I think to be creative, like most of our activities are CISV activities transferred to online activities. Like we can do it, so just be creative and open your mind to do it.
Yep, cool. And in my case, I think besides being creative, also be patient, because you're not gonna have 100 on the first activity, and it might be only 15 or 20 kids that join, even though 50 signed up. But be patient. They will eventually start hearing about it and join the activities, and they will have fun and continue coming back.
That's very cool. So first of all, congratulations on this program. It's really awesome to see people being creative and making it work. We actually have a banner on the bottom. We have a CISV page called Make 2020 Count, which has different resources for how you could do things locally or virtually. So check it out. It's coming up on the screen right now. And you could actually report some of the things you do so that CISV International can see what activity is still happening, even though we're all not able to travel. So I actually want to talk to you a bit now generally and not about the project. So today's theme is make each memory count. And so we've been asking a lot of our guests about their CISV memories. So can I ask each of you to share like a special CISV moment that you had either in your programs or as part of your volunteer work in the chapters?
He maybe want to go first.
It's a hard one.
It's a really hard one. I think to be a leader, I love to be a leader to see how your kids grow. Like in Ecuador, you meet the kids in January, and then you start working in the trainings. In April, you know who is your delegation. So you already know your kids, and then to see how they grow and how they make the camp is beautiful. I really love to be a leader. Like, I think all my delegations love me and I love them. So yeah, really.
Are you still in touch with the kids that were your delegates?
Yeah. Every time I talk, and like every month we have a chat conversation and things like that. So I love them.
Very cool. What about you, Ana Pao?
I think I've loved all of my experiences, and all of them have been crazy, different, and strange in some sense, because they haven't been like, even if I've done 3 step-ups, they have all been very different. But I think the nicest memory I have from a program would be when I was an interchange leader in Brazil. I still see my kids as well. We form like a little family, and right now they're already 18, most of them. So some of them can start leading national programs, which is really, like, I don't know, gives me goosebumps, because they are already old enough to do that. But I remember we had like let's say like a stuffed teddy bear, but it was a bee, because it had like an inside joke. And to see how they care for him, the name of the bee was Ayuna. So they took care of the bee like everywhere we went, and we have to change it. It's raining, so put the raincoat on and things like that. And it just made me like realize, if they want to be leaders eventually, they're going to be great leaders, because they took like they know what it takes to be a leader.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was actually going to lead a program this year, and it was like, too soon. Don't grow up. But it was nice, and the family they formed was amazing.
That's cool. Are all your former delegates still active?
From that delegation, all but one.
Yeah.
All of them are active.
But Kime, I think you're a wonderful example of someone that took a break, did other things in life, and then, the CISV passion was still there, and there was an opportunity, and you made your way back to the organization. So I actually think you're a great example that you don't need to do all of our programs for CISV to make an impact.
Yes.
All right, before we wrap up, I want to ask you one question. So what's, if you think of your life in general, like what's one thing that CISV gave you that you feel in your everyday life?
I think confidence. I was really shy, even though I'm a teacher outside of CISV. Like I could be confident in front of a group of students, but not in front of a group of adults. Like with parents, I was like, no. But it gave me the confidence to believe, well, first of all, to believe in myself and to feel comfortable talking with any group of people, even if they're older than me or younger than me. So much that I've been chapter president for the past 2 years. So that's something that CISV gave me.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, I think the same. Like I can't imagine 5 years ago to be here, like to be in a live stream with a lot of people seeing you. So I think the same. Like it's a magic, like how you grow and how you can be, like to be a leader and to be here now.
Yeah. Very, very cool. So Jime, Ana Pao, huge thank you to you for joining us. I'm glad CISV gave you the confidence to join and speak in front of everyone and share your creative approach to 2020 being a crazy year. And hopefully you inspired some people on the line for how they can take this back to their chapters, or maybe if they're in the Americas, they could join the activities that you're running already. So thank you so much for joining. And again, reminder to everyone that you could check out the Make 2020 Count page to see and get inspired for things you could do in 2020 without travel. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so if anyone joined us just now, we are in our 6th hour of the Donathon, the live event. We made it past the $11,000 mark. Very excited. I saw a question in the chat of where you could donate. So actually, you can't donate through the Facebook Live or the YouTube channel. You have to go to Give Butter. It's running on the banner on the bottom right now, givebutter.com/CISV fundraise. You could either donate through there and share your story, or alternatively, you could go to the CISV.org webpage and click the red donate button on that page, and that'll take you to a site where you could donate using PayPal or a credit card. So that's with regard to donating. Keep donating. Again, if you haven't donated yet and you just joined us, we're happy with any amount, big or small. We don't discriminate, and we like diversity in everything we do, including in amounts. So now we're going to remind you that next year, hopefully, we don't know where the world will be next year, but if all goes well, next year we will have our 3rd Global Conference 2021 in the Netherlands. So to get you excited about it, we're going to see a short video about Global Conference.
Personal energy level, and it was, yeah, this is why I put in the time, and we as a group have put in the time. Getting a lot of positive feedback. I think people are excited to be here and participating in this event, connecting, watching people connect with people that they hadn't seen, didn't know were going to be here. Like in some cases, I saw people say, I went to a seminar camp with you 20 years ago, and they didn't expect to see them.
I love the global conference. It is so fantastic to have CISVers from different levels of the organization, from JB, chapters, NAs, at the international level, national level, come together. It really creates a unique kind of energy to have us from across all levels coming together to share and connect.
Having that time to talk to people from other places and see what their solutions have been, or just what has been amazing.
So I think Global Conference is the perfect place for you to seek inspiration from all corners of the world and from different levels of the organization, to get to know people and to know who works on what. So if you want to contribute something, and this is the best place for you to find that person and do that.
The conference is great. It's going very well. Great to meet new people, to meet old friends, and a lot of networking going on. A lot of people having a lot of social time where they take breaks in between sessions and catch up or meet new friends. It's a very, very good team.
This conference is really amazing. I think we raised the bar. The content is great. It's been truly amazing seeing everyone here together. It's really exciting and inspiring.
Yep, I just want to say that was me at the very end of that video, and I always feel embarrassed when that video shows up because I lost my voice at that conference, and I sound really funny at the end.
Maayong adlaw.
Hi.
Hola. Ciao. Moin moin. Share a CSV memory and make a donation.
And challenge friends to pay it forward and share their own.
Hello, thank you for your interest in the fundraising campaign. Join me next July 18th for an amazing donut. A 10-hour event to share memories, have fun, and make 2020 count. July 18th, starting at 10 a.m. UK time.
Make each memory count.
Pretext Pratimosa.
Make each memory count. Hatag yung bili ang matang budlo. Make each memory count.
O pahalagahan natin ang bawat alaala.
Make each memory count.
Kia ora.
Hola. Oi. Marhaba. Hi. Konnichiwa. Xin chào. 大家好. Maayong gabi. Mabuhay. Bonjour.
Namaste.
Hi, I'm Olivia.
Matthias.
My name is Yara.
My name is Tina.
Marcus.
Kennedy.
Masha.
Sumana. Idang medal Italia. De Colombia. ¿Cómo fue tan mal?
India.
Lebanon. Somalia.
Indonesia. New Zealand.
From the Philippines. Singapore and Myanmar.
From the United States.
Vietnam. From Australia. And it's okay to be different. And it's okay to be vulnerable. And it's okay to be sad.
It's okay to be lonely.
It's okay to be abnormal.
It is okay to be unique.
It's okay to be imperfect. And it's okay to not be okay.
It's okay to be awkward.
And it's okay to be alone.
And it's okay to be emotional.
It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to be whatever you want to be.
It's okay to be lazy. It's okay to be nervous.
It's okay to be afraid.
It's okay to be scared.
And it's okay to be
Obsessed.
And it's okay to laugh.
And it's okay to be sensitive.
And it's okay to be an Asian.
It's okay to be different.
And it's okay to be inquisitive.
It's okay to be asexual.
It's okay to be
Yourself. It's okay to be not okay.
It's okay to be.
It's okay to be clumsy.
It is okay to be whatever makes you happy. And it's okay to be normal.
It's okay to be diverse. And it's okay to not be okay.
It's okay to be lost at times.
It's okay to be a child.
It's okay to be
anxious. It's okay to be stressed.
It's okay to be living a happy life without losing a part of yourself.
And it's okay to be tired. And it's okay to be less than perfect. I think it's okay to be unsure. Unsure about what's currently going on, unsure about what's to come, or unsure about life in general. Because at the end of the day, that's the beauty of curiosity and just wanting to learn and grow more as you go through life.
It's okay to be weird. Right, Yoda? We started this campaign in 2018 to spread awareness and speak about mental health.
This campaign's purpose was to remind the youth to be their true authentic selves and to celebrate how beautiful it is to be you in a world that forces us to conform to its standards.
Although we say goodbye, the purpose of this campaign still lives on.
Thank you to all 259 participants from 34 countries. Through you, we saw this project grow into something big and beautiful.
May everybody continue to learn to love themselves, and in that process, be empowered to love and encourage others as well.
Always remember, it's okay to be you. Salamat!
Salamat! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Juanes.
How are you?
It was very impressive singing before, I have to say.
Thank you.
Did you see my comment that I wrote? The real Juanes should watch out for the CISV Juanes.
Yeah, I answered it. I said he should.
So how do you feel so far? It's been an amazing day, and you've been in the small group planning it. So how do you feel? Are you happy with that, with the results so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy. We just reached $11,000. I'm a little bit tired. It has been a lot of work for almost a month, but I think it's going really good.
What time did you wake up today to do this?
4:30 a.m.
Did you get any sleep or did you just stay up?
Like 3-4 hours.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are doing an amazing job, so thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you to all the governing board for the support, to all the office. It has been an amazing work.
Yeah, it's been fun. And I'm really glad that I'm actually really happy that some CISVers get a chance to meet some of the roles that they don't normally get to meet in their day-to-day work. So it's great that they get to see the JB, and it's great that they get to meet some people from the board, from the office, and it's really fun.
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing yoga with us?
Yeah, I think so. It's my first time doing yoga.
Your first time doing yoga?
Yeah, but I'll try.
There's a first time for everything. Where are you at right now, Juanes?
Where am I?
Yeah.
At my house in Bogota.
In Bogota.
Mm-hmm.
What's the weather like?
Oh, it's sunny.
Okay. I'm in Tel Aviv, and it's sunny as well. It's warm. It's summertime here. Yep. All righty. Thanks, Juanes, for everything that you do.
You're welcome.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye, Juanes. All right. So what we have coming up is really great. I'm sure all of you have been sitting for the last 5 hours just watching this wonderful program that we have. And so it's time to get your body moving a little bit. But before we do that, I'd actually like to talk to another CISVer, Shelby from CISV USA from the Denver chapter. Hi, Shelby. Welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm so good. I'm so excited to be here.
I see you're already getting us in like the yoga mode.
Yes.
All right, but before we get started, I would actually love to talk to you a bit and for you to tell us about yourself and how you're related to yoga. But before the yoga, tell us who you are, what you've done with CISV, and what you do in your life.
Yeah, so my home chapter is CISV Jacksonville in Florida, which is where I grew up. And I'll start with my CISV experience, I guess. So I went to Village in 2003. So quite a while ago now, it seems so surreal. And that was in Denmark, did an interchange with Sweden. Then I was at JC in China, seminar in Italy, and then IPP in Norway. So I've been really lucky to do quite a few CISV programs growing up, and just obviously so enjoyed all of them. They've had such a significant impact on my life. And as we're kind of in this COVID crazy world, it's been a really good time to kind of reflect on, in this time where we're all experiencing this same sort of abnormal or out of the ordinary life, to call back on my friendships and experiences that I have with CISVers and growing up, and all of those friendships that I built 10 years ago. It's crazy. But now I live in Boulder, which is a smaller city just outside of Denver, Colorado. So kind of smack dab in the middle of the US. And I am a yoga teacher. And when COVID hit, studios shut down because we're all in a room breathing together, and that's not the best thing to be doing. And a couple other yoga teachers and I thought, we miss teaching and we want to be able to bring live yoga into people's homes. And so we created Awaken Live, which is a virtual yoga and fitness platform that we're super excited about, especially with its potential for being a global community, and bringing people together through movement and our hope is that it becomes a little bit more of a robust kind of learning platform too. We have a book club and other ways to kind of engage with each other as well, which has been so nice since it's mostly just me and my husband. It's my social interaction at the moment, which is wonderful too. But
And how's it been going since you launched Awaken Live?
it's been so great. I mean, anytime you start a new business, it's a little bit slow, but we've had such positive response, and our students are so great. And it's amazing we have people from Amsterdam, Canada, the US, kind of a little bit of an international smattering already. So it's so fun to be able to bring yoga and strength to people, especially when it's nice to get out of your head a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So it's like the fitness and wellness version of CISV almost.
That's the idea. I would love that it becomes that. Yes.
That's very, very cool. So as people get ready for the class, what do they need to bring? What do you recommend they wear? What should they have?
Yeah. So as far as what to wear, I'd say just anything that's kind of comfortable and allows movement. So maybe something stretchy, could be sweatpants, could be workout attire. Jeans, probably not the best, but depending on your jeans, it could be great. And then just like a little bit of room, and you could have a mat if you had like a yoga mat or a Pilates mat, that'd be great. Otherwise, just your floor or your carpet will work. And if you happen to have, I just have a little like couch pillow and also a blanket, which are really just kind of for extra coziness towards the end of class. So if you have those handy and easy to grab, awesome. We'll use those later. Otherwise, really you just kind of need yourself. And I think we'll be able to make it work with kind of whatever you've got.
Awesome. So if you're not ready yet with your comfy clothes and your mat, go put those on right now. And in the meantime, as you go put it on, I'll ask you one last question before we start the yoga class, which we've been asking all our guests. And that is, do you have a specific CISV memory that is special to you? I know that there's many, but is there one special moment that stands out?
Let's see. So in my village, so when I was 11 in Denmark, so it was 2 years after 9/11 happened in the US. And I mean, I was 11, so it wasn't like, I mean, I obviously knew what had happened with 9/11, but not from like an adult perspective. And at Village, we did the like the children's UN, the model UN, and we had such an interesting discussion. And it wasn't even us that brought up the US as our issue. I don't think we even brought up 9/11 or terrorism, but it was the Indian delegation, I think, was the one who brought it up. And it wasn't painting the US in the most positive light. And I think it was a really interesting experience as an 11-year-old. And that was my first time out of the country too, to get confronted with kind of the reality of how the politics of my country affects so much of the world, which is perhaps especially unique for the US. But it just put me like kind of in my place in the world as an American so solidly, and it really made me want to be, I think, even more compassionate than at week like 3.5 in Village. I already felt like I wanted to be for the rest of the citizens in the world. And yeah, I know that's the one that pops up as being like really kind of deeply moving. But I mean, there's so many. There's like doing ketos and a McDonald's in Copenhagen. And
oh yeah, that famous all camps, right?
Yeah. So many of those fun things. Singing the CISV song in the airport with my interchange delegation before we all said goodbye. You know, lots of good memories.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Shelby. And so I hope everyone is ready to get stretched and kind of get in the zone. So if you're just tuning in, we're going to kick off our yoga session by Shelby, a proud CISVer from the US. And after you do that, you can come back and donate. So enjoy the yoga, and I'll see you after for some talks with a few more CISV alumni.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome everyone. I was saying to my husband earlier, this will probably be the most diverse yoga class I've ever taught. And I'm so excited, whether you're brand new to yoga or very experienced. I think we'll make this nice and accessible and fun no matter what. And so just to give everyone maybe a couple more moments to grab a pillow and blanket if you want it, we're just going to start on our back. So nice and simple, laying down. So you can make your way onto your back and find something that feels comfortable to you. So depending on the surface you're on, you might feel less comfortable with your legs long. So you can keep your knees bent, the soles of your feet on the floor. You could also bring your feet to meet. Take your knees out wide and just let your knees splay out. This could feel nice through your outer hips. And for your hands, I'll invite you to bring your left hand right over your heart, the left side of your chest, and your right hand to your belly, right over your belly button, maybe just a little bit lower. And from here, I'll start to bring some awareness to your breath, which you might be able to feel through the rise and fall of your chest, underneath your hands, even down into your belly. And just notice the state of your breath here. And so 90% of yoga really is just breathing. It's about your inhales and your exhales and bringing your awareness to them more solidly. And this practice of your awareness of your breath is extremely good for your nervous system, especially in times of stress, allowing you to get back just into the simple physical act of breathing and calming your mind, your body, letting your heart rate settle, your muscles relax. We'll start to sync our breathing up together and find a little bit more intention with the breath now. With your next inhale, take a full breath in through your nose, maybe to a count of 4, 3, 2, 1. And as you exhale, say it out your mouth, let it go. Ha. 3 more like that. Inhale, fill up, breathe in through your nose. And with your exhale, sigh it out. Feel yourself get a little heavier down onto your mat with your exhale. 2 more. Inhale, feel the hand over your heart in particular lift as you draw air in. And exhale, sigh it out. Feel your hips get a little bit heavier on the floor beneath you. And just 1 more deep breath like that. Inhale, biggest breath yet. Big expansion through your ribs. Maybe even pause for a second at the top. And as you exhale, sigh it out. Let out any stale air all the way to the emptiness of your lungs. And now continue to breathe, and it could be any breath that's comfortable for you. In and out through your nose, which is the traditional breath in yoga. You're also welcome to take exhales out your mouth at any point. And from here, draw your knees from wherever they are. Back up towards the sky so your knees are bent. And pull your knees in towards your chest. Bring 1 hand to each shin or to your lower leg bone. And give yourself a little squeeze. And pull your knees in towards your chest and compress through the front line of your body. So you're creating some pressure right in the creases of your hips, along the tops of your thighs, and along your belly and your ribs. And then start to roll a little side to side. You can take some circles around your low back, just giving yourself a little massage here. And go the other direction in your circles. If you haven't already, just starting to even yourself out both ways. And from here, re-extend your legs long. Reach your arms overhead. Oh, interlace your fingers so you're like you're holding hands with yourself. Flip your palms to face away from your head. And take a big breath in. And as you exhale, reach your hands over towards the right and get a little stretch, maybe like you would when you're waking up in the morning through your left side. Notice now, as we've brought our awareness to our breath, your inhales can help to expand and stretch the muscles on your left side. Catch your next inhale, come back through center, and switch it over to the left as you exhale. Now you'll feel the stretch on your right side. Use your breath there to create more space between each rib along your right side. Nice. And come back through center. Separate your hands, but keep your arms reaching overhead. And start to roll over onto your belly. Just make your way up onto your elbows. You'll want to get your elbows stuck pretty much right underneath your shoulder joint here. Bring your palms down to the mat. Reach your feet back so your legs are nice and long. And we call this Sphinx pose. And get a little broadening across your chest by pulling your elbows energetically back so they won't actually move, but it's just that energetic action in your muscles to pull back and spread through your chest. And from here, maybe take some stretches through your neck. You can drop your right ear towards your right shoulder. You can stay there, maybe tucking your chin a little in towards your chest or leaning your head back. And let your chin fall through center. And bring your left ear towards your left shoulder. Do the same thing now on the other side. Really nice, guys. Bring your chin back through center. And bring your hands alongside you. Make your way up onto all fours. And we call this tabletop in yoga world. And start to wiggle through your hips a little bit. I'll take some little circles just to feel into your hips, maybe your shoulders as well. And eventually arrive in stillness. And check in that your knees are roughly right under your hips and your wrists are roughly right under your shoulders. And from here, we'll move through some cat-cow pose, one of the yoga classics. So with your inhale, you'll let your belly drop. Your gaze will come slightly up. This is cow pose, little arc in your back. And as you exhale, press the floor away, pull your navel up to your spine, and find cat pose, like an angry cat here. Twice more. Inhale, drop your belly, keep your core or your stomach muscles strong. And exhale, press and spread through your upper back, right in between your shoulders. Last time through, using your breath as your guide, inhale to cow pose. And exhale to cat. Well, this time with your inhale, find a neutral spine. So halfway in between your cat and your cow. Walk your palms about a handprint further forward. Tuck your toes under, and then lift your hips up into our downward facing dog. And so this is the epitome of our yoga here, right? And the misconception with down dog is that your legs have to be totally straight. Really, you can bend your knees as much as you need to. What we want to see is a straight spine. So instead of kind of hanging out with your shoulders over your wrist, press into your hands and send your spine in the same line as your straight arms in front of you. So you're kind of resisting the floor with your hands. From there, your knees can be bent. They could even almost be hovering right off the floor. Depending on the surface, you might be on a carpet, can be a little bit hard to get some traction. So we won't stay here too long. So take a breath in, look towards your hands at the top of your space. And with your exhale, slowly start to walk your hands forward toward, or your feet rather, forward towards your hands. So you're in a forward fold at the top of your space. Now reach your hands to opposite elbow creases. Let your head hang heavy and bend your knees quite a bit. So you're actually resting your torso on your thighs, right? So your ribs or your belly might be resting right on the tops of your legs. And from here, just let your head relax towards the floor. The crown of your head reaching down to the very tippy top. And you might rock the weight forward towards the base of your toes. And from here, you can also sway your torso a little side to side. You could shake your head like you're saying yes or saying no. Let this first forward fold of class be more about finding length in your spine than it is about finding length in the backs of your legs. So never feel afraid to bend your knees quite a lot. Most of us have pretty tight hamstrings, myself really included here. Start to release your hands back to the floor, and then start to walk your hands up your legs until they're just above your knees. From here, draw your shoulders down your back. We call this a halfway lift. So with your inhale, reach the crown of your head forward as you send your tailbone back. So you're creating this nice long spine. You can bend your knees quite a bit here as well. You can even walk your hands all the way up to your hip creases and press your hands in there to help you find the length in your spine. Take one more big breath in, find a little more length. And as you exhale, fold forward. Nice. Press into your feet. Use the strength of your legs to let yourself come all the way up to standing now. Reach your arms up and overhead. And as you exhale, bring your hands together in front of your heart. You're in a little prayer here. I'll squat a little bit. My head's just peeking off the top there, I think. So with your hands at your heart, close your eyes down. And now that we've gotten a little bit more into the body, into the breath, I'll see if there's an intention that you would like to set for this practice. And it could be anything from just finding a little bit more inner peace. It could be some gratitude in your life, maybe towards CISV. I know today mine is kind of the joy of connecting, reconnecting with others across the world. And if there's nothing that shows up, that's also totally fine. Yoga can be a great just physical practice, a way to just be right in your body without having to think about anything else. So release your arms by your sides now. With your inhale, sweep your arms up and overhead. My palms touch at the top. I'm just going to come down to kneel so you can see my arms here. And as you exhale, I'll let your left arm kind of reach down. We're just flossing through the shoulders a little bit here. Inhale, reach your arm back up. And as you exhale, take it to the right. Nice. Once more, inhale. I kind of feel like this is like, right, peel, banana, peel, banana. Inhale your arm back up and then peel the other side. All right, peel, banana, peel, banana. Nice work, guys. Inhale your arms back up and overhead. And exhale your hands through center. We'll move through some basic sunays, so the bread and butter of our yoga here. With your inhale, sweep your arms up and overhead. And exhale, fold forward. Bend your knees as you come down, so you're protecting your low back. Find your halfway lift as you inhale, hands to your shins or your thighs. Find length in your spine. And exhale, fold in. Bring your palms to plant on the floor. Step your feet back into a high plank, which is like the top of a push-up here. Help strengthen your legs, and know you can always drop to your knees. So this is a great place to be as well. You're still strong in your legs, and you're creating a long line from the crown of your head down through your knees or through your heels. Take another breath in here. And as you exhale, bend your elbows, keep your core, your belly strong, and lower all the way to your mat. Forehead will touch the floor. And find your hands alongside your chest so your fingertips are in line right with the top of your shoulders. Let your elbows squeeze in. And with your inhale, lift your chest into what we call cobra pose. Exhale, lower back down. And we'll do that twice more. Inhale to lift your heart. Bring some weight into your hands. Maybe you feel okay, you can lift your chest up a little bit more. And exhale, lower back. Once more, inhale, lift up. And exhale, lower down. Curl your toes under. I'll press up through tabletop, so back to your knees. And exhale, downward facing dog. Hips up and back. Nice. So we'll move through that twice more. Moving one breath to one movement. We'll take it nice and slow. This is just a way to build some heat in your body. With your inhale, gaze forward towards your hands. And exhale, slowly walk your feet forward to meet your wrists. Halfway lift on your inhale, hands to your shins or to your thighs. Find your long spine. Really nice. Exhale, fold forward. Press through your feet, and with your inhale, come all the way up to standing, arms up and overhead. Exhale, palms together, bring them in front of your heart. Remind yourself of your intention. Inhale, reach your arms back to the sky. And fold forward as you exhale, right? Bend your knees, fold down. Halfway lift. Inhale, long spine, bend your knees here as well if you'd like. And exhale, fold forward, plant your palms, and step your feet back to your high plank. Take an inhale here, strengthen your legs, and then either from your knees or your toes, exhale, slowly lower down to your belly. Cobra pose, palms press, inhale, lift your heart. And exhale, return forehead to the earth. Inhale through tabletop, press your heart, your hips up. And exhale, back, downward facing dog. You got this, guys. One more time. Inhale, look forward. And slowly walk your hands to your feet to your hands, forward folds. Halfway lift, inhale, hands to your legs, lift. And fold forward, exhale. Press through your feet. Inhale, reach your arms up. And bring your hands to your heart. Exhale. Reach back up. Inhale. Feel the press of your feet. Reach your hands a little taller. And forward fold as you exhale. Inhale, halfway lift. Hands to shins or thighs. And exhale, fold in. Plant your palms, step back to your high plank. Stay for your inhale. And with your exhale, slowly lower all the way to your belly. Inhale, cobra, lift your heart, long spine. Exhale, return back to the floor. Curl your toes under. Inhale to tabletop, lift your hips. And exhale, back, downward facing dog. I'll take a moment here. Take a full breath in your nose. And exhale, sigh it out your mouth. Now, if you're comfortable in your down dog, if you have a yoga mat, you can stay here. Otherwise, we're going to meet in child's pose very briefly. So bring your knees out wide. Your big toes will touch behind you. And then sit your hips down towards your heels and reach your arms forward. Let your forehead rest down on the ground. And so now that we've moved for a little bit, this is a moment for you to reset, to notice any difference in your body, any areas that are warmer than they were before. How's your heart rate and your breath compared to right when we started laying down on the mat? Do you notice any tingles in your hands and your legs? Maybe in your neck, your shoulders? Anywhere you might be able to imagine or feel energy moving a little bit more dominantly. If you're in child's pose on the floor, we'll meet back in downward facing dog. So start to make your way back with your hips up. And find your base. And just like the start of our Sun A, inhale, gaze forward, look towards your thumbs. Exhale, slowly walk your feet towards your hands. Inhale to your halfway lift. And as you exhale, step your left foot back so that you're in a lunge here. And you'll drop your left knee to the floor right away and check in with your right knee. You want it to stack right over your right ankle. So a little bit back is fine. You just don't want it moving forward here. Cool, so right over, and then bring your hands to the top of your right thigh and come upright. And then you'll start to take a couple slow pulses here in your lunge. You'll back out and lower back down. And these don't have to be super big movements. They could be really small. And as always, move with your breath. Inhale to back out and exhale to sink a little bit deeper. And next time at the bottom of your exhale, you'll stay in your lunge. Don't worry too much about how deep it is, but make sure you're getting a little bit of a stretch through the front of your left thigh here. Keep your right hand on your thigh for stability. And with your inhale, draw your left arm up and reach it a little over towards the right. So you're getting a stretch all along this left side of your body, pretty much down through your left knee. You'll reach up and over towards the right. I'm going to take one more big breath in here. And as you exhale, keep your legs as they are. Bring your left hand to the inside of your right foot and reach your right arm up towards the sky. So you're getting a little twist in your upper body. And it's okay, in my opinion at least, to let your left hip dip down. So you're continuing to stretch through the front of your left hip right into your psoas. Press down into your left hand, reach up to the sky with your right, and take 2 more deep, fully intentioned breaths. Come back to your intention if you had it, and if you didn't, just breathe. Focus on that rhythm in your body. One more breath in. And exhale, bring your right hand to the outside of your right foot. And now send your hips back so you're straightening-ish over your right leg. And your right leg might get really straight or it might stay kind of bent. Either way, just work to find length in your spine. So that could be you bring one hand to your leg to give yourself a little bit more lift. And then work to drape your upper body over your right thigh. So nice stretch for your right hamstring, right the back of your right leg. And just like our last couple breaths in our twist, take 3 more here in this hamstring stretch. And see if you could imagine your breath is coming from the back of your right leg. As you inhale, you inflate your right hamstring. And as you exhale, you let it soften a little bit more. Beautiful. Come back forward towards your lunge. Lift your left knee. Bring your fingertips in front of your right foot. And then step your left foot forward to meet your right. So back in our forward fold, we'll take an active version of our forward fold here. So find your peace fingers and bring them around your big toe mounds. So I'll turn forward so you can kind of see it. I'm lifting my big toes, wrap my fingers around my big toes. And you can bend your knees super deep here. Rest your torso, your upper body on your thighs once again. And then let your elbows pull out to the side. Take a breath in. And as you exhale, relax your head and find some length through your upper back. And press your toes into your fingers. That'll just keep a little extra activation going on there. Really nice. Now release your hands. Bring your hands to the tops of your shins or your thighs, back to your halfway lift. Take an inhale breath. And exhale, fold in. Step your right leg back now and set up your lunge on the other side. Let your right knee come to the floor, both hands to the top of your left thigh. And take some pulses forward and back here. All right, syncing with your breath, inhale to back out. Exhale to sink a little bit deeper. You can put quite a bit of weight into your hands on your thigh as well to help support your torso and staying upright. All right, now keep your left hand on your leg to give you some stability. Inhale, reach your right arm up. And as you exhale, lean over towards the left. Now work your breath here. So just like we were on the floor when we just reached our arms overhead and off to each side, let your breath inflate your right side lungs and creating more space between your ribs. Take one more breath in. With your exhale, right hand down to the inside of your left foot and reach your left arm up towards the sky. And see how broad you can get through your chest here. As you work your right shoulder a little bit more towards the left and towards your left knee. And like on the other side too, let your right hip sink low, and that'll get into your psoas muscle, which is responsible for holding a lot of stress in our body. It's our fight or flight response muscle, right, that engages when we need to run away or hide, right? So the more we can encourage that muscle to relax, the more we'll feel relaxed elsewhere in our body and in our minds. All right, last breath in here. And exhale, left hand outside your left foot and start to find your half split. So straighten-ish your left leg. And always know it can be really bent. It doesn't have to be very straight. And you're working to find the length in your spine first, always. So find length there, and then you might fold in a little bit deeper. You might like that visualization of your lungs or your air, right, coming in and out through your left hamstring. It's another way to bring your awareness more fully to your breath. We've got 3 more breaths here on this side. All right, start to come back towards your lunge. Plant your palms, look forward, lift your right knee, and as you exhale, step your right foot forward, find your forward fold. We'll take our halfway lift right away this time. Inhale, lengthen. And exhale, forward fold. Press through your feet, rise all the way up to standing. Reach your arms up and overhead. Revisit your intentions. You bring your hands to heart center. Nice. Inhale, reach your arms back up and overhead. And fold forward, exhale. Inhale once again to your halfway lift. And exhale, step your left foot back, low lunge. And this time, before we do anything else, bring your right foot to the dead center of your hands. So right in the middle. And then spin your left heel down. So the long side, the long edge of your foot is parallel to, if you have a mat, to the short edge of your mat. And from here, we'll rise up towards warrior 2. Another classic yoga shape here. And feel free to bend and straighten through your front knee a little bit, just letting your hips especially and your legs settle into the posture here. I like hands on my hips to start. And then when you're ready to land in your lunge, you want your knee right over your ankle. So right about there. It could be a little bit back. And avoid having your knee too far forward, as it'll put a lot of stress on your knee joint. I'll land in your lunge and eventually open your arms out to each side. And traditionally, gaze is over your front fingertips. So gaze out in front of your right hand. And then see if you can sink just a little bit deeper in towards your lunge. Oh, I love this posture for its sort of fierceness, its power. Oh, see if you can harness that through the strength of your legs and the intensity of your gaze off over your fingertips to the right. All right, your legs will stay just as they are. Inhale to reach your right arm up into what we call reverse warrior two. Your legs, right, are just as they were before. Now your right arm is reaching towards the sky. And you can look with your gaze towards your right hand overhead, or you might look down kind of towards your left foot or anywhere in between, wherever it feels good in your neck. All right, just one more breath in here. Legs stay as they are. It's extended side angle. Your right elbow now will come to the top of your right thigh, and your left arm reaches in the same line of energy as your left leg. So you're creating this nice long plane. And press your right arm into your right leg so that will lift your chest up a little bit. So you're not collapsing into your arm here, right? So you're finding a little bit more activity. Beautiful. Reach your left arm straight up to the sky now. And use that to imagine pulling yourself back up. Straighten both your legs and bring your awareness to your feet. So heels in, toes out. Bring your hands to the tops of your thighs. Just sway a little side to side here, right? So still letting your hips kind of get set in this posture. Right? In our day-to-day lives, we don't do a lot with our knees out. We're kind of straight ahead. So now stay right here and eventually land in the middle in your center. Take an inhale to press through your hands and lengthen your spine. We'll twist on the exhale. So dip your left shoulder, look to the right, and feel the twist in your spine. And stay for a couple rounds of breath and really press your left hand in towards your left inner thigh. So this is also a stretch in your inner legs. So good, guys. Inhale, come back through center and simply switch it out. Dip your right shoulder now, look to the left. And feel the twist in your spine. Definitely a little strength, if not a lot of strength in your legs. And if you're inhale, draw yourself back through center. Start to walk your hands up your thighs. Bring your shoulders right over your hips. And with your inhale, just once, sweep your hands up and overhead. Exhale, sit low in your, we call this horse pose, right? And now from here, straighten your legs, reach your arms overhead, bring your toes to point straight ahead, and exhale, fold forward. Prasarita, again, bend your knees as much as you need to. Your hands can rest on the floor. You could come back to our ragdoll shape with your hands interlacing at opposite elbows. And just relax your head down. So this is another moment to allow your spine to find some length. And your legs are still working here to press into the floor. And so often we kind of think forward folds are our chance to just relax everywhere, which is kind of true. But you want to engage the legs so that your torso feels more stable and has more room to relax. Your upper body can soften more fully. All right, enough rest here. Bring your hands under your shoulders. And from here, it's a different little halfway lift, hands to the floor. As you exhale, spin over your right shoulder, back to your low lunge to the top of your space. Look forward on your inhale. And with your exhale, step your left foot forward to meet your right. Halfway lift, inhale, hands to your shins, lengthen your spine. And fold forward, step your right foot back. And we'll set up the other side of our work here. So I'm just gonna spin to the back so I can still face you guys with my left foot forward, but toe heel your left foot right into the middle of your space. Drop your right heel down. Just reset your legs now for the other side of your warrior two. So come up, maybe bring your hands to your hips to start and bend and straighten through your left leg. Get level and centered in your hips. Nice. And eventually landing right back with your knee right over your ankle or maybe slightly behind. And if you feel like your knee really wants to track forward, just lengthen your stance. Step your right foot back a little bit so you can sit deeper in towards your lunge. Reach your arms out to the side and relax the tops of your shoulders and your neck. I often kind of want to come up here. Let's see if you can relax back down so you have lots of space between your shoulders and your ears. Now find that fierce gaze now over your left fingertips. Feel the strength in your legs. And with your inhale, reverse your warrior. Legs stay low. Reach your left arm now up towards the sky. Your right hand will just rest on your right thigh. You're not putting any weight there. It's just kind of hanging out. But reach actively up through your left side as you keep sending a low in your left leg. Really nice. Take a breath in. Make sure you're still breathing. And with your exhale, find extended side angle. Left elbow now to the top of your left thigh. And find your right arm sweeping to find that long line of energy on your right side. Keep active in the press through your left arm. And see if you can pull your left shoulder a little bit more forward, your right shoulder a little bit further back. So it's kind of like a twist here as well. All right, bring your right arm to the sky and imagine you're pulling yourself up through your right arm. Pivot your toes, come back into horse pose, and we'll start back with hands on your thighs. So heels in, toes point out. And from here, we're going to turn this into pony pose. And I'm kind of by myself here, so I'm hoping that I can pull this energy from around the world here. We're going to do 2 rounds of the pony song in our horse pose. And my challenge for you in this pony song is to keep your hips low, right? So you're keeping the work in your legs the whole time we're having fun with this. So we'll start and then we'll front, 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 side to side to side, and back to back to back, and then we'll pivot back around to the front. So start low. Maybe bring your hands in front of your heart and we'll start our pony song here, right? Here we come on our ponies, riding on our big fat ponies. Here we come on our ponies, this is what they told me. Front, 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 my baby, side to side to side, my baby, back to back to back, my baby, this is what they told me. Keep going. Here we come on our ponies, riding on our big fat ponies. Here we come on our ponies. This is what they told me. Front, 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 my baby, side to side to side, my baby, back to back to back, my baby, this is what they told me. All right, come back through center. Stay low in your hips if you can. Take a big breath in. Sit a little lower on your exhale. Yes, straighten your legs. Reach your arms up. Bring your toes to point straight ahead and fold forward as you exhale. Nice release there. Let your legs melt and soften. Maybe shake your head out. Yes and no. Notice any shifts in your breath now. So good. Take a halfway lift. Once again, hands under your shoulders, lengthen your spine. With your exhale, spin over your left shoulder back to the top of your space. Inhale, gaze forward. And as you exhale, step your right foot back to the top to meet your left. Press through your feet. With your inhale, rise all the way up to standing. And exhale, come back, hands together in front of your heart. So my head's kind of cut off, but we're just going to do a little bit of balancing here now. So bring some weight into your right foot. Lift your left heel. And then draw your knee in towards your chest and find a little squeeze. So if you are having trouble balancing too, I've got a wall right here that I can use to help me. If you've got a chair, a couch, a wall, another human being, something there that can help you balance, feel free to use that as you'd like. So pull your knee in towards your chest, and we'll take this into tree pose. So you can bring your foot to the floor and find balance there. Your foot could come to the inside of your lower leg or the inside of your upper leg. And then press your foot into your leg, and you can support yourself here as well with your hand, or bring your hands to heart center. Beautiful. And from there, start to grow your branches if you'd like. Right, so arms overhead, and you could sway side to side like you're a tree in the breeze. And stay strong and trust in your standing leg. And if you fall out of it, don't worry, that's just what we call growth, right? Transformation happening in your yoga practice. We all fall out, and it's just the effort of brushing that off, coming right back in. That is truly the practice here. Now come back, hands together in front of your heart if they're not there already, and gently release your foot down towards the floor. Pedal out through your legs, right? Lift one heel and then the other, and get a little bit of a stretch through the top of your foot you were just standing on. All right, we've got the other side now. So root through your opposite foot and pull your knee in towards your chest. And take a moment here to establish your roots. See, we fall out, we get right back in. Establish your roots through your standing leg. And then bring your foot to the inside of your leg, either at the top, right, the lower leg, or just balance your toes to the floor. Work to keep your knee pointing out. So the only place you want to avoid is right on the inside of your knee, because that can be a little precarious for your joint and your muscles there. And bring your hands together in front of your heart. Choose to stay there or grow your branches. Take it up. Find a little swaying action side to side. And notice as you're balancing if you're holding your breath. And super common to just hold your breath instead of finding a nice deep full breath. And as you feel really balanced on this side compared to the other side, bring your palms back together in front of your heart. Release your left foot or whichever foot you were using back to the floor. And again, just take your moment to roll out through your standing ankle and find a moment of stillness here. Bring your palms back together in front of your heart. You can stay standing upright. I'm just going to come down so my face is in the screen again. And press your palms together. Revisit your intention. This is sort of our last moment on our feet. We'll be down on our mats, winding down from this point on. Oh, honor your body for its effort on your feet, trying something new here. And once more, sweep your arms up and overhead, big breath in, maybe gaze towards the sky. And as you exhale, fold forward. Now, once you're down, bring your hands to the floor, bend your knees, inhale to lift your heels up, and then drop your hips to your heels so you're in this tight little ball. Bring your forehead to your knees and feel how small and contracted you can get here. You squeeze your outer legs with your inner arms. And feel yourself like this little seed of change, of potential, of your own truth in yourself here. And then just drop your heels, let your butt sit down on the floor and take a seat. All right, so take both legs out in front. We're gonna work Paschimottanasana, which is our symmetrical forward fold on our seat here. So Scooch out any extra cushion or shift your gift, is what one of my favorite yoga teachers likes to say, from out of your sits bones so you have a little more solid root on the floor. Now, if just sitting here is already giving you a little bit of tension in your legs, bend your knees. I always start with my knees pretty bent. And from here, sweep your arms up on your inhale. Cultivate that length in your spine we've been working on throughout class. And as you exhale, fold forward. And your hands can grab for your calves, your ankles, your feet, your toes, anything there. There's no real set place your hands need to rest. The idea is to keep your shoulders still kind of working down your back so your spine is long, and that'll help to stretch through the back line of your legs now. So officially getting into your hamstrings a little more. This one a little less about the spine. And if you feel the tension, right, the sensation right behind your knees, bend your knees more. So you want to feel the stretch in your hamstring muscles right here. Slowly start to walk yourself back up out of your fold. Keep your right leg long in front of you and bring the sole of your left foot to your right inner thigh. So we'll take now an asymmetrical, so an uneven forward fold. Bring your right hand by your right hip. With your inhale, reach your left arm up, right, find your length again. And as you exhale, fold over your right leg, right knee bent as much as you need, and bring your left hand to the outside of your right shin, ankle, or foot. Now take just one more inhale to re-lengthen. Drop your left shoulder down. Work to open your chest subtly towards the right. And as you exhale, fold in a little bit deeper. And you might bend your knee even more just so you can rest your forehead on your leg. You can let the strict length of your spine go a little bit in this shape. And let this focus even more on your low back, especially on the left side. Come back to the full and intensity of your breath. Take 2 more deep breaths here, focusing just on your inhales and your exhales. So nice, guys. Start to walk your hands back up. Now, draw your left knee to point straight ahead, and then bring your right foot to set to the outside of your left knee. And if you feel your right hip popping up off the ground a lot, extend your left leg out in front of you and keep your right leg where it is. So your right foot is still just sort of outside your left knee. This will be a twist. So hands very similar to how we did in our forward fold. Right hand back by your right hip. Inhale your left arm up. And as you exhale, just twist to the right. You can hook your left arm outside your right thigh. You can also wrap your left arm around your right leg and kind of pull your leg in towards your chest. And work to draw your right shoulder back. Use your core muscles, right? So these muscles all along your sides to twist over towards the right. And similar to how our psoas, right, that front hip muscle is responsible for our kind of stress response, our core muscles are responsible for our sense of confidence and power. So it's a great time while you're kind of winding down here and in your twist to reconnect with your own confidence in yourself. Inhale to unwind, come back through center. And keep your left leg straight or straighten it if you have your knee bent. And we'll take the forward fold on the other side. So right foot now in towards your left inner thigh. Left hand by your left hip. Inhale, reach your right arm up and fold in as you exhale. Right hand outside now your left foot. And feel free to bend your knee, even if you're pretty flexible. I have pretty hyperextended knees, so they like to over straighten. So it's nice to support my leg or keep it bent, just so I'm being kind to the back line of my leg here. And take your 3 more deep breaths here, just like on the other side. And feel as you inhale your upper back, you breathe sort of into the back line of your body. You spend a lot of time facing forward. So just give a little more attention to what's behind you. And slowly begin to make your way up. It's your right knee that comes straight forward or your right leg straight out, and then left foot to the outside of your right knee. Now find your twist, left hand by your left hip. Inhale, reach your right arm up. And exhale to twist, hook, or wrap your arm. Find some length in your spine. And then use your center of power to twist a little bit deeper. And as you're here too, come back to giving your breath awareness in the back line of your body. Notice how with your inhale, how that affects the expansion of your ribs right between your shoulders. And the muscles of your upper back that also help to participate in this posture. In yogic wisdom, said that our backline of our body holds our memories, which for this event today, the Jonathon, is a very important and applicable thing to think about. Where do we hold space for our memories? How do they affect us, uplift us, especially in this context of CISV and the friendships that most of us have made in our lives through this organization. And with your inhale, come back through center. And from here, now find a nice cross-legged seat, so crisscross applesauce, and just whichever cross of your ankles is most comfortable. Bring a hand to each knee, and we'll just twist a little side to side here. So press into one leg, look over the opposite shoulder, come back through center, and do the opposite. Just a little extra flossing of your spine here. And what we're going to do here at the end is we're going to do a little bit of meditation, which will be following the CISV song. And I won't necessarily apologize in advance for my singing, but I will warn you, I am not a trained singer in any way. So bear with me as we sing. But my thought process for this is that we can sing the CISV song together and then meditate afterwards on some part of the CISV song that is really sticking out to you today. If there's a line or a phrase or a chunk of sentences that really stick out, that we can take some time to meditate on what that means to us. And if there isn't a line that sticks out the most, maybe it's a memory that is brought up by singing the song, or just a feeling of connection or joy or gratitude that you'd like to focus on. And we'll just meditate for about 2 minutes afterwards, and I'll guide you through the first 30 seconds or so. So to start with our singing, we'll find a tall spine. Right? Give your belly, your heart, your lungs plenty of space to sing here. And we'll start with a breath in. We'll start to sing on our exhale. So we'll take our breath together. Inhale through your nose. Here in this village you may see children living happily. Different race and different land. Here we come to understand one another's point of view, learning through the things we do. How alike am I to you? Here we live and eat and sleep, talk and laugh and sometimes weep. Here we share our hopes and fears, build a bridge across the years, sow a seed and plant a tree, beneath whose branches there may be all the nations gathered free. So our children so may grow in a world we did not know, sharing all we have to give, learning how to love and live. In our hands the future lies. Seize the moment ere it flies. Stamp the present with an act. Dare to make our dreams a fact. So from here, we'll start to enter our meditation, and I don't want to interrupt your thoughts or the resonance of that too much. But if there's a line you want to repeat to yourself or resonate on or think about, we'll start here with 2 minutes just to sit with any thoughts, feelings, and calls to action you feel from our CISV song. We'll enter with a breath together. Take an inhale and exhale. Start to deepen your breathing. Let your awareness, if it was elsewhere, just start to return back into your body, into your space on the floor, into your home or wherever you are in this moment. And bring your left hand to your heart and your right hand to the floor. And we'll end class by honoring our own efforts for being here this morning, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are, whatever time it is, for carving this time out of your day to be here to support CISV and maybe to try something new. If you're new to yoga or not, just to try a different version of something you're already familiar with. And through your right hand on the earth, just bring a sense of awareness to the shared space that we have on this planet. Somewhere around the world, there are others with their hands on the ground, connecting through the same space, the same earth, and here doing this with you, even though we can't see each other, we can't hear each other, but we are here in unison in our spirit and in our minds. And keep that sense of connection. Bring your palms together in front of your heart. In gratitude from me to all of you for being here and participating. It's been my honor to guide you all through. in gratitude. Namaste. And thanks for being here, for participating in the Donathon. Don't forget to donate. Yeah, and on Awaken Live, I think they've got the website up there now. We're offering CISVers a free week with the code CISVer. So easy to remember. Show up, take a class. We've got a Harry Potter themed class on July 31st that will benefit the World Literacy Foundation. So that could be a fun one to come check out. But CISV first and foremost today, so honored and happy to be here. Donate through their Give Butter site. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shelby, so much.
Of course.
I'm sure everyone that participated really enjoyed it. I hope they have woken up from the meditation, though. So please come back. So thanks again, Shelby. We really appreciate it. And if you want to support Shelby or continue these wonderful yoga classes or any other classes with her, like she said, her website is livewithawaken.com, and you get a free week if you use CISV promo code. So thanks again so much, Shelby. And thanks for being a proud CISVer.
Of course. Thanks for having me. It's been so much fun.
Thank you. All right, so welcome back to everyone that participated in yoga. Hopefully you're relaxed, and also welcome to anyone new who just joined us now. We are heading into hour number 8 of the Donathon, so it's been a full day here in Tel Aviv. It's 7 p.m. I've relocated to the balcony. I got myself a glass of wine to enjoy with our next session and 3 people that are here. But before we move to that session, I want to just give some really good news that I guess Shelby's yoga made people feel very generous, because we've actually made it past $13,000. So that's amazing. And again, like we said, any amount counts. We actually had a very generous donation, anonymous one, of $1,000. So whoever you are, thank you for being generous and sharing that. But like we said, it doesn't matter if it's $1,000 or $10 or $5 or $100. Give what you can and share your stories, honor your memory. It's actually really fun. I recommend you scroll through the page, Cande Juanes. I don't know if you want to pull it up. People are sharing some really great stories, some new stories from the last hour of everything CISV has given people. I've noticed today a lot of people met their romantic partners in CISV. We should have actually had a session just about that, like finding your love in CISV. I have to say that after 27 years in CISV, I have not yet met my love. So in addition to donating money, feel free to donate any eligible bachelors to the cause. Just kidding. Okay, so next I have the privilege to speak with 3 amazing CISV alumni from Italy, Brazil, and Great Britain. Please help me in welcoming Gio, Gian, and James. We all picked this It's very, it's really great to have you 3 join. How are you guys doing?
Yes, good, thank
Are we
you.
allowed to talk? Who talks first? Am I talking because I'm the only lady?
So actually, as a first step, it would be wonderful if you just introduce yourself to our audience and tell us who you are and a little bit, maybe where you're from, and maybe a bit about your CISV journey. And then we'll take it from there. So Gio, we'll let you start.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jo. I'm Giovanna from Italy. I'm currently sitting in the countryside in Tuscany, in a place close by the beach, which is quite lovely. I have been with CISV ever since I was 11 years old, and I'm not going to count the years, but that's a long time, just because, not needed. So I started as a participant in the village, and then basically I grew into the organization and did everything in terms of activities that you could possibly think of. So then when I grew a little older, I joined my national board, and I was the National Leadership Training Coordinator for a few years. And then I stopped being active in the past 5 years. That is because I started a family, and I'm currently on maternity leave because I just had my second baby a month ago. So that's my story.
So you're breeding the next generation of CISVers as we
Exactly.
speak.
You know, and I didn't have any CSV t-shirt here at this house, but it's funny because I had small t-shirts. It's just none of my kids is big enough to wear the 11-year-old t-shirt yet. So I'm planning on it. And I keep all my stock from when I was a participant because they're quite lovely and they're quite vintage. And at some point it's going to be, some kind of a design like collection that I could show. So yeah, that's my story for now.
Thanks for joining. James, let's go to you next. Tell us about you and your CISV story.
Sure. So I'm James. I come from Great Britain, and right now I'm sitting in London in my flat, which I've just moved back to from today. So ending lockdown in the countryside with the in-laws to move here. But CISV, I started again also like Joe when I was 11 on Village, and just kind of never been more excited in my life and wanted to maintain that level as long as possible, which took me all the way through kind of a lot of fantastic experiences, ultimately with the JB. And then, so I was NJR National Junior Representative for a couple of years in 2008 to 10, and then EJB team for a year, but then I ran for IJR. And so I was IJR between 2011 and 2013. Since then, I was involved in my local chapter for a little while. There's a new chapter here in London, so it was actually really good going back to like starting a chapter from scratch. But then after a while, sort of my career sort of let that go a bit and focused on my career for a while, but also because I think kind of I am a strong believer that you don't need the same voices. And the whole point of CISV is you grow and let new people have voices. So I will be back, but not yet.
We'll await that day, James. And Jan, how about you? Tell us a bit about yourself.
Okay, so I'm sitting in São Paulo at my balcony with a glass of water, not a wine. Sorry, Ina,
It's early there. It's early there still.
Still haven't had lunch here, so still time. I've been in CISV quite a long time as well, from the 80s. So you can see from my white beard here that I'm an old guy. I was involved in the local level, national level, then in the international level. I became IJR 25 years ago. That is a long time. It was IJR 95 to 97. Yeah, it was a different time. There was email, and that was the beginning of internet. InfoFile was on paper, so we had to take all those slides to present on the. Those were called international board meetings. Totally different time at the time. Then I got involved in IPP. I was one of the international coordinators when IPP was invented 20 years ago. So I was part of that group. Very, very proud to be part of that group. It was something that came from the junior branch and then went through the whole organization, as many of the things that we have in CISV come from the JB. I was national trustee for a couple of years. Then I went out of CISV for 10 years, up until my oldest daughter went to a village. That was 5 years ago. So now I'm a proud father of 2 daughters, both in CISV. I met my wife in CISV enough, so I'm part of that big group there that knew your significant other in CISV. And right now, I've done a lot of, in my professional life, I've done a lot that is related to CISV. And since my daughters came into CISV, I decided to come back to the chapter. And currently, I'm president of the São Paulo chapter, which is a totally different thing than being on junior branch and everything. It's like now you have to handle all the machinery and operations of a chapter. And how do we do activities and programs now that it's everything online, that we don't have anything to offer? So I'm facing all those difficulties again, which is pretty fun. And CISV is so important. So I'm proud to be back. So Gio, you get back very, very soon.
Yeah. And Jan, you actually started saying that you do in your professional life things that are related. So that actually is my next question to each of you is what do you do outside of CISV? What do you do in your professional life?
So shall I offer Joe to go first again?
All right. So I work as a project manager in the United Nations, in particular in the World Food Program. So that's the UN organization that relieves emergency situation and provides humanitarian support when it comes to hunger. So what I do there, currently I'm working within the technology department. So very much along with the new technology and the new way of doing things, let's say. when it comes to register beneficiaries that are receiving support, being it in-kind support, so actually packages of food, or cash-based transfer, so cash that we're giving to people that are in emergency situation to sort of get out of the most difficult phases of an emergency. So that's what I do for a living. I have to say that I joined this stream of career because of CISV. I'm 100% convinced about it. I cannot say that, you know, it's a one-on-one relations. Of course, I then develop a professional career, which is a bit different from the pure international relations type of interest that I had to begin with. But definitely the idea of working where all the nations are represented in an international environment, people coming from all different contexts and different backgrounds as well, and different age group, that is definitely something that I got out of CISV and that allowed me and helped me in, you know, shaping up my career later on. So definitely CISV has been fundamental to define and decide what I was going to do as a grown up, although I still have to, you know, figure out if I'm grown up, but
That's great. What about you?
On it, but that's good.
Never grow up.
No.
James, what about you?
Yeah, so I work in the UK government as a civil servant, but I actually work in trade. And the way I explain my job to my CISV friends, which is who we are here with today, is I'm basically reliving my EJB days and acting basically as an RECO for Europe, for the UK government. But specifically, so actually what I do day to day feels very much familiar territory. I'm kind of responsible for British trade attaches across the European Union. So I coordinate kind of what they get up to and what the UK trade missions there in a way on the policy side. But yeah, in terms of the skills and kind of, there's an element of luck, and you know, you find new opportunities and you pursue them. But I think it's interesting that I've, you know, made decisions across my career that have moved me closer and closer to a role where it feels very comfortable, sort of quickly walking into a room with the European counterpart, lots of like common ground already about times like moving around Europe and working with people across a continent, and really understanding like kind of the real similarities, but also differences that we learn about through CISV, but now it's kind of like in play professionally. So no, it definitely draws on a lot of the kind of global working internationally skills that or the experiences that I had for a long time. And now I get to do it every day for money.
Awesome, James. And John, you mentioned that it's related to your career as well. So tell us about it.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I've seen the other interviews as well in the beginning of this donathon, and it's really nice to hear that most of us are saying that we're trying to work with something that is similar in purpose to what we do in CISV, or to what we found ourselves from our purpose in CISV. Like hearing you say, James, about how the things you learn in CISV and how do you walk the room and the different relationships right now, it's impressive. Like I've worked in marketing in the beginning of my career. I'm an economist, know nothing about financials, but I've always worked in marketing. But then a few years after that, I realized that what I liked to do was those CISV activities, like doing energizers and then facilitating groups and things. So I went to I did clown training. And what I did as well is that I ended up working, and I work today as a consultant for over 10 years already. I work as a consultant for innovation and creativity. And basically, I design innovation workshops or sprints that I have to do all those kinds of CISV facilitation things that I used to do when I was in international junior branch, or that we used to do with different groups of people. I do a lot of the energizers that we used to do with kids at camps. I do with grown-ups, and I get paid for that, which is great. And then I work a lot with that, and I have an ed tech that we develop entrepreneurial skills and competencies for teenagers, 15, 16, 17 years old. And we work a lot with those skills that we learn at CISV. And most of my partners, actually, all of my partners that are in this company with me are CISVers. Because what we learn in CISV, there's the hard skill and there's the soft skill. And if we think about it, all the experiential learning and all the ask model, for instance, that we know now, and that we have strengthened in the past years. I was impressed. I stayed 10 years out of CISV, and when I came back, I saw everything materialize, the experiential and the do, generalize, reflect, and apply, the ask. Everything was so, it was formulated in a way that it was clear for everyone, because during the times that I was a junior branch, it was, oh, it's learning by doing. But there's a theory, there's a lot of concept behind that. And now we get to see those things in place. And all those things that you learn, then you can actually bring to your life. But I think that the most important part is it has to do with your purpose, or it has to do with the passion of what you were doing in CISV. That was like, I really like this. How can I go back into my real life, or how can I get out of a CISV camp and apply those things in real life? So what I try to do is apply those things that I used to do at a CISV gathering, a CISV conference, or a CISV camp, and do that for real. And it's really fun, because now I get to play with my daughters, and I say, oh, I still know how to do that energize. And they go like, hey, how come you know that? I said, because I do that. I still do that for grown-ups, but it's fun.
That's really cool. And it's funny because so if I think about my own career, like, so I didn't really choose a career in line with like a CISV purpose or anything. I work in tech, and right now I work in Facebook, but I feel like it's given me a lot of things that that just help the day-to-day at work. And sometimes I actually wish we could import a lot of our things from CISV. For example, I wish we could do this in meetings. And sometimes I really agree with someone, and I catch myself doing
or
this.
Right, raise your hand, and then
and the numbers, like the speakers list. I'm sure you're from Brazil. I'm sure it's similar to Israel, but we have a horrible waiting for your turn speaking culture. And I wish we did the numbers or speakers list. That's
doing this in official meetings would solve so many back and
so
forth.
So
many people are saying, I agree. I was like, can we just do that? Like, I thought about it so many times.
I've introduced them in meetings. Sorry, Vika. I've introduced these things on meetings. I said, you know what? Let's do some agreements here. If you agree, you don't have to clap, or you don't have to say, I agree. Just do like this. And everyone was like, at first it looked like, what is this? But then after a while, you say, oh, it's really effective. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So it's actually cool because, so I want to touch on, I know that a lot of people, when they, especially if you look through the memories that people share on the donation page, a lot of people speak about our programs. And I know that all of you have done programs as well and have experienced that, but all three of you have really experienced other sides of CISV, whether it's being IJR or on the EJB team, or being active as a leadership trainer nationally. So I actually want to focus a bit more on that side, and how you feel that helped develop you, and how did you bring that into your career, but also with things like, how did you speak about it in job interviews? How did you put it into your CV? How did you take these skills and translate them into a non-CISV world?
All right, so my very first job interview within the UN, the person that interviewed me, that was a very high level senior manager, was particularly interested in the line of my CV that talked about my experience in the International Leadership Training Committee. So I'm talking, a few years back when there was this ILTC within the AIM, and I was part of that committee. And so I basically explained to him that as a volunteer, as a fairly young volunteer, I was tasked to do a specific job about creating a database to collect evaluation. So I was telling him all about that. And he basically acknowledged that that was a work experience that I had done, although I did not have work experience as such, because I wasn't paid. It wasn't a proper job. It was my first job interview. And even the senior manager acknowledged it within the UN, which is a very bureaucratic, very, elephant type of organization. I mean, it was pretty open-minded, but it did realize that I had learned so many skills and so many different assets within my working experience as a volunteer, that he basically told me, that stop saying that this is not work experience. It is, even though you're not paid. So I was extremely glad at that point that I managed to, put it in my CV so that it spoke to someone reading it was actually intrigued and interested in it. So for me, my first suggestion to anyone is, don't sort of put it down. Don't tone it down in your CV, because it's way more than you can possibly think. You're not paid, that's true. And of course, I mean, I was very honest about it. It's not like I pretended I was, you know, God knows who. But being honest and at the same time explaining that that set of experience had taught me how to interact with people, and that's interacting with people from all over the planet, and that's way before technology was so advanced, right? So it was slower, it was difficult, it was everything had to be planned and scheduled properly, but yet we managed, and we managed in a great way, because we managed to do much more than some company managed to get out of their employees, just out of purpose and out of passion. So explaining all that to an interviewer, first of all, it made me really proud of myself. Also made me acknowledge the experience that I have accumulated. Because sometimes, you know, when you're volunteering for CISV, you also have fun, and you have your friends, and you have, in most cases, your partners too. So, you know, there's so much that comes with it that you're thinking, okay, so I shouldn't really talk about it, because actually that's my summertime. But it's not. We're learning a great deal just by learning how to interact with each other, and respect other people's opinion, and put things on writing, and all of that. Like, and even in my case, it was, you know, leadership training, and it was a whole set of new skills that I had learned from, you know, people within CISV. So it's interesting, because actually that's how I got into the UN. So, and I would have never not that alone. I mean, I also had academic skills and you know, and languages and all, but you know, it was interesting because it was the trigger of my first interview. So I think that's an example that really tells you that even if you're not thinking about the experience that you're accumulating and going through with CISV, actually that turns out to be a great asset when you come and face the working environment.
Yeah. John, James, do either of you have experiences like that?
Yeah, sure. So actually, I have a very similar first interview. So coming out of university, my first interview for my first job, or first successful interview for my first job, I should say, was for a charity, or basically a charity sector graduate program, covering lots of different kinds of charities. But actually, as part of the interview, was a presentation, and actually the organizational development side of being in CISV really helped with that, because through CISV, through participating in junior branch particularly, you kind of pick your own adventure. You make decisions and you interact with others to kind of identify issues and then find ways to solve that issue and bring people along with you. And then obviously being involved at the time as IJR, I was very much always thinking in the headspace of, but how does an organization run itself, and where is its where are its stakeholders, and what equities does it need to consider? And so I went into that interview thinking about all these things, and they asked me to present something to do with how a charity would deliver an operation. But because within CISV, every participant in some way, even if you're a participant on a step up or at a local junior branch, you're sort of making decisions about the activities you do, and the way you participate in the activities gives you that kind of level of thinking. And then obviously that was really interesting to the interviewers, who kind of thought, oh, right, you're already thinking in organizational terms, not just you're just someone who means well and showed up for an interview today, but you're thinking in terms of what can you do about it? I would say the second thing I would say very briefly is later in my career, a lot of interviews or applications tend to be very competency based or behavior based. So it's a kind of how would you approach this situation, or tell me about a time when you've done this. And I've noticed that a difference in the kind of answers that I've done compared to others who I've perhaps recruited is people tend to naturally maybe tend towards stating what they did in a procedural way. But because of our experiences interacting with other people in CISV, we're always very conscious of kind of bringing people along, inclusiveness, consensus, but also challenge, constructive challenge. And so in my examples, I always sort of focus on who do I need to bring with me, and how did I persuade them, and how do I persuade them to get the result that the for a shared purpose and compromise as well. So just from thinking about it in that side of things was really helpful. But anyway, I'll stop there.
Good. I want to add two things. I totally agree with both of you. I think that we cannot downgrade all the experiences that we have. It's just a matter of how you put it in a way that makes a difference for who you're talking to, or who you're being interviewed, or who you're offering your services to. And I found that there are two things that actually made a difference whenever I was talking to or selling a project, consulting project. In my case, I sell myself. It's not that I'm trying to be hired, but I'm trying to people to hire me as a consultant, which is the same thing. But the two things that I found really play a big role from the experiences that we learn in CISV. One of them is the way that we learn to collaborate with each other, to build together with each other, different points of view, understanding the empathy that we learn by being in any CISV activity or being in any CISV position that you have to relate to each other. That plays a difference when you're selling yourself to anyone else, because it gives them the perspective that this person can really collaborate. This person can really bring something to a team. If you're going for a team position, it's not if you're going to a big thing. But on the other hand, the other thing that I learned with CISV that I think CISVers in general learn is a capability of improvisation. We're not afraid to go out there in front of everyone and sing a song. If you do that in front of kids, or if you do that in front of anyone, you can go in front of a big stage of big corporate people and big people, like you're working in the UN, Jill. I mean, imagine the people that like all in ties and everything, and you go there and you just do it. I mean, you're not afraid of improvisation, and you're not afraid to go out there and show yourself. These are two things that I learned that play a big thing when you're talking about your resume.
I really agree with all of you, and it's and I think it's something that we're learning to be better at, which is also helping people who do CISV and JBers and leaders be able to better articulate what it is and the competencies. James, I think you mentioned that word, like behaviors and skills that they get out of it, and to be able to better explain that in words that other people understand, right? So not saying, oh, I was staff at a village, which means nothing to someone from outside of CISV, but actually, if you staffed a village, you were a project manager, and you know you've done a lot of things. So helping them communicate that. We don't have much time left, so I actually have one question specifically for you, John, as the parent of someone who already went to a camp. And then another question for James and Joe. So, John, I'll start with you. So, you know, having experienced CISV as a participant and in leadership roles, and then all of a sudden coming back and seeing it from a different lens of a parent, what did you see that surprised you when your daughter came back from Village?
Well, let me ask for the first part, which is before she goes, because since both myself and my wife are CISV, we were like, she has to go. She has to get. It was our dream. Like, she has to go. But then, like, we heard from some people say, "What if she doesn't want to?" And we were like, "No, she will have to." So our main job was, I'm gonna put her inside the first bus that goes to the first mini camp. And if she enjoys it, then she can go on. And she came back and she was so thrilled. She was like completely awed with the experience. And it was like, it is the same feeling that we had when we were as kids. So I guess that the magic is still the same, right? The magic is still the same. Being a parent now, I have to say that I trust better the organization, because I can see risk management procedures, all those things that we say, safety and the environment and how we treat the people. I think we moved from amateur level to a very professional level, globally speaking. And it makes a difference when you're a parent. When I was a leader, 21, 22 years old, taking a kid, I mean, I was like, what's going on? I came back and I was like, oh, come on, there's no kissing games allowed anymore. I'm Brazilian. I want the kissing games. No, they're not allowed. It was a shock for me. But then I realized, yeah, it's a different time. It's a different age. It's the 21st century. It has to be different. But the magic is still there. I mean, what we do with the participants, kids, adults as well, when we do activities for the whole family, the magic is the same, which is the most impressive things. And we maintain the core, which is impressive for me.
Did you notice a difference in her when she came back? Like, what did you most notice?
She was really into what we have been saying. Like, she's building global friendships all over the world. Just like she's in contact with people that she met once at her village. She still talks with the people. She's 16 now, and she still talks with the people 5 years ago when she went to a village. And I was like, but you met her once. I was like, yeah, but we have Instagram. We talk with each other. I was like, yeah. She's still, I think that she knows that she has friends all over the world, and this is the most impressive thing. It broadens her perspective of differences, different points of view, different cultures. It's not like she's living in the same environment. She has the differences in Brazil and Sao Paulo in the local community, but being part of CISV, it gives her like a 360 perspective of the world, and that's how I felt when she came back.
Okay, cool.
Can I just say something, John, because you talked about the before, so before your daughter went to the village. So I can tell you that the before can start very, very early on. So we're actually building delegations already amongst our friends, CISV friends with kids that are at the same age. We're at that level of planning, you know? It's sort of like, oh, you're having a baby? That's great. I just had a baby. It's going to be the delegation.
Same age.
2031, we already have half the delegation to go. So that thinking process can start very early on.
True.
Okay, so John, you mentioned that you were already doing a very different role now as chapter president than you were doing before. So my final question to James and Joe is, which role that either you haven't done or that you have done in CISV would you want to do? If you were to come back now, which role would you want to take on?
Wait, that's a difficult one because I feel that in the past few years, things have changed and I'm not really on top of all the changes that are happening. So first of all, I think I would need to sort of zoom in and understand really what all those changes are, because I'm reading bits and pieces. But talking about what John was saying and the changes and the evolution to a more professional organization, there are bits of it that really attract me, obviously, for also professional reasons. But there are elements which is, it's weird to say, but probably that kind of scared me as well, right? Because I'm sort of kind of like your kissing game conversation. It's like, but what if the magic goes away because we're professionalized so much, right? And I don't believe that's ever going to happen, but that's the scary thing that you can think about when you're on the outside. So that would be the first thing that I would like to figure out, to understand also what roles are now available, because I used to, know my national board pretty well and the international setup pretty well, but now things have changed and I don't know if I know what it could be really. But I think my first thing, which would be, I also had a gap in my CISV life of a few years. And what I did when I wanted to come back was actually to join one of the big meetings, to understand what was out there and to start the conversation and to meet up with people. So that is what I would want to do. As a parent, which I'm thinking would be the next role I will have, I'm probably going to end up having some kind of a role within the chapter, as John is, maybe not president, but I'm seeing that happening because that's naturally what would happen once you have the experience and the knowledge and your past sort of come with this baggage of your CISV past. So I would think myself working locally, but who knows? I have a job that takes me places. So I'm planning and in my life, it's probably going to be a move in the near future to another country, continent, whatever. So that's also possibly going to open up new doors within CISV for me as well. We'll see.
James.
It's a very easy question, actually. I never had the opportunity to be an adult leader on a village. When I got back from my first village at 11, I was like, I cannot wait to be 16 so I can be a JC. Done. Did that. Actually, I 17, but there you go. It's very competitive. And I cannot wait to be a leader when I'm 21. But by the time 21 came, I was IJR, so just didn't quite fit it in. And I don't know if I have the opportunity, but that is has always been a gap.
Well, we'll tell CISV London that when they look for leaders next year.
They have my number. I know.
All right, we are out of time, unfortunately, and I'm sorry if some neighbors just started listening to music really loudly, so I don't know if people can hear. But anyways, thank you so much for joining us. It's always really fun to talk with past CISVers and hear what you're doing, although I still consider all of you present CISVers. So thanks again for joining and sharing your experience. And we can't wait for, well, Jen, you're already involved again. We can't wait for Joe and James to take a more active role. Come back, but we know it'll happen. So thanks so much for joining. I had such a good time chatting with you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks.
All right, so that was really fun. To those of you who missed this morning, at the very start, I think it was like the first hour, second hour, we, Mags from the governing board had a chance to speak with Mikiko Fukai from CISV Japan, that most of you probably know as the famous CISV photographer from all the big global events, that actually has a really beautiful project called Laugh in Peace, or Pieces of Peace, that she created. She started a global conference 2018 and created a photo exhibit around. So we'll see a quick video to show that. And then after that, I'll hand you over to our wonderful Kande to do the next round of interviews. So let's see the videos and then we'll hand off.
Artist. I'm a CISV International Official Photographer. My mission is making the world better, making the world happier with the photos. I took the pictures in 2018 2018. So I took the many pictures from all over the world, 56 countries, 321 people, and 108 pieces, 108 items. Everybody brought their own precious thing from their own country to the Netherlands. It was held in Netherlands. The global conference was held in Netherlands in 2 years ago. Yes. And I was a photographer, and I'm a member of CISV Kansai chapter. And I took the many pictures. And I love the pieces. I love the smiling faces. I love the laughing faces. I like to make the world better with the photos. So I took so many pictures. For example, when I take the big group photo, I take the pictures like this and with no microphone. I say, "Hi everyone, wow, show me your picture, show me your energy, show me your energy more, yes, that's right, okay, perfect." Something like that. So I'm a very high tension, and everyone says they make me happy, and they also they smile so much. And when I take the pictures with individual photos, I say that show me your item, show your precious item, and express your peaceful expression, express your happy expression. I didn't say laugh more, but they make the expression very peaceful. And so they show their items. And each item, one piece is only just one piece. One piece, only just one piece. Only just a watch, only just a pen. But when they get together, they join together, one piece makes peace, P-E-A-C-E, peace. So the power of the smile is perfect. The power of the smiling, laughing is strong. And with the small items, they show their story, they show their warm heart. What is your precious things? How is your smiling face? I love to make the world better, make the world happier with the photos. I love the photos. I love the people. My mission is making the world happier with photos. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Miki for her wonderful project and for always taking photos. And we are now with Kande, the woman of the hour that's been behind the scenes of this whole incredible event. I can't believe we're almost closing in on like 8 hours and 40 minutes. It's insane. So just a big, big, big thank you to those who didn't hear us thanking them throughout the day, to the team behind this event led by Kande with Juanes. I don't remember the rest of the group, so Kande will say it. Who is it else?
Hello.
Aaron, and
Isa.
Isa from Brazil. Yes, you guys did a fantastic job. It's really incredible and impressive. And also to those who missed it before, Kande has her birthday tomorrow. And she's turning 30. That's a big birthday, Kande. So everyone from around the world send her birthday love. And I will sign off now and hand you over to Kande for the rest of the session. Continue to donate on givebutter.com, and we will talk to you later. Bye. I think we might be having technical difficulties, but I also just got word that we are about to reach, we reached already the $14,000 mark, which is amazing. This is really exciting to see it. So exciting that my neighbors are having a karaoke and the whole neighborhood could hear it. Are you back, Kande? Talk? Yeah, I think we can hear you now. Can you say something?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I had internet for like 8 hours and just now it went bad.
It's always that way.
So thank you, Aina, for this. And I will immediately introduce our new interviewees. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
So thank you for the delay. Here we are including very close friends whom I've shared my junior branch journey with. Hello, Dao, Anyo, and Hannah.
Hey, good morning.
Hi.
Hi
How
there.
are you?
Good. I'm good. This wouldn't be a CISV call without some technical difficulties to start it off. So all good.
I mean, I woke up at 3 a.m. and have been managing this platform the entire hours. And just now, I'm having internet difficulties. But anyways, we're here. And thank you so much for joining the Donathon. It feels very weird for me to be the interviewer because we all share junior branch in the same years. So please feel free to do this as a conversation. Why don't you first introduce yourselves very quickly?
Hannah, you're on top. You go first.
Yes, I was going to say, let's go.
Okay. I can go first. I am Hannah Strickland. I'm from CISV USA. I've been involved with CISV since 2001, so it's been a long journey. I started my experience with the organization actually with a local program that we're trying to bring back for CISV USA, but did a various number of international programs and then spent a lot of time in junior branch at the local, national, and then international level, which is why we're all here, IJRs, but had the pleasure of working with Dao and Anyo and Kande very closely for several years. And currently, I actually sit on the board of directors for CIC USA. So I'm getting back into it after taking a couple of years off, but very excited to be back in the swing of things and seeing things from like the other side, not just from a junior branch perspective. And it's been an interesting year so far on the board. So very happy to be here.
Anyo, what about you?
Okay, unmuted. Yeah, so my name's Anjo Petzvetina, and I'm from CISV Germany. I did sort of a bunch of programs, Village, and then JC, Seminar Camp, and so on. But most of my time in CISV was spent in junior branch. And I was international junior rep from 2013 to 15. And sort of, during that time and during that time, what I thought was most exciting about CISV and about junior branch were when we did sort of educational activities that worked on CISV's 4 educational themes, and sort of emphasized the global nature of the organization and used that in our activities. We had like ready to run activities that chapters could very easily do sort of throughout the year. Those were really cool projects, I thought. And that's what sort of always got me most excited in CISV, basically. After being done with being IJR, I didn't have any, and I still don't have any sort of roles in CISV anymore. But for a few years, I wrote a blog together with 2 other CISV friends, Marvin from Germany and Jess from the UK. And we basically looked at data from CISV and sort of, programs, governing board elections, all that stuff. It was called Twice the Reach, in line with CISV's mission from 2015 onwards to double its reach within 15 years. And we kind of did that, on our own. And that was also a fun way of looking at the organization a little bit from the outside.
You kept the names of the authors of Twice the Reach hidden, right, for a while until you finally.
Yeah. We started it. Yeah, we started it out anonymously because we thought it would be it would basically be more fun or more interesting if our names weren't behind it and just the ideas and the stuff that we were writing spoke for itself. And people would just.
It worked.
Yeah, and so that was it was like a fun little project that we had there, and inspired by. Which this is like the last thing that I'll say I've been going on for a while. Inspired by CISV from the Balcony, which was a blog that was going on before ours by Nick Trautmann, which also looked at CISV issues a little bit from the outside. And I always thought that those kinds of blogs that worked kind of outside the organization a little bit and fostered debate about the organization online were really, really productive and really cool. It was really cool that so many people were so dedicated to the organization to spend their spare time writing like opinion pieces about the direction that the organization should head in. I always thought that was really cool. So we were very inspired by CISV from the Balcony. It was called. There was a preceding project also by Nick Trautmann called CISV Devils, and so I don't know if there's anything like that going on at the moment, but if anyone is listening, that would be cool. I think it's a cool little contribution to the organization. Anyway, enough from me.
Okay, so Dao, you are a pilot now.
I know, I look like it, don't I? I've got these big headsets on because, you guys, I promise I was prepared this morning until I went to sit down. And then I couldn't find my headset. So we're using the big ones. I feel very important right now. I also am sound canceling everything around me. So there could be many things going on that I don't hear. So if you're hearing things that I'm not hearing, just give me a heads up because I have no idea. But I'm having a great day. So a little bit about me. I am from CISV Canada. I'm broadcasting from my living room in Calgary, in Western Canada. So it's only like 10 to 11 in the morning here. So a lot of you guys have been up for 100 hours, and I really appreciate the work you guys are putting in. And this has been a really fun show all day long. So I look forward to going back and reviewing some of the stuff that was happening while I was still sleeping. And so, as I said, I'm in Western Canada, and I was IJR with Anjo and Hannah. And in that same year, I was 2016. And before then, I got involved with CISV when I was 13 in well, that was moons ago now. And since then, I've had a lot of opportunities through Junior Branch. I've done every program available to CISVers, whether it be our villages, our step-ups at the time, summer camp for me. I've been a JC, I've been a leader on most of our programs. I've directed programs, and I've been involved in our local training, and I'm stepping in currently as our incoming chair or chapter president for CISV Calgary in September. So very exciting stuff. And outside of CISV, I'm a flight attendant, so I do look like I'm very much appropriate in the aviation world with my headset. So yes, I'm a flight attendant outside of CISV, and currently, I mean, I'm not flying anywhere these days. It's a little bit about me.
Amazing. Before we continue with the interview, I must let everyone know that we might need to switch to, not us, like in 10 minutes probably, we might need to switch to another live. I think this is only 8 hours and we're about to be live for 8 hours. So for all of us watching there, if we go, if the live, the donathon ends, don't worry, there are 2 more hours coming. You've talked about, Anu, you've talked about Twice the Reach, you talked about CISV from the balcony, and you talked about people engaging, CISVers engaging in talking and defining or in pushing the organization forward. And it's a very interesting time to be involved in CISV, while all camps have been canceled for these June, August programs, and we don't know what will happen in December. A lot has happened, and a lot of JVers, a lot of chapters, a lot of CISVers has stepped up doing different things and using CISV as a platform for more than camps. What are your thoughts about that, Hannah? What are your thoughts about the future of CISV and where are we going as an organization?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting time to be in the organization, but also just generally with so many different things happening. And I think the situation we're currently in is both a blessing and both a blessing and a curse, because obviously it's unfortunate that we had to cancel programs this summer. And I'm very sad for all the participants who couldn't go this year, that we're so excited to be able to participate. But at the same time, I do think that CISV has needed to evolve, and this is almost forcing us to do it, and that we have so many ways that we could be reaching more people who aren't attending just our traditional programs that we currently offer. And we've definitely talked about that over the past couple of years, but with the current situation, because of COVID, we're now being forced to actually do it. And so it's kind of giving us a bit of a kick in the butt to figure out what is the best way to go about doing that. And I think it's incredible to see some of the initiatives that some JBers and some chapters have already been putting forward to try to offer some different opportunities to still connect virtually and to still provide educational learning opportunities without having to be in our current traditional programs. So I think again, it's sad, but it's also exciting because it's making us really look at ourselves and say, how can we continue to spread our mission and to really walk the talk that we've been talking about for over 60 years, and really trying to figure out how can we continue to spread our reach and to make what we value more accessible to people who can't necessarily attend our programs as they are right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. What are your thoughts, Anu, about CISV evolving?
Yeah, I completely agree that now is sort of the time to get creative. I think a lot of us who worked in Junior Branch over the years already have a sort of experience, basically, that CISV isn't only the programs, but also what happens between the programs and the initiatives and activities that we can do between programs. So yeah, like I said, now is the time to get creative. I can briefly sort of describe one of my favorite initiatives, basically from my time in Junior Branch, which was a project by CISV Darmstadt, which is a German chapter, and the idea was to collect old unused cell phones and give them to organizations that recycle old cell phones, use the materials, the metals and stuff, that are in the phones, and to that way have that recycled and to be used in new phones. It's called the Cell Phone Challenge. You can probably still find it online somehow. And that worked really, really well. I think it was in 2013 or something. And it sort of combined educational content angle, because it was about, conflict minerals in, the Democratic Republic of Congo in Central Africa, and the mining conditions there. It combined, it was basically something that was globally doable. It emphasized sort of the global nature of the organization. Chapters, dozens of chapters from around the world participated, 50, 60 chapters probably. We collected thousands of phones. So there was a great real world impact. And now sort of relevant to, today, something like this would also be possible socially distant, right? It didn't really require a whole lot of in-person stuff. So that's one example of kind of an initiative that, might still be possible, or would probably still be possible now. And kind of a great opportunity, to get creative with our work, I think.
Big shout out to everyone out there hearing these ideas and to come up with some of the challenges and projects. Dao, now that you are soon becoming chapter president, what are you looking forward to it? I mean, you're coming in a very different time, a time with lots of changes. What are you looking forward to it? What are you afraid of? How are you feeling about that?
Okay, very good question. I think of all the time to be coming into this role, right now is a particularly interesting one, and a little bit in the strategy of the chapter as well. We're definitely into a transition time frame in our chapter, so somebody with lots of experience coming into this role is going to benefit us in the long run. But I'm thinking about the fact that we are in a really unique opportunity as an organization. We are going to need to adjust ourselves into a new framework, a new opportunity for us to develop our local programming a lot more. So what am I excited for? I'm excited to support the junior branch in my local chapter, as everyone should be. If you're lucky enough to have a junior branch that's active in your chapter, this is the time where they shine. And it's up to us in the chapter boards, in the board of directors, and our respective NAs to support them, because this is the group of individuals that are putting the work in to make sure that CISV continues to happen when our programs are canceled, when we don't have the opportunity to get on planes, wear our CISV pride, and show the world who we are. These are the people that are going to be able to spread our message, to show our mission in our local communities, and increase our opportunity of growing and developing our membership, because being involved in our local level only supports us in good ways. It's going to give people the opportunity to see us in action, to do as Anya said, and get involved in not necessarily even like-minded organizations, but like-minded initiatives, ideas, putting ourselves into projects that are going to help us in the long run, and following under our 4 pillars of education. We're only going to help us in the long run develop as an organization. So we're in a unique opportunity. I'm excited to do that, of course, but I'm always really excited to have an opportunity to kind of adjust. And right now, I think as CISV International is concerned, and all of our local chapters, we've got a lot of opportunity to be patient with ourselves and to be kind about the fact that everybody's going through this. And so if we're going to learn how to adjust, if we're going to practice being more involved in a local level and seeing what CISV can offer outside of our international programs, now's the time to figure that out. Nobody's going to tell us we're doing it incorrectly, because we're all going through this. Every single one of us is in this position where we have a lot more kindness in our hearts and a lot more empathy towards other people that are adjusting in this time. So this is exciting. It's an opportunity. It's up to us to make the most out of it, and to also recognize that it's a growth period. And we can look back at ourselves and get, unhappy with the things that we've chosen to do, or the time that we've wasted waiting on things to change. But you know what? We actually get to be really kind right now and recognize that we're all in a position that moving forward is only going to get better if we're willing to put a little bit of work in now. So we're definitely in a cool place. What am I scared about? Everything. But also, no, I think that the big scare and what we're doing today is fundraising. We are in a position globally where, economically speaking, we don't have the extra cash. We're not looking for it. So what can we do to diversify our fundraising opportunities, whether that be being involved more locally and getting our name out there for local donors that are not otherwise participating in CISV, and what grant opportunities can we be applying for from our governments if available, and also what other organizations can we partner with and see about sponsorship opportunities. So I think it's a scary thing, but it's a very exciting thing at the same time. And all of this wouldn't be possible if I hadn't done all the kind of stuff I've done in CISV and also with Junior Branch. So it's pretty exciting, for sure.
I think it is definitely exciting. We might be, we will be moving on to a new live, let's say, but let's finish this one by sharing a memory that you have in your time in CISV. Maybe make it very short. We might be closed down in a minute, but this is about donating, this is about sharing memory. So Hannah, why don't you share your CISV memory with us?
Does it need to be related to JB or just any program? Or there's too many to choose from, Kande.
Anyone that already like pops a memory in your mind can go ahead.
Okay, this is a really random memory, but it is actually from the working weekend we had in Amsterdam. It was the first one that we had when Anya and I were IJRs together. I flew just for the weekend from work. I had started a new job that week, and I had to ask my coordinator, hey, I need to leave early on Friday because I need to fly to Amsterdam, but I'll be back on Monday. So it started off in a weird way, but it was an incredible weekend and Dao and Anyo were there, and we were able to get a lot accomplished just in the 48 hours we were all together, which was incredible, and working with the governing board members as well. But it's a funny memory actually, but I have never seen CISVers get so competitive over something like laser tag. People I don't know why this is the memory, but I remember very clearly Dao and I were, getting really into it. And then we just saw, I think it was Denise actually, just get completely trampled because someone was going after her. And it was just incredible to see people who are so peaceful and working in a peace education organization. We had worked through like risk management scenarios all day long, and for everyone to be able to let off some steam together. So sorry, that was not short, but a really random memory.
And I think, I actually think that we have already finished on Facebook. So why don't you, for everyone who's watching us, 1 minute, we'll go live again. And then why don't you go to the link I've just sent, guys, in the private chat, and we'll finish this interview properly in the other link. See you in a second. Don't leave.